A natural disaster turned people into zombies, and they didn't even have a choice in the matter. Those who managed to survive were hunted down, and among them was a pregnant woman, desperately trying to stay hidden from a creepy bastard who was following her. That day, luck seemed to be on her side. The monster's attention was drawn away by a couple in the hallway. But soon, more mutated humans showed up. The guy's girlfriend was killed, and later, he became the dinner for one of those filthy creatures. It was a bloody mess, the entire place crawling with monsters. And in the middle of it all, that pregnant woman tried her best to hide. But she was already bitten, and her body was starting to mutate. Time was running out. She needed to give birth before she turned into one of them. She stuffed a piece of cloth in her mouth to keep quiet and braced herself for the pain of childbirth. She could hear the screams of those around her, as everyone in the apartments was getting ripped apart. Her mutation was getting worse, but she pushed hard, determined to survive and bring her baby into the world before it was too late. 7 years later, the place is still crawling with monsters, and in one of the apartments, we find a little girl trembling in the quiet corner. She hears the heavy footsteps of a monster approaching. Panicking, she presses her hand over her mouth, hoping not to make a sound. But it's no use because the monster finds her anyway. In a desperate attempt to escape, the girl tries to run, but she's caught. The creature opens its mouth wide, ready to take a bite out of her. But don't be too sad. This mutated monster isn't about to harm her. It's actually her mother, and they're just playing a twisted game of hide and seek. Yes, the mutated creature is the same pregnant woman from 7 years ago, and the little girl is Chukbok, her daughter. Despite everything, the monster mother is grateful to have been blessed with the title of Mom. Later, Chukbok can be seen stubbornly insisting on going outside, but her mother refuses, which makes the girl very sad. She begins to cry, expressing her wish to go with her mom and find Gamdal. You might be wondering what Gamdal actually is, but you will know about it soon enough. The monster mother tells Chukbok to keep quiet, but the look on her daughter's face softens her heart. She gently tries to remind Chukbok that it's too dangerous outside, but she promises that she'll bring Gamdal back and return as soon as possible. Later, the monster mother roams the streets, where monsters still roam freely. As she walks, one of the creatures lunges at her. She quickly dodges and stabs it with her sharp tentacle-like thing. The monster is paralyzed and collapses to the ground. The sight of the fallen creature makes her mouth water, and she indulges in a feast. The taste is strange, but at least her hunger is satisfied. As she is done eating, she suddenly notices a couple of survivors struggling to fight against the mutated monsters. One man holds a torch, while the other aims a gun. The mother finds it odd that these fools are practically inviting their own demise by venturing here so late at night. What makes it worse is the fact that the torchlight and gunfire are only making the monsters more aggressive. Acting quickly, she throws 2 rocks at them. One shatters the flashlight, plunging the area into darkness, while the other strikes the guy with the gun squarely on the head. After putting the gunman out of commission, she viciously approaches the torchbearer. What happens next? Well, only the heavens know. Later, we see this guy wandering around, completely out of breath. Apparently, he's been attacked by some survivors who stole his weapon and supplies. As he looks for a place to hide, he suddenly encounters the monster mother. She quickly launches one of her tentacles at him to attack. Surprisingly, she stops her sharp needle mid-strike because, as fate would have it, this guy is actually Gamdal, the very person the little girl, Chukbok, had been talking about. The monster lady instantly pulls him into a hug, while Gamdal is sweating his balls because she nearly scared the life out of him. He is quite shocked to see that not only did she come to find him, but she somehow retrieved his backpack from the robbers as well. As for the robber who took Gamdal's bag, he now finds himself cornered by a horde of monsters. All he can do is cry out in terror before meeting a gruesome end as a delicious meal for the creatures. The scene then transitions to about 7 years earlier. We see a younger Gamdal wandering around aimlessly, searching for something seemingly useful, and that is when he stumbles across a flashlight. After getting his hand on this treasure, he considers heading back, knowing venturing further might mean running into monsters. But curiosity wins, and he ventures deeper inside. As he walks through a desolate building, he notices noise coming from one of the rooms. Cautiously, he approaches with his gun raised and flashlight pointed ahead. What he finds is shocking, a limbless monster crawling on the floor. Gamdal has no clue what's going on. Maybe this monster was attacked by something, but either way, it's a red flag. He spins on his heels to leave, but just as he's about to go, he hears a voice coming from the same room down the corridor. He musters up the courage to investigate, even though he could have easily walked away and searched for somewhere else to hide. But he's intrigued by the sound, a faint noise that seems almost impossible to hear in a place like this. What he sees is absolutely surprising. There's a string aimed at his throat, terrifying and surprising in itself. But what shocks him more is the sight of a bloodthirsty monster feeding a baby, which is far more startling than anything he could have imagined. This is how he met her. And now, in the present, that same mother is taking down monsters like they're nothing. He's absolutely fascinated and, honestly, pretty glad to have such a strong and powerful woman as his wife. Suddenly, they reach a dead end of the building. The only way to escape the monsters pursuing them is to jump over. The guy pulls out his gun, confident he can take care of things. But just as they both prepare to face the horde of monsters ahead, someone suddenly yanks Gomdal from behind. The girl quickly grabs his hand and clutches an iron rod jutting out from the floor, refusing to let go of her husband. On the other hand, Gomdal feels as if his leg is being torn apart by the force of the monster trying to push him down. The monster trying to snatch Gomdal is no ordinary creature. That disgusting bastard is absolutely eager for some fresh meat. Meanwhile, let's not forget about little Chuckbok. She's just laying around in her home, scribbling down drawings of herself, her mother, and Gomdal. She can't wait for him to return, as she's dearly hoping to play with him. Back to Gomdal, he's hanging in the balance between life and death. Monsters from above are trying to catch them alive, and those below are waiting for the couple to fall so they can feast on some fresh meat. Even the powerful mother is struggling to maintain her grip. Her hands are trembling, and she knows that if she doesn't act soon, they're both going to die here. Finally, she makes a decision. She lets go of the iron rod. As the monster pulls them down, she quickly uses her tentacles to grab one of the other monsters from the building and slams it down onto the huge monster's head. The big monster is disoriented, giving the monster mother a perfect opening. She drills her sharp needle into the monster's tongue, which had been holding onto Gomdal's feet. As the tongue finally lets go, the mother feels a wave of relief. Everything worked out perfectly. Now all they need to do is land properly, deal with the leftovers on the ground, and she can protect Gomdal. But it looks like Gomdal has some other plans. He grabs her closer tightly and lands right on the monster's filthy mug. Thankfully, the large bag Gomdal was carrying softens their impact, making the fall less brutal. Gomdal then quickly jumps off from the mouth of the monster and rolls over the ground in order to absorb the impact. Wasting no time, he regains his footing, grabs his wife, and starts running as fast as he can. The big monster, on the other hand, is absolutely enraged to see its snack escaping its grasp. As they run, the monster mother berates Gomdal for his reckless stunt. She points out that he got himself injured while jumping and running with her. Since he is Chuckbok's father, it would be a disaster for their family if he gets hurt. But Gomdal seems far more concerned about her. He apologizes, admitting that it's all his fault they're in such a dangerous situation to begin with. The monster mother can't help but think this guy is a total nutcase. He literally got himself injured protecting her, yet he's still more worried about her well-being than his own. While she's busy berating Gomdal about his safety, she is suddenly struck by a sharp fang that drills right through her belly. It's that same hungry monster fighting back with a vengeance. This creepy sucker isn't about to let its delicious prey escape so easily. Despite the large hole in her belly, the monster mother stubbornly claims it's just a scratch. But then, another monster grabs her by the throat. Gomdal, desperate to help, starts rummaging through his giant bag. He's sure he has just the thing that could turn the tide in their favor, but he needs a moment to find it. While the monsters chase them down, the monster mother uses her tentacle-like appendages to pierce through the monsters following her, fending them off as best she can. After a frantic search, Gomdal finally finds what he's looking for: a grenade. As soon as he throws them down toward the monsters, they explode with a massive bang, taking out several of the creatures in one go. The game is still on, though. Gomdal pulls out even more grenades, tossing them at the remaining monsters. The critters chasing them are roasted and obliterated in fiery explosions. Although they've dealt with the regular-sized monsters, there's still this massive jackass who refuses to give up. They both take a moment to consider what their next move should be. And that is when the monster mother finally decides to do something daring. She grabs the grenade from her husband and leaps into the air just as the monster launches its fangs and tentacles at them. Gomdal quickly drops to the ground, eyes wide open, watching in awe as the monster mother pulls the pin from the grenade. With a powerful kick, she launches it right at the bastard's face. The giant monster opens its mouth, thinking it's about to devour fresh meat, but instead, the grenade lands right inside. The explosion obliterates the monster's head in a split second. Afterwards, the monster mother flips the creature the middle finger as a sign of victory, while Gomdal watches with pride, glad to see his badass wife handle the situation like a pro. With everything finally taken care of, they make their way to one of the nearby apartments. Once inside, the monster mother removes her clothes, and Gomdal notices with relief that her belly wound has already healed. She playfully reminds him that he should always be the careful one, as he's her family's protector. Now that everything's settled, they decide it's time to find their daughter, who must be waiting for them. When they reach the apartment, Gomdal calls out to her, and little Chuckbok rushes toward her daddy. They share a passionate and adorable hug, full of love and relief. Chuckbok proudly shows her father the paintings she made, and Gomdal gives her a thumbs up, glad to see she finished them. As a reward, he pulls out a bar of chocolate and offers it to her, causing the little one to jump in happiness, thrilled by the sweet treat. The monster mother watches the scene before her, looking at her family with warm, loving eyes. No matter how difficult it is to survive in this world, whenever she sees her daughter smile, she feels re-energized. In that moment, she knows that no matter what happens, she will protect her dear family at all costs. As the trio enjoys their happiness, there's someone standing just outside their apartment. From the stranger's expression, it's clear she can't stand seeing this little family so content. Meanwhile, inside, the family shares a dinner together, and both parents feel a deep sense of joy watching their little daughter eat so happily. Chukbok then decides to share the food with her parents. First, she offers a bite to Gamdol, serving it with her own hands. Then, it's time for her mother to have a spoonful of rice, but the mother hesitates. The little one insists her mother take a bite, but the lady hesitates. That's when Gamdol gently reminds their daughter that mommy is already full, but Chukbok does not seem to think that way, especially since she hasn't seen her mother eat anything at all. Gamdol tries to argue, claiming that he's seen her eat plenty of times. At this, Chukbok becomes genuinely curious. She wants to know how her mother eats food since she's never seen her do it before. The mother gently grabs Chukbok's hand and tries to reassure her, telling her that she doesn't need any food, so the little one should just enjoy eating it herself. The dejected girl just starts digging into her food with a sad expression. Later, we see her holding a cookie, and with a joyful smile, she tells her mother that this cookie is really delicious. She insists that her mother should try it, sharing her favorite snack with her. Chukbok keeps urging her mother to have a bite, which only makes the woman feel more anxious and unsure about how to turn down her daughter without hurting her feelings. Eventually, the mother gives in to the girl's persistent pleas. With trembling hands, she reluctantly reaches for the cookie. But just as she does, Chukbok quickly pulls the cookie back, because she also wants to eat some of the cookie as well. She tries to break the cookie in half but ends up with 2 uneven pieces. Chukbok faces a great dilemma, whether to keep the larger piece of the cookie for herself or give it to her mother. Eventually, she gives in to her urges and offers the smaller piece to her mother. But once again, the mother hesitates. By the look on Chukbok's face, it's clear that the little girl really wants to eat the whole cookie herself. Not wanting to force her mother to eat, Chukbok decides to just eat it all by herself. However, she quickly snaps out of her hungry thoughts when she remembers that she was supposed to make her mother eat the cookie. Gamdol also chimes in and happily asks for a bite, but Chukbok, too eager to enjoy the treat, ends up devouring the whole thing, and decides to try again with another cookie. Later, Chukbok can be seen pestering her mother to eat random things all the time. At some point, the monster mother grows increasingly annoyed and snaps at her daughter. With her usual sign language, she tells Chukbok to stop bothering her, and asks if she enjoys teasing mommy so much. Due to her mother's outburst, Chukbok gets on the brink of tears, as she never intended to upset her mother. She tries to explain to her mother that she was just worried about her. She had never seen her mother eat anything, and she thought maybe her mother must be hungry. The monster mother, feeling the weight of her daughter's concern, gently places her finger on Chukbok's little palm, and finally decides it's time to tell her the full truth. She had been hiding the truth for so long, and now, seeing how it upset her daughter, she realizes she can't keep the secret any longer. With a deep breath, the mother is about to tell Chukbok that she only craves flesh and meat. But as soon as she touches her daughter's palm, her monstrous urges flare up. A drop of blood from Chukbok's nose hangs out, and the mother's instincts scream to devour her child, no matter the cost. The scene shifts, and the only thing we hear is the slam of a door. Gamdol hears the door slam and rushes to check on the situation. But when he looks around, he finds the house empty, and Chukbok confirms that her mother has gone outside for some reason. Outside, the monster mother is seen tearing into another creature. She couldn't control her urges when she noticed the blood of her daughter, so she ran out as fast as she could, seeking to devour this monster in order to keep her instincts in check. Later, the family of 3 sleeps together on one bed, with Chukbok nestled between her parents. The monster mother reflects on how she never realized how sweet a child's blood could be. From this point on, she promises to be extra careful in front of her daughter and vows to protect her forever. The next day dawns, and the father flashes a big smile before leaving for the day. He tells his family to stay safe until he returns and reminds the little one not to wake her mother since she needs her rest. Chukbok acknowledges this and requests her father bring her a chocolate bar. With that, he leaves, and as soon as he's gone, a mischievous smile spreads across the little girl's face. Now that her mother is asleep, Chukbok decides to venture out. She prepares herself and steps outside into the world. She spots a dead monster's body but walks past it without a care in the world. As she roams around, she notices some other people in the streets as well. She then approaches a bloodied wall, where she makes a quick doodle, and after finishing, she continues on her way. Chukbok rummages through the rubble of several dead bodies, and after some searching, she finally finds a few candies. She's absolutely overjoyed at her discovery. Proud of her find, she eagerly imagines how her parents will praise her for such a rare treasure. But she's not sure if she should even tell them that she found them outside. Anyway, she soon starts walking again, and her next goal is to find this person called Hira. Meanwhile, these two guys spot our little one walking down the street. They're both thrilled to see a kid, as they never expected to find one here. The guy with the dagger is already thinking about negotiating a hefty ransom from her family, so he is looking forward to taking her no matter what. His female partner, however, points out that if the girl is an orphan, they'd have no use for her. The dagger guy quickly brushes off the concern, reminding her how valuable children are in the market. Now that she thinks about it, she entertains the thought of selling the child to a cannibal tribe for a high price. I will be honest, I don't know if she is a male or female, but let's call her female until we are told otherwise. Up ahead, the path splits, and the little one quickly turns to the right. The Bat Lady picks up her pace, eager to catch the child before anyone else does. But little do they know, they're the ones who are about to become prey. Someone with an axe in their hands appears, and without hesitation, the person swings it, taking down the dagger-wielding bastard right away. The lady stops and turns around, only to see a person with white hair and her friend nearly dead on the ground. But this doesn't scare her. She turns to face the new threat, asking who the hell this person is. She wonders if this white-haired might be the girl's guardian. The whitehead just stares at her with lifeless eyes, and it looks like this whitehead is a lady as well. The ponytail then decides to pay dirty, and tries to distract the whitehead by making her think that someone is behind her. When whitehead turns around, the ponytail charges at her with a bat in hand. Meanwhile, whitehead lady can't seem to find anyone behind her. The ponytail thinks she's outsmarted her, having tricked this whitehead into believing someone was approaching from behind. But little does she know, she's the one who's about to be screwed. In a blink of an eye, this whitehead cuts her throat with a single swing of his axe. I'm honestly glad that ponytail shithead is dead. We now won't have to figure out if this creepy sucker was a lady or a guy. Meanwhile, Chukbok stands quietly behind the wall, trembling as she hears footsteps approaching. Eventually, the little one is discovered by the white-haired woman. But as soon as the little one looks at her, we learn that this woman is actually Hira, the one our little girl had been searching for. Suddenly, a monster crawls up and leaps at the woman, but Hira crushes it with her axe. As soon as the injured monster touches the sunlight, it disintegrates into dust. Hira turns to the little one and reminds her once again that she must always check before entering dark places. Most importantly, she asks why the little one is even outside and where her mommy is. Chukbok looks absolutely terrified, and eventually she ends up taking a bonk over her head. Hira had given clear instructions over the years. Always check for monsters before entering dark places. Always carry a flashlight or a weapon. Never go to a place where you hear strange noises. And never follow strangers other than mommy, daddy, and Hira herself. The most important rule? Never go outside alone. Hira is frustrated that despite drilling these rules into her for years, the little one still hasn't learned. She sternly tells her to never break these rules again. But Chukbok quickly protests, claiming she's old enough to go outside. Of course, Hira gives her a deadly glare, enough to make the little one fall silent and humbled. Anyway, since Chukbok is so determined to go outside, Hira decides to take her somewhere grown-ups go. Chukbok lights up like a kid at the prospect of another adventure. Although she was excited at first, all her enthusiasm fades when she finds herself in a pitch-black place, because she doesn't really like the dark. She calls out to Hira but gets no response to her pleas. Once Chukbok is finally terrified to her core, Hira finally answers, asking if she still wants to act like a grown-up. To scare the little one even more, Hira reminds her that monsters love to dwell in dark places like this. Since adults come here because they can find valuable things, this place is always filled with bloody fights. Suddenly, the little one stumbles over something and falls to the ground. She has no idea what she bumped into, but when she pulls her hand from the ground, her face goes pale as she notices blood all over her hand. This is the breaking point. The girl finally loses her will to stay and begs to get out, pleading to be taken outside. But all her cries fall on deaf ears. She becomes teary-eyed and sweaty, unable to see anything around her. She is finally terrified by the realization that adults come here every day to fight for food. Finally, Hira reappears, reminding the little girl that this is where adults come, despite their own fears, because survival necessitates it. Even grown-ups are reluctant to visit such perilous places, but their need for sustenance leaves them with no alternative. She wants Chukbok to keep this lesson in mind. Then she tells her it's time to leave. Together, they start walking out of this chaotic place, stepping past hordes of monster corpses lying scattered on the ground. Once they finally reach the apartments, Hira finally decides to part ways, but promises to meet the little girl again when she comes outside with her mother and father. She also firmly warns Chukbok not to tell her parents anything about what happened. Suddenly, the little one makes an unusual request, asking Hira to sit down. When Hira obliges, Chukbok gives her a playful bonk on the head, which is supposed to be the payback for making her cry earlier. Afterward, Chukbok hands Hira a piece of candy she had found during her adventure. With that, she waves goodbye to Hira, a big smile on her face as she heads home. This little candy leaves a big impression on Hira, and she can't help but crack a smile, realizing that the little girl has gotten much stronger than she expected. It makes her believe that Chukbok is going to grow into a fascinating person. Meanwhile, as Chukbok reaches for the doorknob to open the door, she notices that the color of her finger has changed. The scene transitions back to the past, during winter. We see Chukbok's mother and father sifting through the rubble in search of something valuable. It's then that the father finds a scarf and drapes it around the monster mother's neck, a warm gesture that leaves her blushing, touched by the thoughtful gift. As they share a passionate hug, they momentarily forget about their daughter. The father calls out for Chukbok but soon realizes she's nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, the little one is off on her own adventure, exploring in search of something useful. That's when she encounters Hira for the first time, sitting on the ground, seemingly injured. It's a real struggle for Hira to even turn her head toward Chukbok, but when she does, the first thing she says is for the girl to get lost. But Chukbok isn't sure if she should leave someone injured like this. Hira shoots her a cold glance, attempting to scare her off, but those sharp eyes fail to intimidate the little girl. Instead, Chukbok, curiously and adorably, asks what "get lost" even means, since she doesn't understand the phrase. Hira, now more specific, tells her to go back to her parents and stop being such a nuisance. But instead of complying, Chukbok grabs Hira's injured hand and begins blowing warm air on her cold, frozen arm in an attempt to warm it up. Hira quickly uses her other hand to yank the girl away, but she stops mid-motion when she notices how passionately Chukbok is trying to help her. Well, this is how they met each other in the past. Suddenly, the little one wakes up from the dream she just had, but after a moment, she drifts back to sleep. Meanwhile, her parents are seen hiding from the monsters, frustrated that the dark clouds have caused the creatures to roam around even during the day. The mother tells her husband that there's nothing left here, and what's worse is that this was the last pharmacy in the area. Gamdol decides to take a rest, but the mother can't bring herself to rest for even a second until she's able to treat her daughter's finger. She's terrified that something might be seriously wrong with it. The big guy tries to reassure her, telling her not to be so hard on herself and that there must be a way to fix it. But the mother blames herself, convinced it's her fault that her daughter's finger ended up like this. Gamdol looks concerned as he sees her blaming herself, and finally he reaches his breaking point. He sighs deeply and reminds her that their frantic search for medicine isn't getting them anywhere. They've searched several shops and pharmacies for days and found nothing. This only makes him believe they've been foolish from the start. He decides they should head to Hope Village, since he's heard there's a doctor there, and as far as he knows, that doctor is their only hope. However, they'll have to pay an entrance fee to get in. The biggest problem, though, is that the entrance fee is quite particular. They only accept something useful and valuable in exchange, and Gamdol isn't sure where they can find something like that. That's when she begins tapping on the palm of his hand, like she usually does, and what she tells him really terrifies him. Although I can't fully understand her hand gestures, it looks like she wants to enter Dungeon Village to grab something valuable, but her husband reminds her that that place is literally a monster's nest, even for her. The lady is sure that the monsters are nothing to her, so it's worth the risk. She claims she has experience with these kinds of places, and it shouldn't be too hard for her. All she needs to do is avoid running into the dungeon's master. Since this is beyond what he can handle, Gamdol agrees to stay home with Chukbok and gives her permission to go. Before they part, he decides to give her the flashlight. But as soon as he opens the bag, he finds the little one peacefully napping inside. At first, both parents don't believe their eyes and rub them. But when they look again, they realize she's really in the bag. This leaves them both sweating from the shock. Once the little one opens her groggy eyes, she's met with the sharp gaze of her mother. Chukbok goes blank when she realizes she's been caught. So, she decides to act like a magician who just popped out of a bag, but her trick does not work, and she ends up getting a bonk on the head from her mom and a lot of earful from her dad. Daddy's absolutely pissed, and this is probably the first time we've seen him so angry with the little one. But as surprising as it is, he's just acting as a translator for the angry mom. The mom further tells the big guy that for now, they should head back home as soon as possible since there's no time to argue. As the mother begins her journey, Chukbok starts pestering her, asking where she's going. She is sure her mother is heading somewhere dangerous because of her, so she doesn't want her to go and begs her to just come back home with her. But the mother doesn't listen and starts walking her own path, leaving the girl in the capable hands of her husband. Once the mother finally vanishes from sight, Chukbok is filled with regret, thinking that she's the reason her mom left. Gamdol tries to reassure her that she'll be back soon, and that they should head back home too. But suddenly the big guy's belly starts to hurt, and he decides it's time for a bathroom break. As he goes off to take a dump, he leaves his girl behind, telling her to stay there until he's done. Meanwhile, Chuckbok's mind starts drifting to the worst possible thoughts. She remembers the terrifying experience she had in that dark place, and the thought that her mother might be heading there is just traumatizing to her. Meanwhile, the monster mother is also walking down to her next destination with a sad look on her face. She can't shake off the image of her girl's sad face when she tried to stop her. Now she's regretting leaving without properly reassuring her. She thinks it's her fault for not checking the bag before heading out on her adventure. As she's lost in her thoughts, the monsters around her start surrounding a cardboard box, and they can smell something delicious. It's food. It looks like there's something living under the cardboard, because we can clearly hear voices. All the monsters quickly rush to the box, but soon realize there's nothing there. Well, of course, it was our little girl under that cardboard box, and her mother quickly swoops in to save her before those monsters could feed on her. As soon as she picks up her little one, all of the monsters charge at her, but the lady quickly starts dashing away, stepping right over the monsters. One of the monsters throws its tentacles, but she slices them down like they're nothing, and all the other filthy monsters meet the same fate. She's literally cutting them down like they're nothing more than vegetables. But after a while, she starts getting exhausted, and if this keeps going on, it will be hard for her to keep fighting. The little one quickly sticks her finger out and points to the sky. When the mother looks up, she notices that the clouds have begun to disperse. As the intensity of the light increases, the monsters start to feel pain. All the monsters that were trying to eat our girl are now desperately running for their lives, looking for shade. The mother has no choice but to head straight into the dungeon since the nearby buildings will be overrun by the panicking monsters trying to save themselves. Suddenly, a huge monster strikes the mother from behind, leaving the little one absolutely shocked. Despite the pain, the mother tries to swing her tentacle to take this bastard down. But this monster is too fast for its size, and unleashes a barrage of strikes right into the back of the desperate mother, who's doing her best to protect her child. Then, out of nowhere, someone throws an axe over the big fat bastard's head, knocking him down for good. The mother has no clue where the axe came from, but she doesn't have time to dwell on it and keeps running. We then see Gomdal arriving at the entrance of the building where the monster mother went. He looks absolutely wiped out from the sprint he had to take. The building is overrun with monsters, and he can't go any further to search for his daughter. He blames himself, thinking it's all his fault for leaving her behind to take a bathroom break. Meanwhile, the person who threw the axe to save the monster mother is revealed. It's Hira. She walks up to Gomdal, and he's absolutely shocked. He has no clue who this stranger is, but before he can say anything, she lands a brutal whack on his face, knocking him down. At the same time, the monster mother is scolding the little one for following her into danger. She's furious that Chuckbok didn't stay with her father like she was told. But then, the little one gently places her tiny finger on her mother's palm and tells her she was scared. She didn't want her mother to get hurt. Chuckbok explains that she knows how much her mother and father struggle to provide for her. They never let her see the pain they go through, but she knows it's there. She doesn't want her mother to feel pain anymore because of her. Instead, she wants to stay by her side and make her feel better whenever she gets hurt. The mother's heart sinks as she looks at her daughter, and she eventually sighs, giving her a gentle, heartfelt hug. On the other hand, the monsters are already swarming the area, so to hide Chuckbok, the monster mother slips her under her shirt and starts walking through the mindless monsters. They just need to make it out of this building, and she tells Chuckbok to hang tight, not wanting to bump into any of these monsters. But then, one of the monsters gets way too close. So close that the monster mother starts to feel uncomfortable. She tries to stay calm and composed, knowing she mustn't react. If she does, it could provoke the monster, and Chuckbok would be in great danger. She whispers to the little one to not react to anything. The monster mother starts to feel like the monster is trying to whisper to her, telling her that what she's doing is all a pointless effort. But when she turns around to look, there's no monster in sight. She has no idea how a monster could disappear so quickly, but she just keeps walking, knowing the exit is almost there. Then suddenly, a giant hand appears and tries to snatch her. She quickly jumps away, and the giant hand ends up grabbing a bunch of other monsters along with it. At first, she's disoriented, not knowing what happened, but when she notices this giant hand, she realizes it's the master of the dungeon. This monster isn't even concerned with the other monsters. It's just grabbing anything it can get its hands on. The hand swings again, grabbing another batch of monsters, and unfortunately, that includes our monster mother. Luckily, it's only the mother who gets caught because Chuckbok had already fallen to the ground. But when Chuckbok sees her mother get caught, she bursts into tears. However, her mother tells her to run away. Surprisingly, Chuckbok listens and starts running in the opposite direction instead of stubbornly staying where she was. As the monster retracts its hand, the monster mother gathers all her strength and scratches the monster hard across its hand. The pain causes the monster to twitch, and it instinctively lets go of its grip. As soon as she lands back on the ground, she starts dashing to find Chuckbok. Meanwhile, somewhere in the building, we see this hot monster woman, who is likely the dungeon master. The scene then zooms back to Chuckbok, who's being chased by the mindless monsters. She's doing her best to outrun them, but tears are streaming down her face, and her next clumsy step causes her to fall. The monster is almost on top of her, ready to devour her, but just then, another monster kills the one about to attack Chuckbok. This only terrifies her even more. The other monsters stand on the sidelines, paralyzed with fear, while the dominant monster looks forward to claiming its prize. As soon as the monster touches Chuckbok, all her fear causes her to go completely bonkers, and she literally pees herself out of fear, all while calling for her mommy. But this bastard of a monster just grabs her and starts taking her toward its mouth. Suddenly, the monster's nose picks up a strange scent, and it quickly goes into panic mode. Not only it, but all the other monsters start sweating and panic sets in. They begin running in the opposite direction, as if their life is in danger. At first, Chuckbok doesn't understand what's happening, but then her nose also picks up a funky smell. Before she can react, she's hit by a blow from a monster behind her, and her candies fall to the ground. Out pops this mutated brat who literally punches her from several feet away with his bare hand. The poor girl quickly extends her hand to grab the candies, but the monster snatches them off the ground first. This brat's only goal is to play with her. Chuckbok begs him to give the candy back, explaining it's for her mom and dad. The mutated brat sniffs the candies, and without a second thought, pops one of them into his mouth. The sight leaves Chuckbok utterly devastated. Those were gifts for her parents, gifts she found after so much effort, but this brat just gobbled it up. Angry, Chuckbok quickly punches the brat hard in the face, causing the candy to pop out of his mouth. She starts pinching his face out of frustration, clearly disregarding the fact that this little sucker is a literal monster she is dealing with. The brat, in response, starts pinching her face too, and they both get caught up in this childish quarrel. As they go back and forth, it starts to look more like two kids playing around. Eventually, the brat finally gives up after getting beaten up by our girl and runs away crying. The lady, on the other hand, is just glad to have her candies back. The other monsters watching the fight are absolutely in awe. They're literally sweating bullets, shocked that she defeated that brat like it was nothing. They're stumbling in front of her, and as soon as she sneezes, they scatter off in fear. Chuckbok has no clue why they're running, but as she thinks about it, she remembers that bad smell. She wonders if it's because of the stinky, gross smell she got from the brat, which probably made all the monsters run away. This realization boosts her confidence. Now she feels like there's literally nothing to fear. With that confidence, she starts running forward to find her mommy. But suddenly, her dash is stopped when someone grabs her from behind. Bokchuk hears two monsters talking to each other. Based on Bokchuk's smell, they mistake her for the dungeon master's child, and what freaks them out more is the fact that she's human. They quickly realize that she must have had close contact with the dungeon master's child. She's soft and squishy, so they decide to take her with them. By the way, this monster lady's name is Da-Yan. As they pinch the girl's cheeks, she trembles and says she wants to go to her mommy, asking them to help her find her. Da-Yan pretends to be concerned when she hears this, but then she creeps up with a twisted smile, saying she'll be her mommy now. They tease the little girl a bit, and then Da-Yan's companion asks if they should hand her over to their father, but Da-Yan insists on keeping the girl for herself. However, the hooded monster reminds her that they're here to help their father capture the dungeon master and eat him. So, they should give this little girl to their father as a nutritious snack. But Da-Yan reminds him that she's the one who found this little one, so she at least deserves one of her arms. This leaves Chuckbok absolutely terrified, while the hooded monster starts drooling at the thought of taking a bite out of her. Chuckbok trembles in fear, and right now, all she wants is to find her mommy. But then, she decides to do something in order to get herself out of this situation. She quickly spins around and starts calling out for her mommy. When the other monsters turn to look in the direction Chuckbok is shouting, our little lady takes her chance and bolts out of there as fast as she can. The monsters just laugh, thinking it's cute how she looks running away with her tiny legs. But they quickly start following her with vicious plans in mind. Just as they're chasing her, they encounter a horde of scared monsters, and Chuckbok takes advantage of the situation by running into the crowd to hide. The hooded monster slashes down all the other monsters in his path. But at the very least, they have slowed down a little, giving Chuckbok even more time to run. Da-Yan launches one of her tentacle-like appendages, and she also starts taking down monsters as well. All the while, Chuckbok just dashes down and fades into the darkness. She stops and hides behind a pillar to save herself, but one of those filthy bastards quickly catch up to her. They promise to become her family and tell her to come to them. But the little one is just so scared at this point, she might faint. It looks like her fear has started to cause her finger to mutate on its own. When she swings her hand, the impact of her finger literally cuts the hooded bastard's hand. At first, the hooded bastard feels the pain, but it quickly intensifies, and slowly his entire hand starts to ache like hell. He spends his final moments writhing in agonizing pain, feeling like it's burning. Meanwhile, Chukbok has no idea what in the world is going on. She just stares at her hand. Meanwhile, Dayan can be seen chomping through other monsters. She has no idea where her hooded friend has gone, and the thought of him eating that girl on his own is making her furious. She wants to be the one to take a bite of that soft skin, especially since she's never experienced anything so tender before. The idea of devouring a child is both thrilling and maddening to her. The lingering taste and smell of the girl's skin on her hand are enough to make her drool. But it looks like her excitement is not going to last long, because Monster Mama has arrived and she looks absolutely furious. Seeing this twisted excuse of a lady fantasizing about eating her little girl has pushed her over the edge. You can only imagine how this is going to turn out for Dayan. Meanwhile, the hooded bastard is still writhing in agony, feeling as if he's being burned alive. His screams echo through the space, making our little girl even more terrified out of her mind. When the pain becomes unbearable for the monster, he cuts off his own hand to get rid of the burning part. The hand falls to the ground, and although the bastard has lost his hand, he is at least relieved from the pain. But he's furious at the little one and plans to devour her alive to make up for the suffering she caused him. But before he can make his move, he gets struck by a hard blow to his back. That one blow sends the bastard flying, and the thing that hit him is actually that big bag Gomdal usually carries. When Chukbok turns around, she sees her absolutely enraged father walking toward the bastard who dared to touch his daughter. First things first, her dad checks on her and apologizes, knowing she must have been terrified in there. Suddenly, he notices her finger has changed, and he asks her about it. But the girl doesn't say anything. Instead, she starts crying, saying that Mama has been captured by some monsters. The hooded bastard, on the other hand, gets back up, and it looks like his severed hand is starting to grow back. He's absolutely ready to devour them both. But the monster gets confused when he sees the father casually rummaging through his bag while calmly telling his daughter to stand behind him. The monster is bewildered. They're literally not even paying attention to him. This only riles him up more, so he charges at the duo without hesitation. Before he can get close, though, Gomdal casually throws a brick straight at the bastard's filthy mug. It smacks him hard, and that's not the end of it. The absolute giga-chad of a father is already holding another brick, ready to obliterate this sucker's face. The monster charges, and from the other side, Gomdal is ready to launch the brick with lightning speed. As soon as he throws it, the brick goes flying, but the monster obliterates it with his hand mid-motion. However, that brick was just a distraction. Dozens of other bricks are almost upon him, and he barely has time to deflect them. So, he brings his hand over his body and takes all the bricks head-on. But Gomdal doesn't stop. He relentlessly continues his barrage, each brick hitting harder than the last. He's getting stronger and stronger with every throw, determined to smash the monster into crumbs for putting his precious Chukbok in danger. Eventually, the father exhausts all his bricks. That's when the monster takes his chance, grabbing Gomdal with his tentacles, making it hard for the poor father to move. The hooded bastard is feeling pretty smug, thinking that since Gomdal is out of bricks, this'll be a piece of cake for him. He tightens his grip on Gomdal's throat, leaving the poor guy struggling for oxygen. Meanwhile, the monster is having the time of his life watching his prey struggle. But then, the monster suddenly feels a chilling presence behind him. Before he even realizes it, Hira cuts his filthy hand clean off. The bastard's bald head is left sweating, realizing he's getting screwed over. Meanwhile, Hira looks as menacing as ever, telling this bastard to get ready to be completely screwed. The monster quickly starts to withdraw, but Hira chases him down with equal ferocity, going toe-to-toe with him. When he tries to swing his tentacles at her, she cuts them down like they're nothing. The father watches in awe, amazed that she cornered this monster with just an axe. Not only that, he's seen her slaughter countless monsters on the way here, and it makes him question how she still has the strength to do all this. She doesn't seem like a woman. She's literally a monster, a powerhouse. While the hooded monster is fighting, his mind drifts back to a moment when he was with Dayan. There was another alien-like monster who questioned both the hooded guy and Dayan about what makes monsters different from humans. Dayan confidently replies that monsters are dumb, while humans are not. The alien-like monster agrees, adding that humans are cunning and quick to adapt to their surroundings, but they are too weak. Monsters, on the other hand, are strong but idiots who act purely on instincts. So, in comparison, both have distinct strengths and weaknesses. Meanwhile, the monster claims that he and someone like Dayan aren't as weak as humans, nor as stupid as monsters. Instead, they have the strength of both humans and monsters, and even monsters don't want to mess with them. This, he says, makes them the ideal species for surviving in this kind of world. According to him, someone like them, who are part of a cannibal tribe, are the chosen ones. He tells Dayan and the hooded bastard to be proud and grateful for it. Both agree, and the hooded bastard even addresses this ugly monster as father. I suppose he's the top dog they wanted to present Chuckbok to. With that, the father orders both of them to take down the child of the dungeon master, while he himself goes after the dungeon master. In the present, as the fight rages on, Gomdal notices the hooded bastard about to make a sneaky move, so he quickly updates Hira. The lady, relying on her sharp instincts, ducks down to avoid the attack, then follows up with a deep cut into the bastard's belly, forcing him to stagger backward. But even after taking all that beating, the monster is sure that she can't defeat him. Just as his father said, he claims that he is the chosen one, and she can do nothing to stop him. As he heals himself, he makes it clear that everyone is going to die here. With that, he charges back at her, but Hira stands her ground, not moving. It seems like she has no choice but to face this bastard head-on. But before she can get screwed over, the scene shifts to Monster Mama, who is relentlessly cutting down Dayan. Dayan is bewildered when she realizes that this monster woman has yellow eyes just like her father. But why is she attacking her like this? Not to mention she's extremely strong, and Dayan finds out the hard way. One crushing blow from Monster Mama leaves Dayan's mouth leaking blood. But Dayan finally decides to get serious, and is ready to see what our mama is capable of. Her tentacles quickly start transforming into something like centipede-like appendages, and the length and size of her tentacles increase as well. She throws her tentacles right at Mama. But Monster Mama isn't a slouch either. She gathers all the energy in her hands and slices through all of the tentacles heading her way. At this point, we can clearly see that Dayan is struggling to get toe-to-toe with her. Meanwhile, it looks like Mama's power has been cranked up to another level. No matter how many times Dayan tries to strike with her tentacles, Mama just dodges them left and right, which only serves to annoy Dayan. The back and forth continues, with Mama slowly overpowering Dayan. At one point in the battle, Mama finally gets close to Dayan, and her sharp tentacle is only a few inches away from piercing Dayan's face. But since Dayan can't dodge the upcoming attack, she puts her hand in front of her, at least saving her face from getting screwed over. That back and forth has really taken a heavy toll on Dayan, and she can barely stand. Meanwhile, Mama just stands there, cool as a cucumber. What's even more troublesome for Dayan is that the injury Mama just inflicted is not healing, and she can't even feel it. At first she didn't realize it, but it looks like all of her injuries from this battle aren't healing either. This makes her think that maybe Mama is using poison, but by then, it's already too late for Dayan to realize this. All she can do is tremble helplessly. Since it's already a life-or-death situation, she decides to use her final resort. She quickly rips off her injured tentacle, which isn't healing, and she also separates her injured hand from her body. Then she launches at Mama like an angry cat. Mama finds it a drag and definitely has no time for this child's play, since she needs to find Chuckbok. So, she decides to end this right here. But Dayan gets closer to Mama and quickly sprays some blood pouring out of her severed hand. The blood quickly starts blinding Mama's eyes, and this cowardly bitch begins to run for her life as fast as she can. Her first task now is to fight her hooded fellow, Chaegun, because if he's with her, she might have a chance of winning. But the said Chaegun is also getting his ass kicked by Hira, and by now, he's lost all of his limbs. He's in no position to do anything to defeat his enemy. Meanwhile, Dayan is running full speed, calling out to Chaegun. But it's clear that Mama is not going to let this bitch off the hook that easily, and she's definitely not backing down until she gets her daughter back, who she believes is kidnapped by these suckers. The scene switches back to the exhausted Chaegun. Although his entire body is bruised, his ego is even more bruised, because he can barely stomach the fact that he's getting his ass handed to him by this human, whom he considers nothing more than a weakling. Hira points out the confusion etched across the bastard's face, and she's sure he's wondering how a human, far weaker than a monster, could be stronger than him. But she lets him know the hard truth that she's not weaker than him. With that, she slams the bastard's head, leaving a gruesome splattering noise that echoes throughout the place. As surprising as it is, the splattering noise wasn't because of Hira's head smash. It was actually the sound of the monster piercing his own chest with his own hand. He believes that dying by his own hands is a much more honorable death than dying at the hands of this bastard of a lady. He's confident his father will never let her live after this. With that, he loses his life on the spot. Right at that moment, Dayan walks into the scene, only to be devastated when she sees that Chaegun is done for. But before she can even process the loss, she's whipped across her back by none other than Mama. That one brutal blow was enough to take her down for the count. Chuckbok perks up in happiness when she notices her mother. Even the husband looks relieved, but their faces both fall when they see Hira charging at Mama at full speed. Monster Mama, equally confused, has no idea who this woman is, but she quickly takes her stance, ready to deal with the immediate threat. Before things can spiral into a full-on bloodbath, Gomdal quickly grabs Hira by both her hands. He firmly tells her not to even dream about touching his wife. While Hira tries to break free from the big guy's grip, Mama is quite surprised to see her husband here. She feels annoyed as well as passionate as she asks him why he came, even though he was told to wait outside. But the big guy makes it clear that when his family is in danger, he just can't sit around twiddling his thumbs. While the big guy struggles to keep Hira in check, Chukbok runs toward her mother with her tiny feet. She reminds her mother that she tried her best to run away from the monster, just like she had told her. Seeing her child like that brings tears to Monster Mama's eyes, and they quickly share a passionate hug, which literally lights up the entire scene with wholesomeness. Even the big man can't keep his emotions hidden and nearly gets on the brink of tears, which leaves Hira a little creeped out. While the hugs are being exchanged, Hira notices Chukbok's mutated finger, which literally pisses her off beyond belief. She goes into a full-blown tirade, berating the parents for not taking care of their child. She believes that their carelessness has resulted in something truly terrible. Not only that, they didn't even notice a change in their daughter, which just pisses her off even more. Just as she's saying all these harsh things to Monster Mama, Gamdal chimes in, because he can't stand anyone shit-talking to his wife. He lets Hira know that it was all his fault from the beginning, so she shouldn't be taking it out on his wife. But Mama quickly silences her husband. Once again, she uses him as her translator and conveys her utmost gratitude to Hira for saving her life. She further admits that everything that happened to her daughter is her fault. After they collect supplies here, they will head to Hope Village for her treatment. She also promises Hira a well-deserved reward for the kindness she's shown in the future. Finally, she asks Hira's name. Hira responds right away, and further claims that she's a friend of Chukbok. Of course, a creepy silence fell over both parents because this lady seems way too old to be a friend of their daughter. Mama quickly turns to the little girl and asks her if this is true, to which the little one eagerly responds positively. The big guy is quite bewildered to hear this, and questions the little one about how she could keep something like this a secret. The girl quickly apologizes, explaining that Hira had told her not to tell anyone. But she vouches for Hira, insisting she's not a bad person and is, in fact, really nice to her. Her parents cut her off, and before they can start scolding the daughter for all the shit she had been pulling up secretly, Hira steps in and silences them. She admits it's her fault since she was the one who asked Chukbok to keep it a secret. But since nothing bad had happened to Chukbok, there is nothing to worry about. Regardless, she gets back to the business at hand and advises them to focus on finding supplies instead of wasting time with this chit-chat. With that, she begins to walk out, and the little girl quickly follows her from behind. Mama reflects silently on the fact that it was Hira who saved her from danger by taking down that monster back then. Once again, she turns to her husband and, as usual, uses him as her translator. She stops Hira to ask a question. It's actually a question about her identity. Who exactly is Hira? Hira doesn't respond immediately. When she does, she simply says she's just Chukbok's friend, nothing more. Without giving them time to linger on the matter, she tells them to get moving because there's no time to waste. As they walk away, we catch a glimpse of Dayan, and it looks like she is still alive. Anyhow, our party makes their way forward, cutting down zombies left and right. Eventually, they reach a warehouse that's apparently full of supplies. Chukbok and her father eagerly open one of the boxes, and their eyes light up when they see what's inside. It's actually a stash of snacks, enough to make anyone's day. The father quickly throws all of the delicious snacks into his backpack, confident that this haul will be enough to pay for Chukbok's treatment. Meanwhile, Monster Mama stands silently in the background. Her mind is still fixated on Hira's identity. Mama knows that Hira is not a regular person given how good she is at battling. Mama can't deny the fact that Chukbok is still alive because of her. Yet, there's something else. Something strange and uncanny about Hira that Mama can't quite figure out. The way Hira carries herself, the way she fights, even her calm demeanor, it all feels suspicious. But no matter how hard she tries, Mama just can't put her finger on it. Anyway, after picking up a bunch of supplies, they continue their journey. Chukbok is enjoying a piggyback ride on her father's back. Suddenly, Monster Mama senses something unusual deeper in the tunnel and slams on the brakes immediately. Out of nowhere, two giant hands emerge, forcing everyone to start running in the opposite direction. But whatever that thing is, it's incredibly fast, and they can't outrun it. To make matters worse, a group of monsters stands right in front of the hallway, blocking their way. However, luck is on their side, because these monsters are just as terrified of what's chasing them as the group is, so they turn tail and begin running for their lives. As they sprint down the tunnel, they spot a fork ahead, but they're not sure which direction to take. Just then, the massive hand zips past the big guy's right shoulder, and it quickly blocks off the path to the right. Seeing this, it doesn't take them long to realize that the dungeon master is trying to toy with them. With no choice left, they turn to the left, and Gamdal is confident that the exit is just ahead of them. However, the massive hand continues to chase them down, and they finally make it out alive. But the area they've entered is packed with monsters, and to make things worse, it's a dead end. Now it makes sense why the dungeon master blocked the path to the right. Both of the ladies take their stances in order to take down the danger ahead. The creature in front of them is not only incredibly creepy, but also seems much more powerful compared to the usual zombies. The fact that this monster has yellow eyes makes it even more of a threat. Basically, yellow eyes means that the monster have consciousness and can act at his own will. The scene then transitions back to the past, where we see the body of the alien-like monster Da Yan called Father. It seems that he has finally taken over the body of the dungeon master. He has already started to like the nutrients it provides, and it looks like he won't need to find another body for a while. As he walks, he thinks about Da Yan and the hooded monster, wondering where they are now. When he spots a tentacle of Da Yan, he follows the trail and soon discovers both the hooded bastard and Da Yan are down for the count. Da Yan, however, is still alive, though gravely wounded. He approaches her and asks her, "Who did this to you?" For a moment, Da Yan thinks she is looking at the dungeon master himself, but her father quickly clarifies and just tells her to explain who did this to her. Da Yan quickly replies that it was a monster with yellow eyes, the same as her father's. Back in the present, the mama is sweating to see a yellow-eyed monster. Seeing her intense reaction, Gamdal asks if she knows this monster, to which she replies with a no. As far as Mama remembers, she's sure this monster couldn't speak before, but the only thing that has changed about it is the eye embedded in its chest. The monster, on the other hand, quickly grows disgusting giant limbs beneath its feet. Although Mama doesn't know anything about this monster, this yellow-eyed bastard seems to know about her, and he wants her to return the body she stole from him. Hearing this, Gamdal asks his wife if she took anything from the monster. Of course, Mama has no clue what the hell this piece of crap is talking about. The monster, however, isn't surprised that Mama doesn't recognize him in this new form. But it doesn't really matter if she remembers or not, because he plans to kill her and take the body back. Right then, Hira steps forward and tells the big guy to just keep Chuckbox safe. She further tells him not to interfere, as she'll handle this no matter what. But before Hira can step forward any further, Mama stops her, saying she plans to take on this monster. She's not sure if she can kill it, but at least she can try to stop it. To do that, she'll have to go through extreme pain while using her trump card, but she has no choice. With that, she starts to grow her fangs, and they begin to turn red. Not only that, but she also grows another sharp needle out of her tentacle, which is also completely red. After all that pushing, she's utterly exhausted, but she's sure she has to hold it in. Gamdal's jaw drops when he sees her using her trump card in a fight. Seems like this is serious shit if even her husband is freaking out. Anyhow, Mama then quickly launches herself full throttle to stop the monster. Meanwhile, more and more monsters soon start to swarm the place, so Hira decides to take these critters while Mama is busy dealing with the big boss. That one-eyed bastard is just fascinated by the red needles Mama has, and that's one of the reasons he wanted to take her body. He quickly unclenches his giant hands, but Mama doesn't hesitate and just cuts through them like they're nothing. The yellow-eyed bastard's eyes turn black as he gets angrier, seeing that he's gone through so much to get this body, but she destroyed his hands like they were nothing. Now he's unable to use them since both of his hands have become necrotized. Mama continues her dash toward the ugly one-eyed bastard, and just before she can land a hit, the monster uses its tongue to grab her by the feet, causing her to freeze just inches away from her target. It turns out this one-eyed bastard intentionally let Mama get close, so he is feeling quite thrilled that Mama fell for his farce. Mama quickly tries to retaliate with her own tentacle, but the bastard hoists her further up in the air and then throws her crashing to the ground. The crash is brutal, and the sight leaves poor Chuckbach in utter panic. The monster, on the other hand, keeps pounding the hell out of her. At one point, it gets too much for Chuckbach to watch, so she dashes full throttle to save her mother. The yellow light in Mama's eyes quickly fades with the brutal impact, and she drifts into unconsciousness. There, she finds herself just running with no direction. The tentacles on her back suddenly grow, and she sweats as she feels this strange sensation in her bones. She tries her best to get rid of it, but fails miserably. However, she eventually succeeds in removing the tentacles from her back. But her fear only grows when she notices this parasite she just separated is now walking toward her and quickly lunges at her. She braces herself for the worst, but she soon snaps out of the nightmare when she hears her little one calling to her, and the yellow light in her eyes comes back. Chuckbach is literally standing in the middle, between her mother and the monster. With her mutated finger pointed at the monster, she starts to berate this piece of shit. The monster mother, on the other hand, trembles as she desperately tells her little girl to just run away. Meanwhile, Hira and Gamdal are already busy with other monsters, so they can't do much other than watch in anxiety. Mama gathers her courage to protect her little one, even though she's not even in a position to move an inch. That yellow-eyed bastard, on the other hand, looms over the little one. He gets quite curious as he sees Chuckbach and asks her if she's human or perhaps a monster, because as far as he can see, her finger is mutated, and he is dying to know how she got a part of his body. Well, I'm not sure what he means by that, but let's wait and see what this one-eyed monster is making a fuss about with his body and all that. The little one just snaps at this bastard, telling him to leave her mother alone. Now that the one-eyed bastard is curious about such a rare specimen like Chuckbok, he decides to take her along with her mother and rip them apart to check them out from the inside. Hira is absolutely boggled to hear this. As the monster's giant hand looms over them, the monster mom tries to tell her kid to just run away. But the little one stubbornly sticks to her guns, even though she's absolutely terrified, because she wants to protect her mother at all costs. Seeing how her little girl is trying her best not to give up, this also ignites a fire in the mother. She's going to protect her family at all costs, so she hugs her little one as tightly as possible. The monster's hand is almost upon them, and in the next moment, it slams directly onto them. While both Hira and Gamdal are in absolute awe, that yellow-eyed bastard just snickers after finally getting his payback. But well, we all know it's not that easy to take Mama down. She retaliates so fast that the yellow-eyed bastard can't even tell where all these hits are coming from. All we can see is the monster splattering blood from all over its body with each hit. After that barrage of attacks, Mama finally makes a safe distance. The monster is literally in shambles, its entire body wrecked, and all of the flesh it had started to melt like butter. Even Gamdal has no clue what kind of power this is, because he's never seen anything like this before in his life. It looks like Mama has gone through some sort of awakening, and now she has those two whips embedded with red needles. Meanwhile, in some quiet corner of the place, we see all the terrified monsters running for their lives. They're totally panicked because that brat we saw before is following them from behind, demanding that they play with him. But it looks like no one's willing to play with this violent brat, who has no regard for anyone. Meanwhile, the yellow-eyed bastard is losing his shit after getting wrecked so hard. It was his new precious body that he just acquired, and he's not liking the fact that it's already been ruined. Previously, he claimed he was going easy on them, but now that he's pissed, he won't be holding back anymore. With that, he launches his giant hands at our party once again. But surprisingly enough, he was not targeting our party at all. The hands just grab a bunch of nearby monsters and start gobbling them up like they're the most delicious food ever. None of them have any clue what's happening or what this monster is trying to achieve by doing this. But when we look at the monster, it looks like he's gotten even stronger and regenerated his body after gobbling up all the nearby monsters. Now he's grown humongous in size. Gamdal is just left sweating all over his body when he sees this giant monster in front of him. Mama quickly tells Gamdal to grab the girl as she plans to take on this monster. But Gamdal doesn't seem to vibe with her idea. He's more thinking about running out of here alive. But Mama quickly puts reassuring hands over him in order to calm him down. But the big guy feels really pathetic about himself. To think that he's such a weak husband just pisses him off. But he promises to protect Chuckbok with his life. Before she heads off, the big guy and the little one both cheer her on to just kick the monster's butt. Mama flashes a smile and walks toward the monster, who instantly tries to crush her under its giant hand. The monster finds it ridiculous that Mama is trying to protect these pathetic humans she calls family. He reminds her that he also has a family, where his kids follow all of his commands as an act of repayment for all the trouble he went through to raise them. This, he believes, is what a true family is all about. But Mama isn't backing down. She quickly appears right behind the one-eyed bastard and lets him know that this isn't what family is supposed to be like. To her, it sounds like he's just been treating them like his personal slaves. Without wasting a second, she unleashes her red needles at the bastard, but the yellow-eyed monster conjures a shield of flesh just in time to block the direct hit. The needle burns away the flesh on impact, but it doesn't quite get through. The monster then swings his massive hand, but as soon as it connects with Mama, she sinks her fangs deep into his hand. The flesh around her bite quickly starts to burn away, and she continues to pierce the monster's hand wherever she can. At one point, the monster grabs her foot with his fleshy hand and clenches it into a fist, trying to make her immobile. The monster is furious to see that she has ruined his one arm, so he decides to make her pay. He tightens his grip, determined to crush her bones and organs. As the pressure intensifies, the pain becomes unbearable for poor Mama, and she can feel herself losing consciousness. Suddenly, the monster tumbles to its knees, and thankfully, it loses its grip on Mama. Turns out, his leg has been cleanly cut off, and the one responsible for the deed is none other than Hira. She quickly tells Mama to run while she buys them some time, but we all know that's not going to happen. Mama gets back up and launches herself at the monster, and Hira follows suit, both of them attacking with precision and skill. Gamdal is in total awe, watching these two equally skilled fighters take on the monster with such finesse. At this point, he has no doubt that victory is in the bag. But just when things couldn't get any stranger, a familiar voice of that annoying kid who just wants to play echoes in the background. This leaves Chuckbok shocked, because this is the same unmistakable voice of that brat who took her candies. Meanwhile, Mama is giving it her all in the fight to protect her daughter. Hira, on the other hand, is torn between whether she should keep fighting or take Chukbok and get out of there. She knows that abandoning the two might lead to their deaths, but it could also give her a chance to protect Chukbok. Despite her internal conflict, Hira is absolutely determined to take down that piece of trash, and Mama shares the same thought about this bastard. Both of them are thinking the same thing. They're going to shred this monster to pieces and get everyone out of here together. But the monster begins to transform into its absolute form, growing even bigger and more jacked. After this transformation, the yellow-eyed bastard is convinced that they're all about to meet a meaningless death at his hands, and he's absolutely certain of it. Now let's focus on that brat for a moment. He's equally surprised to see Chukbok there. Gamdal picks up on a strange smell coming from the monster, while Chukbok reminds her father that the monster can stretch out its arms and hit her with them. Gamdal looks a bit unsettled, noticing how furious this little brat is. And why wouldn't he be angry? After all, he was just beaten up by our girl not long ago, like some helpless kid. Our little girl, just as annoyed and unpleased to see him, sticks her tongue out to tease the brat. This sends the brat into a rage and he starts running toward her. But Gamdal quickly scoops up his daughter and tries to shoo the kid away. To his surprise, the brat stops in his tracks and he even starts to stagger back. Gamdal is taken aback to see such a sight. To think that this monster is actually staggering backward from just a simple gesture of his leg. It makes him wonder if this brat is actually weak after all. But something doesn't add up. If the brat were weak, he would have just run away like the others. So Gamdal can't figure out why this kid even came here. Suddenly, the brat's eyes land on the commotion nearby, and he is left in awe when he sees his mother. As we already know, he's the child of the dungeon master. Even Gamdal can sense the shift in the brat's mood. Something has changed, and it's not looking good. Meanwhile, in the thick of the battle, as the dust begins to settle, it becomes clear that Hira has lost miserably. She's down, unable to continue, and Mama is barely holding on, having pushed herself to the brink. The one-eyed bastard grabs Mama. He sneers at her, letting her know that no matter what sacrifices she's made for her family or how much hidden power she might have, none of it matters. He will make sure she feels the depths of despair before the end. He quickly opens his filthy mouth, ready to chomp down on Mama. But before he can, everyone's attention is drawn to Gamdal, who's hoisting the brat up in his hand. With his volume cranked up to high, Gamdal threatens the monster, declaring that if he doesn't let go of his wife, the kid will be in danger. The yellow-eyed monster recalls this monster as the dungeon master's child, but can't understand what Gamdal is trying to accomplish with this move. Gamdal makes his intentions explicit, his voice firm as he declares that he's holding the kid hostage. If the creepy bastard wants his son to survive, he better release his wife now. But the monster scoffs, dismissing Gamdal's threat as futile. After all, he isn't the dungeon master, so why would he care about that brat? But this is where the one-eyed bastard proves to be wrong. Suddenly, his finger moves on its own. As the brat continues to scream, the dungeon master begins to take control of her own body, and the one-eyed monster can feel himself losing control over her. The brat and the dungeon master lock eyes. And in that moment, both of their minds flash back to the past. The mother remembers all the love she had given to her child. The memories overwhelm her, and tears begin to spill from her eyes. This is something this yellow-eyed bastard finds unfathomable. How could he lose control of this body just because of this trivial emotion? The entire body begins to resist the one-eyed bastard, and he can tell that this body is being agitated by that child. Eventually, the hand holding Mama loses its grip, and she starts to fall. The one-eyed bastard, using all his willpower, takes control of the hand and tries to retaliate with the sharp claws he's got. But before he can strike, his hand is brutally hit by an axe launched by Hira. This gives Mama enough time to retaliate, and she delivers a brutal cut across the bastard's body, which is just enough to render this body useless. Gamdal is fascinated to see his wife finally pulling off the impossible, and Hira is equally amazed. All the while, our little one is having the time of her life watching her mother win against the monster. But Mama knows this isn't the end. She decides to strike again, and this time, her target is this yellow-eyed parasite. However, the parasite quickly retaliates and delivers a nasty cut right into Mama's hand. But that's not enough to stop Mama. She retaliates once again, her poisonous claws aimed at finishing off the bastard. Just as her claws are about to strike, out pops Da Yan, who quickly guards her father just in time. Mama, caught completely off guard, hadn't expected this bitch to still be alive. But before she can react, a searing pain courses through her tentacles. It's clear that she's overexerted herself. The strain becomes too much, and she begins to collapse helplessly, just when victory was within her grasp. She was so close to taking down her enemy, but she falters at the very end. As she falls, the lifeless body of the dungeon master also begins to topple, especially since there is no host to keep it standing. Both bodies hit the ground simultaneously. Later, as the dust settles, Gomdal and his daughter make their way to find Mama. To their surprise, their giga-chad of a lady is standing right in front of them. Mama is standing, staring at the lifeless body of the dungeon master. She's pissed that she missed the parasite, but at the same time, she's relieved that the fight is finally over. However, we soon realize that the dungeon master hasn't actually died yet. It's still alive, though clearly exhausted. Seeing this, Mama decides to take the opportunity to get rid of the dungeon master for good, and it will make it easier to get the required supplies from this place. She inches her menacing claws closer to render the dungeon master's body useless. But just as she's about to strike, she's stopped by the dungeon master's brat, who's in tears, seeing his mom lying helpless and almost lifeless on the ground. The mother and child are trying desperately to communicate with each other, their voices filled with pain and love. All the while, everyone else watches this heart-wrenching scene of a mother and child reconnecting. The child bursts into uncontrollable tears, crying out that he doesn't want his mother to die. Eventually, Mama hesitates and gives up, because no one understands the bond between a mother and her children more than she does. But, just as we start to think she's letting them go, Mama suddenly pierces the dungeon master with her poisonous needle, leaving the brat absolutely devastated and bawling his eyes out. The poor thing could do nothing but bang his fists against Mama. Even Chukbok looks unsettled by this heart-wrenching scene, but his father tries to reassure him that there's nothing to worry about because Mommy is trying to help. As reassuring as it is, Gomdal is absolutely right. She was indeed trying to help that unconscious mother. After that injection Mama gave her, the dungeon master wakes up, and the first thing she does is call her son over. The son goes into full tear mode, extending his hands and rushing to hug his mother with all the passion he has. Mama's heart warms up seeing this. She acknowledges that, although this woman is a terrifying monster, she's not so different from herself, just a lady who loves her child, just like anyone else. Her own daughter then calls out to her, and when she turns, Chukbok gives her a passionate hug right away. Now that everyone is safe, the daughter decides to go back home safely. With that, they begin to quietly leave the place, while Chukbok makes sure to wave her last goodbyes to the brat, and the brat reciprocates her gesture accordingly. Later, we see Dayan walking alongside her father. She hesitantly asks why he didn't absorb the dungeon master, to which her father reassures her that he had already drained enough nutrients from others. His eyes are now set on Mama and our little girl. All he needs is to get his body back, and then he'll be complete, no longer depending on absorbing power from others. He then orders her to command all the siblings of the cannibal tribe to bring him the mother and daughter. Later, we find ourselves in the desolate streets, roamed by monsters, and our party is doing their best to navigate through these creatures quietly. Since Hira seems injured, she's actually dripping blood from her body. The monsters roaming the streets quickly catch onto the scent, and they all get absolutely excited. But before things can escalate, they finally make their way into their apartment, and they're all relieved to be back home after that crazy journey. Mama is glad that everyone is fine, but Gomdal points out that Hira is missing in action. While they're all calling out to her, we notice that Hira has already gone unconscious in the apartment's corridor. Later, she opens her eyes, and the first thing she sees is the scared face of Chukbok. The poor girl is just so concerned about Hira. She's so upset that she doesn't realize she's actually causing Hira more pain by pushing her. Hira finally gets up, and wow, her body is absolutely jacked. She doesn't look like a woman at all, except for the fact that she's got some big assets. Right then, we also spot Mama peeking from the door, while Gomdal is glad that Hira has woken up and invites her to the food since it's ready. The noodles look delicious, and the big guy is literally getting teary-eyed while slurping that deliciousness down. He can't remember the last time he had such goodness. Meanwhile, poor Mama just sits quietly, albeit a bit annoyed, probably because everyone can enjoy food but she can't. Before Hira proceeds to eat, she notices that the outfit she's wearing isn't hers. Chukbok quickly responds that they washed her clothes, and this belongs to her mother. Of course, Hira finds the clothes a bit childish. Meanwhile, Gomdal just can't take his eyes off her jacked-up muscles, because he didn't notice them at all under her jacket. And the amount of injuries she has, he can tell she's definitely not an ordinary person. I guess it's not surprising to him anymore why she was able to fight like a seasoned fighter back then. As Chukbok clings to Hira, Hira can't help but notice Chukbok's mutated finger, and her nail has gotten shorter, but she doesn't say anything and continues with her meal. The girl also dashes away from the place to play around, and once she's out of sight, Hira points out that her fingernail has gotten shorter, so she's quite curious to know if they clipped her nail. Gomdal quickly clarifies that it's been like this since yesterday, and they'll figure out what's going on when they get to the village. However, he is sure that the cannibal tribe might be after his wife and daughter on their way to the village, so even if they make it there, he's not sure they'll be safe. That's why he's about to ask Hira for a favor. He basically wants her to come with them to the Hope Village. Of course, he doesn't forget to remind her that she'll be compensated with the best of their abilities. and all they want in return is for her to keep him and Chuckbox safe until they return from the Hope Village. With a big smile, he offers her the next serving since she's already done with the first one. She promptly grabs it, all while agreeing to go with them. But surprisingly enough, she was just messing with him by agreeing since he was expecting her to. She makes it clear that just because she helped them in the dungeon doesn't make them comrades, so they better not flatter themselves. She certainly doesn't care if they get killed or not. She just won't help them. She promises to go with them, but she'll only protect Chuckbox as usual. The rest, they'll have to take care of themselves. Finally, the big guy agrees to take care of himself. His wife quickly objects and asks him how he's going to handle everything alone. The big guy quickly reassures her, saying he has no problem taking care of himself, so she shouldn't worry. Mama then turns her attention to Hira. She is clearly annoyed by the stubbornness this lady is showing. She has no idea why Hira is so obsessed with her daughter, as if Chuckbox is her own. Right at that moment, an angry Chuckbox storms in, totally pissed that no one came to find her. Hira quickly agrees to play with her, and in an instant, the little one's mood shifts from angry to happy. But just as things seem to settle, her mother grabs her and tries to push her to the side, but Hira is just as stubborn. She grabs the little one by the other hand and pulls her in the opposite direction, trying to get her on her side. The rivalry between the two ladies is clear, but this healthy competition is actually good for Chuckbox because it means there are two women who are determined to protect her at all costs. While both women shoot literal daggers with their sharp gazes, the poor father just continues slurping down his noodles. He is just relieved that Hira is tagging along with them. Now all he needs is a good vehicle to accommodate 4 people. The next scene transitions to a group of bullies chasing down a girl with yellow hair. She notices a room in front of her and quickly rushes inside, but soon realizes that she's entered a restroom, and now there are no other paths for her to run. The thugs chasing her quickly get inside, and at this moment she finds herself in a nightmarish situation, with no way to escape. But before we find out what happens to her, the scene transitions back to our party. They're apparently checking each and every vehicle one by one, but they haven't found a single car that's functional, even though they've already tried about 20 of them. Gomdal has no clue how to proceed in this situation, but right then, Hira tells him to just keep moving, and she promptly begins to walk. The big guy reminds her that it's dangerous to go out like this, especially since she hasn't fully healed yet. But the lady makes it clear that she won't sit back just to do nothing. Seems like Gomdal can't really argue with her, or can he? Anyway, he gives up on trying to change her mind and tells her to just follow his lead, but warns her to stay behind him. Hira quickly walks up to him and kicks him in the leg, causing him to wince in pain. With her point proven, she simply tells him to just stick at the back. As they walk, Gomdal can literally still feel the pain in his leg. Although he's grateful for her help, given how brutal she is, he's starting to think he might get killed by her before anything else happens. Meanwhile, the mother and daughter are having the time of their lives in their apartment, playing together as they wait for Gomdal to return with a vehicle. As they continue walking, they suddenly hear screams coming from the girl we saw earlier. The sounds seem to be coming from an apartment building nearby. Gomdal quickly looks in the direction of the screams, but Hira angrily yanks him back and demands to know if he's forgetting their main goal. She's clearly annoyed, questioning why this guy is thinking about helping someone else when he's barely able to handle himself. With a final cold glare, she tells him to focus on Chuckbox. Otherwise, she is going to head her own way. As angry as she might be, the big guy musters up the courage to raise his point. All she needs to do is just hear him out. But Hira is literally going berserk as she could hardly keep her anger in check. Meanwhile, the thugs have already tied the poor girl up with rope. At first they consider clapping her cheeks, but then one of the wiser ones decides to keep her untouched. She might be a good bargain to get some food in exchange for her. But one of them raises a concern. What if the village doesn't want her? To that, one of the creepy bastards decides to stick with the original plan. They'll clap her and abandon her somewhere. And honestly, this jerk is just hoping the village just refuses to take her as payment so he can keep her for himself. But it looks like their plan isn't going to be as smooth as they think, especially since Gomdal has crashed the party already and has immobilized 2 of those filthy thugs. He then delivers a solid kick to the one who was thinking about having fun with the innocent girl. The other bastards start running as fast as they can to save their lives. But little do they know, the one running the fastest gets rocked with a punch first, and of course, it's Hira who delivered it. She doesn't shy away when she orders them to cough up all the supplies. But these clowns make the grave mistake of not following her command, and they quickly charge at her, only to get their faces clapped hard. Afterward, the girl quickly expresses her gratitude, almost on the brink of tears. She introduces herself as Yonghee. The big guy reciprocates with the same gesture and introduces himself and Hira as well. He then gets back to business, reminding her that he overheard the conversation and learned she's from Hope Village. The girl agrees right away, and the big guy perks up with happiness, feeling that his decision to rescue her was the right one all along. Now that they've saved someone from the village, it'll be even easier to get Chukbok treated, so they mention they have some business in Hope Village. Young-hee gets excited at the thought that they're going to Hope Village, and that strong people like them are always welcome in her village. She goes on to explain that she came out for the first time to promote their village, but she never expected to meet such reliable people. She's sure their principal and instructor will love to have them in the village. The mention of the principal and instructor catches Gamdal off guard, and right at that moment, a creepy bastard tries to attempt a sneak attack. But his effort is rendered futile when Hira reacts in an instant, stopping the upcoming onslaught right away. He seems pissed, like really pissed. He seems to have mistaken our duo for enemies, so he threatens them to hand over Young-hee right away. But the guy is quickly humbled when Young-hee herself tells him to stop and clarifies that they are her saviors, not enemies. She apologizes for not following him closely behind, which led to this misunderstanding. The big guy's straight and serious face softens into a smile. He's just relieved that she's safe, and that's all that matters to him. He then quickly apologizes to the duo as well. Gamdal is a little bewildered, thinking that this is the same guy who threatened them with that menacing look, but now he's acting all chummy. That's when Gamdal notices something strange. The girl is shaking uncontrollably while she's addressing her instructor. She's all sweaty and trembling like a leaf as she continues to apologize. The creepy guy puts his big hand on her tiny shoulder, and with a creepy smile on his face, he reassures her again, warning her to stay close to him next time. The bastard just keeps squeezing her shoulder, continuing to warn her. At one point, the girl reluctantly says that it's hurting her, but she soon gets relief from the pain when Gamdal steps in and grabs this bastard's filthy hand. Both guys lock eyes, shooting deadly daggers with their sheer intensity. Seeing how this new bastard is acting, it's clear that things are about to escalate quickly. Hira is practically ready with 911 dialed in her mind, prepared to take this creep head on. But we all know violence isn't always the answer, so our big guy decides to play it safe. Instead of escalating the situation, he puts on a big smile, extends his hand for a handshake, and suddenly, the killing intent-filled atmosphere shifts into something that looks like a big bros happy reunion. Gamdal smoothly starts buttering up. He praises Young-hee, saying he's heard a lot about Hope Village and was blown away by her passionate speech. He can't even describe in words how fantastic of a job she did promoting the village. Not only that, but she also spoke highly of her amazing instructor. Young-hee, knowing full well that Gamdal is exaggerating like crazy, decides to play along. When her instructor turns to her and asks if this is true, she quickly flashes a peace sign and nods, confirming that the big guy is indeed telling the truth. For a moment, this jacked-up shithead gives her a cold glare, but he soon reciprocates Gamdal's smile and promptly introduces himself as Sumin Bayek, an instructor at Hope Village. Now that Gamdal has full control of the conversation, he quickly asks Bayek if it would be possible for his family to visit Hope Village. Bayek is surprised to hear the mention of family, so he promptly inquires if there are others beside him. To which Gamdal quickly clarifies that he has a wife who is right behind him, and a daughter as well. Since his daughter is sick, he wants her to get treated in the village. As soon as Hira hears this bastard calling her his wife, she starts giving him those death glares. Gamdal is pretty darn sure he's as good as dead if he keeps pushing it. Beck, on the other hand, responds that they indeed have a doctor in Hope Village, and he's confident that the doctor can take a look at her. But the problem is that one will have to cough up an entrance fee. Of course, Gamdal has already taken care of that. After all, that payment was the only reason they had to go through that life-or-death situation in the dungeon. Bayek decides to leave as he's eager to deliver this news to the village first. He promises to meet again tomorrow in front of this building. With that, he walks off, and before leaving, Young-hee suddenly stops and doesn't forget to pay her respects to Gamdal. Anyhow, this hunt has proven to be quite successful for Gamdal and Hira, as they're one step closer to Chukbok's treatment. He happily turns toward her, but the lady quickly delivers a devastating kick to his leg, causing him to fall and wince in pain. Of course, he instinctively calls her a bitch after taking that painful kick, but she just tells him to consider it a little love from his wife. As they go back and forth, we transition to Instructor Bayek and Young-hee walking down a quiet corridor. Bayek hasn't gotten over the fact that Gamdal's grip was so strong. He considers himself one of the strongest people, but after meeting Gamdal in person, he can tell that guy is on a whole other level, and his wife is no weakling either. He's quite impressed with how she turned in a split second and dodged that attack. Bayek grins sinisterly as he thinks about how both are talents that their village needs. He mustn't lose them, and he's pretty sure the village head will be thrilled to meet these two. He is so excited that he can barely wait for the next day to arrive. The next day arrives, and the first thing we see is the annoyed face of Hira, who is frustrated to see that this gorilla hasn't finished packing yet. Meanwhile, the monster mom makes sure to wrap her little girl's finger under the bandages, ensuring it stays covered and isn't exposed. The mother desperately wants to go with them on their journey, but she can't, since she's a monster. She tries to convince her daughter about it, and eventually, she succeeds in getting Chukbok's permission to tag along. But Gamdal quickly objects to this idea, leaving the monster mom feeling sad once again. Even Gamdal feels down seeing her upset. So, he tries to reassure her, promising that they'll be back before she knows it, and all she has to do is wait a little while. His wife asks him to promise that he will come back, and without a second thought the big guy promises right away, giving her a kiss on the head as a bonus. For a moment, the mom feels sad about her situation. If only she were a normal person. She could have gone anywhere with her family. While she is thinking that, both father and daughter say their final goodbyes, and even Hira, usually as stern as a mule, smiles at her. And with that they leave. Seeing them leave makes her long for the day when she's a normal person, happily venturing around with her family. But since she isn't, she's left behind, stuck in this dimly lit apartment. But she acknowledges that she also has her own role to perform, so she acts quickly. We don't know exactly what she's trying to do, but let's hope we'll find out soon. Meanwhile, our trio has finally boarded the van that Instructor Bayak has brought. Gumdal inquires if the doctor is actually skilled, to which Beck quickly vouches for him, claiming that he's called one of the necessary people in their village for a reason. Still, Gumdal isn't entirely sure how things will turn out, but he's hoping it will work out well for his little one. Back at the apartment, the monster mom gets fully naked and concentrates. She can literally feel the creature's tentacle inside her body. It looks like this tentacle belongs to the leader of the cannibal tribe. Now it makes sense why he was telling her that he wanted his body back. On the other hand, leader of the cannibal tribe quickly concentrates and figures out the location of our mom. Now that he knows where she is, he tells his cannibal group members to be prepared, with Dayan leading the charge. Meanwhile, our party has arrived at Hope Village. Once they enter the vicinity of the building, Bayek announces to everyone that when they get off, they should leave their luggage in the car, and they'll get it back later. Although they've arrived in the village, Gamdal doesn't want to let his guard down, and signals to Hira that they should act together. Of course, the lady just gives him an annoyed look at seeing him bossing her around. Gamdal then turns to his girl and asks if she remembers what he had told her, to which she goes silent for a moment. But she quickly responds that she remembers. She quickly starts the act and immediately starts addressing Hira as her mommy, and Hira has no choice but to play along, though she feels a little embarrassed. But nonetheless, she continues to call her sweetheart in order to make the act convincing. Though Gamdal can clearly see through how hard she's trying to act, it's still pretty terrible. The car finally comes to a stop, and as soon as the van's back door opens, a crowd of people is already gathered to greet the group. Gamdal looks bewildered by the number of people, and turns to the instructor for an explanation. The instructor reassures him that this is just a tradition in the village, as the locals are naturally curious about visitors. There's nothing to worry about since the crowd is completely harmless. Even with this reassurance, Gamdal still feels uneasy, while Hira looks visibly annoyed. The head of the village steps forward to greet the group. He introduces himself as Hyung-Jun Kim, the person in charge, and expresses his happiness to see everyone. Later, as the villagers begin unloading the van, one of the villagers even struggles to carry a bag that Gamdal typically handles with ease. A moment that doesn't go unnoticed. The village seems lively, and even Gamdal can't ignore the homely atmosphere that surrounds the place. The old man explains that this is just everyday life for their village. He mentions how glad he is that the visitors feel at home here, something he has missed deeply since the apocalypse began. This village, he says, is a product of the earnest hopes and hard work of its people over the last 5 years. In the beginning, things were much harder. Everyone was trying to survive, so the conflicts were ordinary things. It wasn't easy to manage at first, but over time, the villagers became inseparable members of what he now considers his family. Hira, however, can't shake the feeling that something about this man seems suspicious. The old man then quickly shifts the conversation to Chukbok and her treatment. After walking a short distance, he points to a room marked hospital. The old man admits that it looks a bit shabby from the outside, but assures them that the doctor inside is nothing short of a magician. Gamdal expresses his gratitude for the help, but as soon as the old man is out of earshot, he quietly shares his own doubts. To him, everything here seems off. Hira too can feel the suspiciousness lingering in the air. The first thing that stands out is the lack of security. The entrance is completely unguarded, and there are no lights to keep the monsters away at night. Moreover, no one in the village appears to be armed. It's a place with virtually no defenses, which only makes it all the more suspicious. For now, Hira decides to focus on Chukbok's treatment, so they promptly enter this dark place, which is supposed to be a hospital. As they descend, the path grows darker with every step until they find themselves in a pitch-black ward. It's hard to believe someone thought it was a good idea to build a hospital in the basement. While walking around, Chukbok suddenly stumbles over something on the floor and tumbles forward. As she withers in pain, she notices that what she tripped over isn't just some random object. Her eyes catch a faint red glow, and in that instant, her survival instincts kick in. Her bandaged index finger begins to throb, and her nail rapidly elongates into a sharp weapon. Acting on pure instinct, she lashes out and pinches this hospital ghost with her sharp nail. Before we can figure out who this ghost under the blanket is, the scene cuts away to a conversation happening outside. Apparently, Instructor Bayek is discussing our trio with the old man. It's revealed that the old man is putting them through a test, a prerequisite for participating in something called the Food Day event. Bake expresses concern, wondering what would happen if the group refuses to take part, even if they pass the test. The old man calmly states that if that happens, they can simply get rid of them and use their skin, which would suffice. He also instructs Bayek to be particularly kind to the child accompanying the couple. Apparently, their founder has taken a special interest in her. The scene cuts back to Chukbok. Her scream catches the attention of Gamdal and Hira as well. The poor girl's hand is grabbed by the creepy sucker under the blanket, and he questions the little one, asking what in the hell she's doing. Right at that moment, Hira grabs the blanket sucker and pins him to the ground. With her dagger in hand, she demands that this bastard reveal his identity. As soon as she pulls the blanket away, we see this guy, completely terrified out of his mind after being threatened like that. He finally musters up the courage to say that he's a doctor. Hira isn't entirely convinced that this pathetic man is actually a doctor, but later, Gamdal can be seen bowing his head, apologizing for their misunderstanding. However, the doctor doesn't seem to know how to calm down and keeps berating the group for their negligence. Seeing how ridiculous this man looks, sleeping with a childish pillow by his side, Gamdal definitely wasn't expecting to encounter someone like him. The doctor, on the other hand, is pissed that they attacked him like this and messed up his pillow, so he demands that Hira and the little one apologize. Of course, we can tell that both ladies are pretty reluctant to comply with what this bastard is saying, but this piece of shit just gives them a contemptuous look, and while Hira isn't in a position to fight back, she swallows her pride and apologizes, albeit reluctantly. Naturally, the forced apologies from the girls don't seem to satisfy the doctor, and he tells them to leave immediately. As he continues to shoo them out, his attention suddenly shifts to Chukbok's finger. Something about it catches his interest, and he gets intrigued right away. A little later, he's seen carefully inspecting her finger. After a thorough examination, he finally admits that he has no idea what's going on with her. This, of course, infuriates Hira, and she grabs the guy by his coat, ready to slam him to the ground. Her sheer anger is enough to intimidate the doctor, and he quickly explains himself. He says that her symptoms are exceptionally rare, often appearing in people who are bitten by monsters, or when monster blood gets into an open wound. However, he points out that she has no bite marks or visible scars on her body, and he's never encountered anything like this before. Fortunately, there's nothing wrong with her body right now, but the doctor can't say it will stay that way in the future. But for now, they'll just have to see how things go while they stay in the village. Gamdal then requests that the doctor keep his daughter's condition a secret from others. Normally, the doctor wouldn't keep something like this quiet, but since he's also interested in the condition, he agrees to keep it to himself. The little one places her tiny hand over her father's massive hand and asks him if he's worried because of her, or if the condition is really that bad. Her father reassures her, then decides to step outside for a bit to get some air and have some fun. While she plays around in the sand, the two of them just sit there. The big guy has no idea what to do in this situation since they haven't found any leads about her condition. They've been through so much just to get here, so he's not sure if telling the monster mama this bad news is a good idea. Just as the big guy continues to sink into despair, Hira stands up and tells him to stay beside his daughter. She reminds him that even if they're in the worst possible situation and there's no way out, he has to support his child so she doesn't fall. That's what parents are supposed to do for their children. This finally triggers something inside the big guy, and he quickly slaps himself in the face to snap out of it. As he stands confidently, she asks him if he has any ideas, to which the big guy confidently responds that they will surely find their way if they start their digging. While the two are discussing among themselves, we notice Yonghee standing right behind a pillar, looking anxious for some reason. To understand why she's here, we flash back a little to a moment earlier, where the village chief tells her to keep an eye on the family that arrived today. The chief wants to make sure there's no threat to the village, and since they're visiting the doctor's office now, she should find them there. If she notices any details, she's to report back immediately. So, she followed them to the doctor's office, and she too learned about Chukbok's mutated finger. In the present, she's standing there anxiously when suddenly someone taps her on the shoulder, freaking the hell out of her. When she turns around, she realizes it's her mother, who asks what she's doing here. Yonghee makes up an excuse, saying she was just taking a walk, but her mother sees right through the lie and directly questions her about why she's keeping an eye on this family. The mother suspects that the principal must have asked her daughter to do this, and since her hunch is right, the daughter remains silent. This causes the mother to lose her temper completely as she reminds her daughter, yet again, that she's told her many times not to blindly follow the village head. Finally, the daughter snaps back, telling her mother that everything she's doing, including going outside to promote the village, was her own decision. She firmly says that her mother should stop blaming the principal for everything. She reminds her mother that she's also a part of this village, and one day, she'll be recognized as someone important. She's confident that, just like her mother received a miracle from the principal, she will too. This enrages the mother even more, and she smacks her daughter over the head. She continues scolding her, reminding her that what she thinks of as a miracle is not actually what it looks like. After enduring enough of her mother's barrage of punches, the daughter finally breaks down and runs away. Before disappearing into the distance, she shouts back through her tears that all she wants is a goal in life. She pleads with her mother to let her pursue it, adding that if her father were here, he would have been proud of her. That remark pushes the mother over the edge. Enraged, she grabs some rocks and throws them at her daughter, furious at what she said. Eventually, the girl runs off, leaving her hopeless mother behind, who just wants her daughter to listen to her. I gotta say, this village we thought was a peaceful place seems totally messed up, completely filled with psychos. Anyway, later that night, Gamdal is absolutely bamboozled to be served such luxurious food. He literally never imagined he'd get to eat something this fancy. Both father and daughter can't help but think how much better it would have been if Monster Mama were here to enjoy it with them. We also catch sight of Hira, who seems annoyed at how carefree this jackass is being in a place like this. She reminds him that this village isn't a suitable place for Chukbok, and even the doctor has no clue about her symptoms. Hira, in her secret thoughts, even considers killing Monster Mama if she turns out to be the cause of Chukbok's condition. Suddenly, their attention is grabbed by the ever-eager principal, who insists on sitting with them at the table. After dinner, it's clear Chukbok ate way more than her tiny belly could handle. She looks like she's about to pop. Gamdal marvels at how he never thought he'd get sausages in a place like this, to which the principal proudly explains that it's possible because they have ranches and farms nearby. When Gamdal asks about the electricity situation, the principal claims they don't have enough generators, so they only use power when it's absolutely necessary. At some point, the principal steers the conversation toward Chukbok's finger. Gamdal responds by saying that the doctor mentioned needing more time to figure out how to cure her. After giving this thorough look at Chukbok's finger, he casually suggests taking a walk outside the village later tonight. Gamdal is not sure if walking in the middle of the night is a great idea, but the principal explains that they regularly go outside the village once a week to gather food because the village population is growing, and they need large amounts of supplies to sustain everyone. Still, Gamdal can't help but question why it has to be at night, especially with monsters roaming around. That's when the principal calmly explains that this is precisely why they go out at night. Before Hira and Gamdal get any wrong ideas, the old man quickly elaborates that the monsters are most active at night, which means they leave their dens and roam outside. While the monsters are distracted, it's safer for the villagers to enter their hideouts and gather food or supplies. Hira isn't sure if she should laugh at the old man's joke. She looks at him suspiciously and asks how the hell he plans to get through all those monsters outside without getting killed. This time, she demands honest answers because she's had enough of this nonsense. The big guy quickly tries to apologize to the old man, explaining that she's a bit sensitive. But the principal doesn't seem bothered by her harsh tone, and insists that what he said wasn't a joke at all. The fuck? Gamdal said in his mind, because he also thought the old man was just joking around. The asshole then smirks and is sure that they will believe him once he's going to show them the miracle of Foods Day. It's already dawn, and while Chukbok is playing around, Hira turns to Gamdal and asks if he really believes what that crazy old man said. Gamdal admits that he's not sure about anything. The old coot might just be full of lies, but there's also a chance that this could lead to a cure for Chukbok. If what the old man said is true, then it's worth checking out. Hira makes it clear that she's out. Gamdal isn't surprised to hear this, especially since she isn't a parent. Well, Hira admits as much, claiming that's not something non-parents can truly understand. Still, she wishes him good luck and says she'll be waiting for good news. The big guy doesn't quite understand what her deal is, but he makes it clear that he'll do whatever it takes for Chukbok. When night finally falls, Gamdal finds himself already starting to regret his ridiculous decision. Why the hell didn't I listen to Hira? Is all that's going through his head as he stands there. In front of him is the creepy old principal, who suddenly bursts into laughter. The old man tells Gamdal to look around, take in the fresh night air, enjoy the pleasant breeze, and admire the moonlight casting its glow over everything. But Gamdal isn't feeling any of that. Everyone around, including him, is trembling in the presence of the countless monsters lurking nearby. Meanwhile, the instructor, the principal, and that woman in a robe just stand there unfazed. The entire area is literally crawling with monsters, And what's creeping the hell out of Gamdal is that the monsters are circling the people in red cloaks but not attacking them. Gamdal also notices that there are also kids among the people in red robes, which freaks him out even more. As the perspective shifts to a wide aerial view, we see how all the people in red robes are encircling the other villagers, acting as a natural barrier against the monsters. By now, Gamdal is sure of one thing: the principal knows something about the monsters. A little while later, the villagers are seen arguing among themselves over the supplies they've gathered. One insists that they were the first to grab a particular item, while another claims ownership of the same thing. Meanwhile, Instructor Bayek quietly asks the principal if he's going to start it right away. The old man responds positively, saying that this is the perfect moment to begin. With a smirk, the principal snaps his fingers and declares that it's time to show them a miracle. The moment he snaps his fingers, all the monsters launch themselves at the villagers. However, while the monsters can be seen strangling and restraining the villagers, they are not actually trying to kill anyone. The entire situation feels bizarre and unnervingly calculated. Everyone is panicking. While this isn't the first time the old man has seen such despair on people's faces, he's still enjoying it just as much as ever. He revels in how pitiful and helpless humans can be, finding their desperate pleas for mercy in the face of fear both pathetic and strangely adorable. However, the old man feels a bit disappointed that he's not seeing much of a reaction from the guy the instructor chose. But Instructor Bayek proudly tells his senior to watch the front lines closely. When the principal shifts his gaze forward, his eyes widen in shock as he notices Gamdal single-handedly obliterating the monsters. Gamdal is crushing these creatures like numbers on an abacus, and now the tables have turned. It's the monsters trembling and crying in fear at the sight of his overwhelming strength. Gamdal can't seem to make sense why these monsters suddenly attacked out of nowhere, and what's even stranger is how the bastards in red robes are just standing there, doing absolutely nothing. This only makes Gamdal more suspicious, as he starts to think this might have been their plan all along. He always knew that walking around this area at night would be dangerous, but he hadn't expected to face this many monsters at once. Suddenly, one of the monsters lunges at him, trying to take a bite out of his hand. But Gamdal grabs the creature like it's a trash bag and flings it away effortlessly. But soon more monsters lunge at Gamdal from behind. Reacting instantly, he twirls around with supersonic speed and delivers a devastating blow to each of their heads, leaving the eager bunch sprawled on the ground. Seeing this powerhouse of a man in action, the principal doesn't know how to react. He hasn't encountered someone this intriguing in a long time, but now that he is seeing this, he finally understands why Instructor Bayek holds Gamdal in such high regard. Gamdal is literally pushing away the monsters with nothing but his backpack, a feat far beyond what anyone could expect from a mere human. However, as strong as Gamdal may be, he's still human. Eventually, the overwhelming number of monsters starts to take its toll, and it looks like defeat is inevitable. Just as the monsters are about to rip him apart, the old man decides it's time to stop this madness. But before he can intervene, he's stunned by what happens next. All the monsters swarming around our Gigachad are obliterated in an instant. Gamdal is carrying a flashlight in one hand and an axe in the other. He's literally obliterating the hell out of these monsters. Though he manages to push them back for a moment, he's swarmed again. The injured monsters return to attack him because he missed their vital points. There's no way out of this if he can't stop them from healing. He's sure there must be a way out, and all he needs to do is focus. As he does, his mind flashes back to the conversation he had with Hira, where she tried to warn him about following that old coot. Now he feels like an idiot for not listening to her. He wishes only he had powers like Chukbok's mother. He'd also love to be as skilled as Hira, as he needs all the strength he can muster just to protect his daughter. But sadly, he knows that this is simply not going to happen in reality. As the monsters keep closing in, the creepy figures under their red hoods just watch from the sidelines. Now that Gamdal feels completely screwed, he decides to take the creepy old bastard with him as well. He summons all his strength in an attempt to outrun and overpower the monsters, but the sheer number of them eventually pins him to the ground. As he faces what seems like certain death, his mind flashes back once again to the promise he made to Monster Mama, that no matter what happened, he would be there for her and her child. But in return, he wanted to become her husband. At that moment, Monster Mama agreed to become his wife. But now, as he lies helpless, he feels disappointed that he can't keep his promise to protect them anymore. Surprisingly though, the old man begins clapping, and suddenly, all the monsters withdraw. They retreat as quickly as they came, leaving Gamdal and the villagers alive. Although they are all safe, the terror they experienced has left a permanent mark on their minds. The principal, on the other hand, claims that this is the miracle that exists in their Hope Village. Because of this miracle, everyone is safe and sound. Now that they think about it, they realize that they are indeed unscathed, not a single bite on their bodies. The old man continues with his speech, telling the villagers how they can have a fulfilling life free from monsters and a hopeful future instead of living in constant fear. He promises that everything they've dreamed of is possible in Hope Village, and that he will ensure their future is even better. All they need to do is trust him. Not surprisingly, all of the newly recruited villagers are in tears, willingly placing their faith in the old man's hands. They are ready to give everything for the village. Meanwhile, Gomdal finally understands the scheme the old bastard is running. He realizes that the man has used fear to manipulate the villagers into trusting him. Gomdal is now certain that these people are incredibly dangerous. The scene transitions back to the dimly lit underground ward. We see Chukbok lying in bed, while the doctor is still lying beneath the bed. It seems like this nutjob of a doctor is having a hard time falling asleep, especially with the ladies sleeping on top of him. As the doctor continues to complain, Hira gives him a death glare, and this much was enough to humble this creepy bastard. Now that his whining is out of the way, both ladies are glad that they will be finally able to enjoy some peaceful sleep. The scene transitions to the apartment where Mama Monster is living. It's already night, and Mama Monster is certain the cannibal tribe will eventually come after her. She also knows they might be using the tentacle planted inside her to track her location. She reflects on how that yellow-eyed bastard was demanding she return his body. Not only does she not remember anything that happened that day, but she also has no recollection of her past life. Just as she's lost in thought, a creepy monster suddenly crashes inside her apartment. But Mama jumps out of the way and retaliates back with a deadly slash. Seeing this creepy, hairy monster, Mama is sure that she has seen this one before in that dungeon. But she has no clue how this monster knew about her location, or why she was not even able to detect this monster. Mama's confusion only grows when she hears the monster speak. The first thing the creature says is that it already knew Mama's exact location. Also, the monster seems offended that Mama only remembers her as a hairy monster. The creature claims that she had always wanted to face off with Mama one-on-one. But Mama isn't having any of it, and in an instant, she grabs the monster by the throat and slams her to the ground. The fact that this monster just read her thoughts is driving Mama crazy, and it only gets worse when the monster admits that she indeed read her thoughts. Mama quickly demands to know if the creature is from the cannibal tribe, or if she's working with others. But this hairy monster doesn't answer. Instead, she falls silent and attempts to retaliate. With no choice but to protect herself, Mama gets off the monster, and the hairy sucker bolts out of the place. But Mama quickly retaliates with her needles again. Unfortunately, her poisonous needles fail to have any real effect. The hairy monster smugly claims to know everything about Mama, while Mama is left clueless about who, or what, this creature really is. Then, the monster shifts the conversation, casually bringing up how Mama has a charming husband and an adorable daughter. She even mentions that Mama's family went to the village with the axe woman, and as if that wasn't enough, the hairy monster also knows that the cannibal tribe is after Mama too. Mama has no idea what the hairy monster is getting at with all this. And if she isn't part of the cannibal tribe, then who is she? The hairy woman quickly starts to transform a little, and all those hairs around her body begin to wrap themselves tighter. After her brief transformation, she launches herself at Mama. Mama is left stunned, realizing that this monster looks almost identical to her. But before we see these two Eren Yeager dueling it out, we flash back to Mama's memories. She explains how she always felt like someone was watching her, but when she looked around to check, she found nothing. At first, she thought she was just being paranoid because she was tired, but it turns out she was wrong. There was a time when she constantly felt an icy cold stare on her, and now it seems like she's finally getting some answers about those mysterious looks she's always felt. The monster flings Mama out of the apartments, but Mama quickly kicks this bastard lady and throws her crashing down on the ground while she herself just lands back on the ground, safe and sound. She is sure that since it fell from above it probably died, but she soon finds herself proven wrong when this hybrid version of Venom stands back unscathed. It looks like Mama is already out of tricks. She's tried using her paralyzing poison and even attempted cutting off the monster's arm, but nothing seems to work against this strange anomaly. Still, Mama refuses to give up. She's sure there must be a way to overpower this hairy sucker. But the monster, who seems to be hearing all of Mama's thoughts, smugly reminds her that she's already done everything she could. According to the creature, there's no way Mama can defeat her. What's worse, the monster claims she can feel every emotion Mama experiences. And as fear begins to creep into Mama's mind, the creepy sucker feels it too. Eventually, Mama bolts out of the place as fast as she can. She knows she has to escape because deep in her bones, she can feel how dangerous this monster is. But it seems Mama never stood a chance. Before she can make it far, the creepy bastard pierces her from behind. The monster tells her that she can't possibly deny her existence any longer, so she better face the truth. The monster keeps piercing poor Mama, relentlessly continuing the attack. Blood splatters as the creature's strikes tear through her, and eventually, Mama exhausts herself from all the blood loss and torn limbs. This photocopy of Mama is furious that the real Mama isn't paying attention to her. All she wants is to be accepted. Meanwhile, Mama can feel her life slipping away. Pleasant memories flash across her mind as she nears death. Her mind drifts to a moment when she had her child on that fateful day, and in that flashback, we see her child covered in hair, just like this hairy monster. Suddenly, Mama snaps out of the nightmare. Her body is slick with sweat, but before she can catch her breath or make sense of her jumbled thoughts, she notices the cannibal tribe already looming over her. After taking Mama outside, Dayan takes it upon herself to punch Mama as hard as she can across the face. But it's stupid Dayan who ends up with a nasty cut on her hand from the sharp fangs in Mama's mouth. This ticks Dayan off, so she starts kicking Mama instead. One of the cannibal tribe members points out how Mama is totally his type, and since she also has a kid, it just makes it even better for him. But hearing this, it's clear that Mama could never want to be with someone as filthy as this bastard. So she delivers a nut-cracking kick right between his legs, leaving his filthy head going bonkers with pain. When Dayan tries to retaliate, she gets a solid kick of her own, sending her crashing into the wall. Mama quickly seizes the opportunity and bolts out of the place as fast as she can. Dayan is furious to see how they got their butts kicked again, so she angrily turns to Rin and orders her to chase Mama. But this big booba is confident that no matter where they run, these guys can never escape. After all, they can track her anytime with the tentacle stuck in Mama's chest. So, despite Mama's efforts to outrun them, Dayan catches up and delivers a devastating blow right to her back. But Dayan soon discovers that the person she attacked was just an ordinary zombie, and she ends up taking a nasty cut across her back from Mama in return. The horny monster who got kicked in the balls also attacks Mama, but he too ends up with a massive cut across his belly. Then comes the other guy, who looks like a juggernaut. He punches Mama hard enough to send her toppling backward, but she quickly regains her balance and steadies herself over her feet. Dayan and her companions seem to be in rough shape, but Rin is helping them recover. Even Mama finds it weird that the wounds she inflicted are healing so quickly, something she's never seen before. Dayan then brings up Mama's family and, to trigger her further, she claims to know that they are in the Hope Village. The way Dayan smiles when she says this makes it clear she has no good intentions for our Mama's family. The thought that this bitch is trying to threaten her family completely drives Mama crazy, and in a fit of rage, she lunges at Dayan. But her reckless move leaves her wide open, and the horny bastard takes the chance to drill several holes into Mama's belly with a single punch. Despite the brutal hit, Mama gets back on her feet and quickly launches her tentacles. But the horny bastard uses his own tentacle-like hands to grab Mama tightly and completely tie her up. Once she's immobilized, Dayan smirks with her trashy grin, and soon enough, the entire place is swarmed with those monsters. Dayan feels completely satisfied, thinking she's finally about to take her revenge. She's looking forward to tearing Mama apart. Just as she says this, the disgusting monsters start ripping off Mama's hands. While the poor mother endures agonizing pain, this piece of shit enjoys herself to the fullest. Dayan is thinking of taking Mama as her pet once her father is done dealing with her. But it looks like their plan isn't going to go as smoothly as they think. The idiots soon notice someone approaching them. Before anyone can react, Dayan gets brutalized with a smackdown that sends her crashing to the ground. That one hit is enough to leave her a bloody mess. Her partners are completely stunned to see this mysterious person knock out Dayan with a single blow. Even the zombies in the vicinity start trembling in fear. At this point, it's clear who this mysterious person is. Enter the dungeon master and her brat. The mother has arrived to save another one and reunite with her daughter, while her son, as usual, is eager to play. Dayan's team has started to sweat to see this tough opponent. Even Monster Mama doesn't know why the dungeon master is here of all times. She doesn't have the strength to deal with the dungeon master while already being tied up with these stupid thugs. It seems like our Mama hasn't yet realized that the dungeon master is actually on good terms with her, so she's seeing her as a new threat. The horny guy asks Rin how they should proceed further, and all the other monsters have the same clueless expression. But Rin gathers her guts and tells everyone not to panic. They're not here to fight the dungeon master. All they need is Mama, who has a part of their father's body. She commands them to capture her for the sake of their father. At Rin's single command, all the monsters lunge at Mama. Meanwhile, the brat tells his mother that he's itching to play. His mother acknowledges this and uses her massive hands to take down all the monsters rushing toward Mama. The hands are absolutely destroying all the zombies in the vicinity, except for Mama. Rin's face glistens with sweat as she realizes that the dungeon master only seems to be attacking her family members. Even Mama has no clue what's happening, but she soon figures it out when she notices the dungeon master smiling back at her. The cannibal tribe members prepare themselves to confront the threat before them. Rin quickly commands them to attack, but most of the ordinary monsters are just cowering in fear and start running away when they see those giant hands coming toward them. Meanwhile, the core members of the cannibal group are charging at their enemy with full force. but the horny one gets his head cleanly cut off with a single slash from Mama's hand. The Juggernaut completely loses it when he sees his friend drop dead. He goes all out, slamming his giant hand down as fast as he can. The ground beneath shatters, but Mama has already disappeared from the scene before the hit can touch her. The Juggernaut frantically looks around, trying to spot her. He doesn't want to attack randomly, knowing his own family members might get caught in the crossfire. But little does this giant idiot know, Mama is standing right behind him. He doesn't even notice until it's too late. The poisonous attack Mama gave him causes his flesh to melt, and before he can do anything worthwhile, Mama is ready to pierce this bastard's head with her needle. A while later, Dayan wakes up, and as she opens her eyes in her dazed state, she notices both Mamas standing right over her. Terror grips her when she realizes that her entire family has been turned into minced meat, including the core members of the cannibal group. She is terrified while Monster Mama looms menacingly in front of her, demanding she reveal everything she knows. In her panic, Dayan quickly spills all the juicy details. She starts by revealing that Hope Village is their second hideout and confirms she saw Mama's family there. The scene then quickly transitions to Hope Village, where all the new villagers have returned after completing the test they went through. Because of this test, everyone has started putting a lot of faith in the principal. Meanwhile, Gamdal is still struggling to get over the fact that the monsters controlled by the principal had the ability to talk. But sadly, he knows that even if he tells all this to Hira, there's not much they can do. Just then, a mysterious lady gestures toward him and tells him she's looking forward to meeting him at the hospital. A while later, she indeed appears at the hospital, where it looks like Hira is already ready to talk with this lady. Once she sits down, she introduces herself as Yangju Li, the mother of Yanghe. She claims she has heard a lot about Gamdal from her daughter. The first thing Gamdal notices is that this lady doesn't have a right arm, so she's using her left one to greet them. But instead of reciprocating the handshake, Hira just clicks her tongue, making the atmosphere even more awkward. Anyway, Yangju Li starts the conversation by asking Gamdal about his thoughts on the miracle of Food Day. She wants to know if he liked the miracle. Gamdal has no idea what she's asking with such a weird question, but he certainly doesn't want to believe in any miracle. Surprisingly, the woman is glad he doesn't believe in that crappy miracle bullshit. She was actually a bit worried that he might get fascinated by that old coot who calls himself the principal, so she's relieved to meet someone with similar views. Gamdal then tells her to just reveal everything she knows about this and what the principal is actually doing, to which she responds that he uses his innocent smile to trap people, either feeding them to monsters or transforming them into monsters. She explains that he's basically a bloody old man who created the cannibal tribe. The mention of the cannibal tribe shocks Gamdal, and even Hira isn't thrilled to hear that name. Gamdal asks for confirmation, wondering if this place is actually run by the cannibal tribe. Yangju calmly agrees, explaining that while the village might seem like an ordinary place, it's really more like a monster factory. Hira's suspicions only grow after hearing this. It feels strange to her that Yangju would be sharing such classified secrets with people she's only just met today. She demands the full truth, and Yangju is willing to share everything she knows. Hira then declares that she is leaving tomorrow. This catches the big guy off guard, because they have not done anything about Chukbok's treatment. Hira reminds Gamdal that they can't stay here, especially since they're already in trouble before even starting the treatment. She tells him that when they leave, they can take the doctor with them as a valuable hostage, and she plans to steal some supplies for the treatment from the village as well. Not to mention, Hira is also itching to kill this woman on the spot. The poor lady gulps nervously, feeling the intense glares coming from Hira. Gamdal tries to snap Hira out of her anger, but the doctor, who had been the victim of Hira's killing intent, warns everyone to watch their language, even when this brute lady is sleeping. He then reminds them that while this place is fully equipped with everything they could imagine, he still finds it difficult to cure Chukbok. He's unsure if taking the little girl back home would help her treatment. Yangju agrees with this, explaining that if Hira acts too rashly, Chukbok won't receive proper treatment in time, and her condition will worsen. Eventually, Chukbok could turn into a lovely little monster. While the idea of being a cute monster doesn't seem all that bad to all of us, it's definitely not something Hira would accept. In a burst of anger, she grabs Yanghe by the throat. Both men try to talk some sense into Hira, but she's dead set on finding out how Yangju learned about Chukbok's illness, since only the doctor knew about it. The doctor quickly stammers out that Yangju can be trusted, but Hira doesn't seem to think that way. She's boiling with rage, determined to eliminate any source of trouble that might hinder their future. She continues to tighten her grip on Yangju's throat, asking how the principal already knew about Chukbok. The poor lady manages to respond, saying that the principal is a dangerous man, and he's after Chukbok. Even if they leave this place, he will send monsters after them. Despite her words, Hira's grip only tightens further. In desperation, Yangju finally screams at the top of her lungs, promising to give Hira anything she wants: treatment, food, Anything. In exchange for one thing, she wants Hira to kill the old man in order to save her own daughter. The two men fall silent as they watch this desperate mother, and even Hira grows quiet. Slowly, her rage begins to subside, and she finally releases her massive grip from the lady's throat. Hira agrees to the demands of Yongju, but in return, she wants her to keep her word as well. She extends her hand as a gesture of goodwill and supports her to stand up. Meanwhile, Chukbok has been awake this entire time, quietly listening to everything the adults were talking about. Later, we see Yongju with the doctor. Her neck is still sore, and Yongju just can't get enough even after complaining about it so much. But the doctor comments that she got lucky, only suffering from a sore neck. The doctor then asks her if what she did was the right decision. He reminds her that they're up against the cannibal tribe, which is a huge risk, and asks if she's sure she won't regret her decision later. Not to mention, the doctor has no clue about how they're going to cure Chukbok when they don't even know the cause of her symptoms. But it seems Yongju isn't bothered by it. She's confident that the doctor is smart enough to figure something out, and as for regrets, she has none. She is determined to make this decision for her daughter's future. She is sure that her father would have done the same for her, and this is also her chance to redeem herself. To understand what happened to this woman in the past, we flash back 3 years ago. Through the desolate roads, she and her family walked together, risking their lives to collect food and avoid monsters along the way. They were on their way to the village her husband had mentioned, called Hope Village. As they walked, Young-hee, the young girl, started starving, but her father reassured her to hang on a little longer, saying they were almost there. He pointed to her mother, who was doing her best to stay strong despite the harsh conditions. As much as Yongju wanted to sacrifice herself to save supplies for her daughter, they finally made it to Hope Village. It was all thanks to her husband, Min Soo-go, whose optimism had given her enough courage to survive until they arrived. When the gates of the Hope Village opened, the first person they met was the principal. With a big smile on his face, he warmly welcomed them into the village, and everyone, including the principal, seemed cheerful and happy to see the newcomers. It felt like a dream to Yongju. Unlike the living hell they had endured outside, the village was full of happiness and warmth, just like before the apocalypse. Mama quickly brushed aside her concerns and felt immense relief. She was glad they had made it, and for the first time in a long while, she allowed herself to feel hope. That day, she cried uncontrollably. To think that her family had returned to a happy everyday life after settling in Hope Village was something that seemed too good to be true. Young-hee, who had been weak, grew up healthy and strong enough to play with her friends. Her husband became the voice of the village, helping it thrive. Thanks to her family and the villagers, she had healed as well and took on the responsibility of caring for the newcomers to the village. When the doctor arrived at the village for the first time, he was quite fascinated by this place, as well as a little dubious. Whenever he saw her husband cuddling with her, he felt an inexplicable irritation, though he couldn't quite understand why. The pivotal moment that changed Yongju's mind was the miracle that the principal showed them. At first, the principal's unusual tests seemed like the only way to ensure her family's safety, and she believed that the village was their sanctuary. The warm, thriving community provided a sense of security, and for a time, it felt like a haven from the horrors outside. But everything changed when her husband returned one day, his face pale and full of worry. He urgently told her that the village was far more dangerous than she realized. He claimed to have seen the monsters and discovered the dead bodies of villagers who had left the village, hidden away in the basement. He begged her to pack their things and leave immediately, warning her that if they didn't, they could be the next to end up as monsters or in the basement. However, Yongju was steadfast in her refusal to leave. She reminded him that even if they managed to escape, the outside world was no better. Death and danger awaited them there. She couldn't risk her daughter's life again by taking her out into the harsh, uncertain world. If they were going to face hell, then it would be here in the village, and she was determined to protect her family within its walls, no matter the cost. She told him to stay put while she would handle everything herself. She was confident that her husband was simply overthinking, so she decided to confront the principal herself and reveal everything her husband had told her. The principal listened calmly, and to her relief, he reassured her that everything would be fine. He even praised her for her honesty, claiming that trust was the foundation of the village's strength. For a moment, she felt reassured, believing the principal's words were genuine. However, that fleeting relief turned into unimaginable terror. She found her husband dead, brutally mutilated, and her own hand severed, all of it happening in front of her eyes. She couldn't comprehend how things had spiraled so terribly out of control. Was it because her husband had gone into the basement without hesitation? Or was it because she had ignored the warning signs and placed her trust in the wrong person? Then, the principal began to speak, recounting the peculiar habits of cuckoo birds. He explained how cuckoos lay their eggs in the nests of other birds, leaving the unsuspecting mother bird to raise cuckoo's young. When the cuckoo hatches, it pushes the mother bird's own eggs out of the nest ensuring that all the attention and care is focused on the cuckoo chick alone. The poor mother bird raises the cuckoo with love. Even when the cuckoo matures, it remains selfishly dependent on its adoptive parent until it finally abandons the nest, leaving nothing behind but devastation. This was one of the reasons the principal disliked cuckoo birds. He reminded her that he had raised her with all his faith because he believed they were family. But once someone dared to act like a cuckoo bird, it infuriated him beyond belief. He went absolutely bonkers because he simply couldn't entertain the fact that the rats who had betrayed their faith no longer belonged in his village. That day had been a total devastation for the poor mother, and her tears flowed involuntarily like this. She began apologizing, promising that it wouldn't happen again. She claimed it was all her fault that she couldn't convince her husband, so she would do anything the principal wanted of her, whether as his servant or slave. So please, she begged him to save her husband. That was when Instructor Bayek stepped up and kicked her hard across the face. He was pissed that how could she ask for their trust when she had betrayed them once already. He wouldn't tolerate any ungrateful rats living in their sanctuary. The old man told Beck to simmer down, and since she had at least been honest and confessed everything her husband had told her, he decided to give her another chance. But it would be the last chance. He threw her a knife and demanded that she kill that cuckoo bird. Then he would recognize her as a member of his family again. But of course, the lady couldn't bear to kill her own husband, so she refused to comply. The principal quickly brought up her daughter, which eventually left Youngju with no choice but to gather her guts and take her own husband's life. As she held the dagger in her hand, her husband looked at her for the last time and told her to just do it. He also whispered something that only she could hear, and with that, she took the life of her own husband. Later, that old bastard hugged her and officially recognized her as a member of his village. The next day, everyone had gathered, and they all expressed their sorrow over the death of one of their family members. The old man spun his lies and told the villagers that the dead man had bravely fought against the monsters but had eventually lost his life, while his wife had lost her arm. But thanks to their sacrifice, everyone would be safe in the village. With fake tears in his eyes, he expressed his great sorrow and remorse that one of their family members had to die like this. As expected, all of the people started showing the principal their support, saying it wasn't entirely his fault. That bastard of an old man was truly one of a kind, swaying everyone's mind and winning their trust and sympathy. Beck, the bastard who treated her husband like an insect, was offering his condolences with flowers, but the most disgusting person in that crowd was her. She was the one who had staged this entire show. Just the memories of the time when she killed her husband made her want to puke her guts out. Her greed had basically killed her husband, and she couldn't even bring herself to kill herself because of the guilt. Her daughter Yonghee had been relying on the principal since her father's death, and she would rather die than forgive herself for what happened. However, she had work to do. If this continued, they would take advantage of her daughter as well, and she would live a miserable life, worse than her husband Min-soo's. At this moment, she made up her mind. It didn't matter how much time it took. She would kill them all to keep Yonghee safe and avenge Min-soo. No matter what the cost, she would do it. The flashback finally ends, and we find ourselves in the hospital. It's the 28th experiment the doctor has conducted, and he has finally discovered that Chukbok differs significantly from the other monsters. In the second experiment, he gave a lab rat a blood sample from her mutated finger, and it only took 35 seconds for the rat to mutate. On the contrary, he also tried injecting another rat with blood from a different part of her body, but nothing happened. He also conducted a few additional tests using various methods, but he couldn't determine the cause of her mutation. However, he had figured out one thing. He discovered a kind of membrane at the end of the mutated part that seemed to stop the virus from spreading to other body parts of hers, and he needed more time to investigate further. Chukbok seems to have a gene that can stop the infection, or is immune to it. Suddenly, Chukbok sneezes, which scares the hell out of the doctor, who had been in deep concentration. The sweet girl has her snot dangling out of her nose, and this time she's broken her previous record by having the longest snot. The doctor feels creeped out and offers her a tissue to wipe that stuff off her face. The girl then asks the doctor if she is going to become a monster because she overheard him last night. Well, it seems like the doctor has no clue how to comfort her, so he tries his best. He tells her not to worry, though it won't be easy, but there must be a way. He assures her that she doesn't need to worry about what they said last night. The doctor then thinks to himself if this would be enough to comfort her, as he'd be quite annoyed if she started crying. But to his surprise, the girl doesn't seem bothered by this at all. In fact, she's happy that she'll be strong like her mother when she turns into a monster. She wants to become a huge monster in order to protect her mother and father. Just the thought of being strong, protecting her family, and getting all the praise makes her feel proud. Although she's idolizing herself as some kind of superhero in her imagination, in the doctor's imagination, all he could see was a mindless Chukbok, unconsciously thinking about her mommy and daddy and offering them food with her tiny, monstrous hands. Suddenly, the gate of the ward creaks open, and in comes Youngju. She announces that they are ready. Chukbok curiously asks about her parents and where they are going. Youngju just pats the little one on the head and tells her that they will be back soon. She asks if Chukbok wants to play a game with her. A hostage game, actually. The scene transitions to outside, where we see Younghee with one of her friends. Her friend inquires if she knows where the principal is right now, to which Younghee points toward the basement, claiming that he's probably in the newcomers area down there. As we enter the basement, we see the principal and Bayek, followed by our duo. The old man is buttering them up, glad that they decided to stay in the village. Gamdol returns the flattery with an equally grateful tone. Gamdol then questions this place, stating that he had no idea a space like this existed in the basement. The old man explains that this is a shelter they use when something dangerous happens. The old man then asks the big guy if Youngju came to the hospital to meet him on the first day, to which the big guy agrees right away. The old man then follows up with another question, asking what she told him. He claims that she told him a lot of things, like how good this village is and how highly she spoke of all the people living here. She gave full credit to the principal for making the village run smoothly. Just as Gamdal finishes talking, the old man lets out a giggle, which soon erupts into laughter. When Hira asks this creepy man why he's laughing, Beck responds that the story Gamdal has come up with is quite entertaining. Now that Gamdal and Hira are part of the family, Beck believes they should not be lying like this. Since they are lying through their teeth, Beck sees no reason not to kill them. The old man would love to keep our duo in the village, as they've proven to be a great resource for this place. But as much as he hates to admit it, he has also realized that they are a threat to the village. Since they are not part of this place, Hira asks if they can leave now. The old man quickly responds that she doesn't have to leave because there is another way she can become part of their family. If they become his true family, he promises to let them meet their daughter. The scene transitions outside the village, where all of the people are going absolutely nuts, panicking. We see Youngju commanding the other red-robed men, forcefully restraining everyone. Her demands are simple. If they value their lives, they should follow her and leave the village as soon as possible. Seeing her mother lead a rebellion leaves her daughter utterly bamboozled. We then learn that this old coot knew from the start that this rebellion was going to take place. He knew it would happen, as he was well aware of all the efforts Youngju put into this rebellion. He had seen how she persuaded our duo in the hospital and even her plan to threaten his family at this very moment. However, he did not intervene in her plans because this was an opportunity for him as well. He could find all the cuckoo birds who betrayed him, and he plans to remove them all together. Some useful ones can become his new family, and the rest can be fed to the monsters. He can't wait to see the devastation and hopelessness on her face when she figures out that all her efforts were for nothing. Meanwhile, our poor guy's facing up against this disgusting monster who literally has multiple tongues which are making our duo to avoid its attack. Although Gamdal is carrying a weapon Youngju gave them, the monster in front of them is enormous, and this weapon won't be enough to take it down, so they better retreat for the moment. He quickly tells Hira to step back, but this lady is as stubborn as a mule. Instead, she charges forward, cutting her way through the slimy tongues trying their best to grab her. Once she's done slicing through all the tongues, she proceeds to take the head of this disgusting monster. The monster notices Hira coming from behind, but it happened to be just her scarf. Well, that scarf was just a decoy. Hira quickly throws her jacket over the monster's face, and while it's disoriented for a split second, Hira proceeds to chop its head off. Although Hira manages to cut the head of the monster, her swing misses its mark slightly, and the monster finally breaks free from its skin. But this grand reveal proves to be just meaningless because this bitch gets axed over its head right away, and Hira did not even sweat while throwing it. In the meantime, Youngju's rebellion is going really well. To threaten the villagers even further, she injures the poor doctor, and the blood splatters out. Chukbok, watching this, does not look terrified at all. Apparently, she was told to act scared when the doctor got injured, so she quickly started pretending to be terrified. That is when one of the villagers addresses Youngju and expresses his disdain towards her. He is annoyed that she is rebelling against the principal, who gave everyone a happy life. Meanwhile, Youngju had already mentally prepared herself for this criticism, so she responds with a cold demeanor. This leaves the villagers, who initially wanted to retaliate, losing their morale, and eventually, they throw their weapons down. The lady feels relieved that at least now they can minimize the damage by sending the villagers to a safe location, and the weapons can also be put to use. It seems like it was a wise decision to send those two down with the principal. Otherwise, the old man might have already escaped without a scratch, and the people could have started a riot with that momentum. However, there's still a chance that the sly old man had predicted everything, so Youngju doesn't want to let her guard down. That's when something unexpected happens. Yonghi appears in the scene, holding the little one in her arms and a gun in her hand. She fires the gun into the air to grab everyone's attention, then points the barrel directly at her mother and commands her to let go of the villagers. Not only is her mother shocked, but even the villagers are bewildered to see Yang-hee wielding a gun. It seems Yang-hee has already been brainwashed by the principal. Apparently, he had told her in advance that her mother would lead a rebellion against the village and gave her the gun for this very purpose. As Yang-hee aims the weapon, her mother begins walking toward her. Her companions quickly warn her not to approach, as it's too dangerous. But Youngju continues her slow, deliberate steps and calmly tells her daughter to relax. Yang-hee, however, has a lot of questions she wants answered. She starts the conversation by asking her mother why she would take the villagers hostage and how she could possibly harm the doctor. Her mother approaches her to take the gun from her hands. But her daughter's mind is so influenced by the principal's shady practices that she believes it should have been her mother who died instead of her father. The girl panics suddenly, and in a moment of confusion, she aims the barrel at Chukbok's head, then shoots a few bullets at the red-robed men. She quickly begins running toward the basement gate, convinced that the only family she has now is the principal. She must follow his words and get to him. The scene then transitions to our mama, where we see the sweaty face of Da-yeon, who is being held hostage. Apparently, she is showing the secret way into the village. Da-yeon is sweating nervously as she sees that all of her minions are dead. However, when she looks back at our mama, she can tell that she's pretty exhausted. For a moment, Da-yeon thinks this might be her chance to make a run for it. But mama can read Da-yeon's face clearly and questions her about her intentions. This spooks Da-yeon, sending a chill down her spine, and she quickly tries to steer the conversation away, stating that mama looks tired and they still have a little more to walk. Suddenly, their attention is drawn by a massive thud, and it's actually Rin, accompanied by her giant pet monster. Rin looks annoyed at mama and is clearly eager to take her revenge. Da-yeon is both relieved and bewildered to see that her sister is still alive, as she had thought Rin was already pushing up daisies. Rin doesn't waste any time with small talk. She just tells Da-yeon to move away if she doesn't want to get caught in the collateral damage. With that, Rin commands her wild dog Bok-sun to attack, and the monster lunges at mama with full speed. Da-yeon bolts out of the scene as fast as she can, while mama prepares herself to face the monster. But before we can see the showdown between the two, the scene transitions back to Yang-hee, who is running with Chukbok in her arms, being chased by her mother and the other red-robed men. Her mother quickly tells her not to go further inside, as it's quite dangerous. But the daughter once again aims the barrel of her gun straight at her mother. The girl right away refuses to accept someone like her as her mother. All she wants is to remove her mother from her life because she already has the principal and the villagers as her family. That's when little Chukbok speaks up, clearly annoyed. She tells Yang-hee that she shouldn't be so mean to her mother. Chukbok is genuinely feeling sorry for her mother, thinking how sad it is that her daughter would say such harsh things to her. Chukbok's words begin to reach Yang-hee, and her hands holding the gun start to tremble. Right at that moment, her mother apologizes to her. She is genuinely sad that she wasn't there for her daughter when she needed her the most. She thought it would be better for her daughter, but now she realizes that she was a terrible mother who didn't care enough for her. She reassures her daughter that she doesn't have to worry about the doctor since it was all a show with fake blood because she would never harm her family. All she wants is for her daughter to trust her. The mother even goes as far as to say that she's not bothered by what her daughter said earlier about her dying. But for the last time, she wants her daughter to believe in her trash of a mother. The daughter, left emotionally vulnerable, can only cry, and eventually, she apologizes to her mother for being so harsh. Right at that moment, a monster drops down, and before anyone can react, it grabs both Yang-hee and poor Chukbok. The mother rushes to save her daughter as soon as she sees her in danger, but the monster quickly leaps away after acquiring its target. Yangju, consumed with anger, immediately orders her team to call for backup. She is furious that the old man had plotted all of this in advance and kidnapped her daughter. Meanwhile, as the monster takes the two girls away, Chukbok notices others fighting the monsters. What catches her attention is that Hira and Gamdal are also fighting against these creatures. When she shouts at the duo, they both look at her. Hira's face immediately falls as she notices the monster holding onto Chukbok. Hira's fury erupts, and with a single slash, she takes down the monster in front of her. However, before she could rescue Chukbok, the monster manages to escape. After a brief journey, the monster finally stops and releases both girls. Just as Yang-hee catches her breath, she hears the principal addressing her. He praises her for escaping from the traitors and bringing the child to him. He acknowledges it must have been difficult, but assures her she did an excellent job. The old man then makes a promise that from now on, his family will protect her. With that, he turns his attention to Chukbok. But just as the disgusting man reaches out to place his hand on Chukbok, he suddenly stops. He notices that Yang-hee isn't letting go of the child. Curious and slightly annoyed, he asks her why. For a moment, Yang-hee is silent, but then she finally speaks. She admits she always thought it was strange when people who loved the village disappeared without saying goodbye, or when others were kicked out for being bad. That's what the principal always told them. but now she understands the truth. She explains how, during their journey with the monster, she recognized some familiar faces among the monsters below. Faces she had seen before, people who had left the village. Now it's clear to her that the monsters were those very same people, transformed. Young-hee recalls how everyone who had been a valuable asset to the village had been turned into mindless monsters. Just as the realization hits her, Beck slams his foot down, trying to intimidate her. He's annoyed by her audacity to question the principal's judgment. He wonders aloud if she's forgotten the kindness he showed her while raising her. Young-hee doesn't want to seem ungrateful for everything she's received, but she can't understand how their families were turned into monsters. That's when Beck kicks her hard in the stomach, and the force of it knocks her out cold. The large man looks down at her, reminding her that this was just a warning. If she keeps talking like that, she'll be dead for sure. At that moment, the old man steps in, ordering Instructor Bayek to calm down. He then addresses Young-hee, speaking in a voice that holds no sympathy. He reminds her that this might be difficult for her little mind to understand. But in this world, not everyone can be happy. The world is divided between the strong and the weak, according to the law of the jungle. For survival, everything is fair game. While the weak simply wait for death, the strong take everything from them. The only way for the weak to survive is to be protected by the strong, just like him and his monsters. The old man is confident that once she's older, Young-hee will eventually understand. That's when Chukbok speaks up, and without a shred of hesitation in her voice, she calls him a bad old man. She quickly pulls the bandage off her little infected finger, and after raising it high into the air as if to make a point, she declares that people who make others cry are bad, and if they don't stop being mean to her, she's going to complain to her parents about everyone here. Her dramatic little speech grabs everyone's attention, and they all burst out laughing, amused by the sight of such a cute little girl talking so big. Not only is our little one annoyed by their laughter, but Chukbok is also furious that they're not taking her seriously. So, she gathers enough air in her lungs, enough to make her belly bulge. She lets out a screeching roar, calling out for her mommy and daddy. The old man snickers at her cute last-ditch effort. They all find her charming and admirable, having the confidence to seek hope even in the most desperate of situations. She looks so innocent that the old man wants to relish every moment of smashing her into pieces with his own hands. As the monster of an old man approaches, Chukbok finally panics. She instinctively begins to cry and starts calling out to her mommy with her volume cranked up to the max. This time her cry for help finally bore fruit. The old bastard quickly found himself struck in the mouth by a projectile, and the object that hit him was none other than Rin's head. Instinctively, Instructor Bayek reached for his gun, but before he could make use of it, an axe flew through the air, smashing his weapon in half. Chaos erupted around them as every monster in the vicinity went wild, wondering who had dared to throw such a thing at their principal's face. Their question was soon answered when they saw our mama standing there. On the other side, Hira stood, equally stunned and enraged. The two women were a force to be reckoned with. The one thing driving their fury was the fact that these monsters had dared to harm Chukbok, their daughter. Both mothers let out a deafening roar, a declaration that they would kill them all. Meanwhile, we find Dayan once again, huddled in a quiet corner, her body trembling with fear. She's in shock, unable to comprehend how our mama not only obliterated the pet that Rin had brought, but that Rin herself had also lost her life. Back in the thick of it, when the monsters notice the yellow eyes of our mama, it doesn't take them long to realize who they are dealing with. This is the female monster their father had been searching for, but they are confused about how she got inside as the monsters were supposed to be guarding the entrance. So if she's here, it means she's killed all of them. Meanwhile, Chukbok waves excitedly at her mama. Though mama is relieved to see her daughter safe and sound, she is still worried about Gomdal. At the same time, Hira observes the changes in the monster mama's appearance. Now, she seems to possess 3 tendrils, and there is also something emerging from her tentacles, something different from before. This sight only strengthens Hira's belief that this woman is a real threat to Chukbok. For some reason, the principal begins to feel uneasy upon realizing that the yellow-eyed woman before him is the very monster his father and the founder had been searching for. One of the monsters cautiously asks if the principal is all right, but it's clear that he is far from it, especially after being humiliated by having Rin's head thrown at him. The principal then straightens up and barks orders. He commands the monsters to capture the yellow-eyed woman at all costs and directs the rest to kill Hira. Meanwhile, Young-hee is paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably. She frantically suggests that Chukbok should run away while they still have a chance. But Chukbok, fearless as ever, refuses. She's confident that her mommies are strong enough to handle anything, and she couldn't be more certain of that fact. Instructor Bayek and a group of monsters advance toward Hira, while others charge at our mama. Young-hee, overcome with terror, wishes she could flee as far away as possible. Chukbok, however, watches calmly, because her confidence in her mama's is unshakable. Well, Chukbok has all the right to feel confident. The monsters don't even realize what's happening when Mama's tentacles begin to swing. In an instant, needles pierces the monsters. Screams of agony erupt one by one when the effects of her poisonous needles take place. Mama moves effortlessly, her tentacles thrashing and stabbing with lethal accuracy. The monsters have no chance but disintegrate into flesh and blood. The principal stands frozen, unable to believe his eyes. She's literally making them explode with hardly any effort at all. Meanwhile, one of the monsters begins its barrage of bullets right over Hira, but our girl just zips around with this godly speed you wouldn't believe. They've got no clue what the hell is happening, and one of them soon gets his head smashed with an axe. Then Hira suddenly appears right in front of Instructor Bayek. First, she takes out the monster standing to Bek's right shoulder. Then she retaliates against Bayek himself, leaving him with a solid wound across his chest. Meanwhile, Chukbok bolts toward her mama and hugs her as tightly as she can. The little one confidently and proudly claims that she didn't cry while she was away from her mama. This causes the proud mama to burst into tears, and both mother and daughter cry because they missed each other so much. Seeing this touching moment between mother and daughter, Jong-hee is left questioning herself. All the time she berated her mother flash before her eyes, and she has no clue why she was so rude to her. Overcome with sorrow, she bursts into tears and starts apologizing to her mother. Meanwhile, the old coot is losing his mind, seeing that all the monsters have been dealt with. It looks like he's next in line to get screwed because Hira is already standing behind him after taking care of Instructor Bayek. The deathly vibes Hira is giving off are enough to make the old man sweat uncontrollably. He yells out loud trying to call the founder. He shouts at the top of his lungs to wake him up, but just as Hira swings her axe to shut him up, she suddenly stops. A monster pops out of the old man's mouth, asking why he was called. Hira is unsettled to realize that this creepy old man had been keeping a monster inside him. But founder or whatever? Hira doesn't waste time and quickly swings her axe to take this monster down. Of course, we all know this monster is going to be a tough nut to crack, and as expected, it stops the axe with just its bare hands. In retaliation, it grows sharp projectiles over its hand and launches them at Hira. She quickly jumps away as fast as she can. Meanwhile, the old man finally coughs his founder out of his mouth. It doesn't take long for the monster to recognize that our mama and Chukbok are the ones his father has been looking for, and he seems thrilled that all his prey is literally standing right in front of him. The old man starts apologizing for calling the founder out here all of a sudden, but this old coot doesn't get to finish. The founder silences him by cutting his ear off entirely. Not stopping there, the monster begins growing even bigger, sprouting sharp objects from its back. In the next moment, it launches those sharp objects all over the area. Hira grabs Young-hee and drops to the ground to shield her, while Monster Mama makes sure to protect Chukbok. As soon as those projectiles hit the surroundings, they begin shattering everything around them. It turns out this bastard was aiming for the lights on the ceiling all along. Soon, the entire place plunges into darkness, except for the spot where Mama and Chukbok are. While Chukbok is still disoriented from the attack, Mama notices something and instinctively lashes out with her tentacles to retaliate. But she quickly realizes it's just Hira and another human girl. Thankfully, Hira manages to grab the tentacle before it could pierce Young-hee. Suddenly, ominous voices echo from their surroundings. Both Mamas immediately go on high alert, facing in opposite directions to keep an eye on things. Mama isn't sure she can fight while protecting Chukbok at the same time. That's when Hira suggests they head straight for the exit to get the kids to safety. Once she hands the kids over to Gamdal, she can return to deal with the monster. But before they can act, Mama gets pierced by a sneaky attack. While holding on to the enemy's tentacles to keep it from advancing, she orders Hira to take the kids and run. The monster starts retaliating fiercely. Hira makes the wise decision to sprint out of the place, with Young-hee carrying Chukbok in her arms. They leave poor Mama behind to face off against the massive monster, who is clearly nothing but trouble. Chukbok starts losing her mind seeing her mother in trouble. But that's when Hira notices something even more troubling. Instructor Bayek isn't on the ground anymore. This can only mean one thing. The bastard is alive. And worse, he's right behind her. Before poor Hira can react, he quickly delivers a flurry of cuts, leaving her barely any time to react. Both girls start to panic, and Young-hee starts running away after getting overwhelmed by fear. Chukbok, on the other hand, yells at her to just drop her down, because she ain't no coward. That bastard Bayek doesn't waste time. Using some slick moves, he quickly pins Hira to the ground. Mocking her, he asks if she knows about the strong martial arts of the Philippines. He boasts about learning them during his time as a police officer there and admits he was impressed by her earlier fast and unique moves. But now that the tables have turned, he is curious about what she's going to do to save herself. Meanwhile, as Young-hee sprints away with Chukbok in her arms, that creepy old man steps in her path, blocking her escape. But just before he can do anything, Young-hee's mother, Young-ju, comes out of nowhere and knocks the old sucker down with a single bonk over the head. While the mother berates that old bastard for daring to advance on her girl, Young-hee starts crying, overwhelmed to see her mom coming to her rescue. The mother then tosses the stick aside and hugs her girl as tightly as she can. Young-hee doesn't waste a second, apologizing profusely and promising to never use harsh words again. Meanwhile, poor Chukbok is caught in the middle of this passionate mother-daughter hug, getting squished from both sides. Just then, Gamdal and a group of red-robed guys arrive on the scene. Chukbok quickly shouts, panicked, about her mother being in trouble. And soon after, everyone begins to hear these nasty sounds of banging, thudding, and blood splattering echoing from afar. It's coming from none other than poor Mama. She's been pierced all over by that bastard of a monster, with holes in every part of her body. Chukbok's jaw drops in horror, and even the red-robed guys are standing in awe at the sight of Monster Mama. They immediately decide to take her down, raising their weapons to shoot. But before they can do anything, Gamdal stops them, shouting at the top of his lungs that she is his wife. Gamdal rushes to his wife and lifts her in his arms, but before he can get far, that same monster looms up right behind him. Startled by its massive presence, Gamdal freezes. Chukbok, with her tiny finger pointing at the monster, shouts that this is the bad monster. As Gamdal tries to run as fast as he can, the other red-robed guys unleash a barrage of bullets. Every single bullet hits the monster, but it's completely unfazed, like some kind of bulletproof beast with a money-back guarantee. Not only does the monster shrug off the attack, but it quickly retaliates, piercing one of the robed men straight through the belly with its tentacle. The others rush to pull the tentacle out, but before they can, the monster squeezes every last drop of blood from the poor guy, leaving him pale and unconscious on the ground. The monster relishes the taste of the blood it just drained, and with its appetite whetted, it's ready for more. It throws its tentacles at the remaining robed men, piercing them one by one. Each unfortunate victim is drained dry, their lifeless shells just lay on the ground. With no one left to drain, the monster bellows a chilling threat. It demands everyone to hand over our Mama and Chukbok, promising that if they comply, he'll show them a miracle. As soon as the people in hiding hear this, one of the robed ladies grabs little Chukbok and presents her to the monster, just as it demanded. She even promises to capture our Mama as well, begging the monster to keep its word and let the townspeople live as they did before. But the monster sees no reason to let these lowly humans live. He pierces his hand straight into the lady's belly, showing just how annoyed he is that they destroyed the community all because of their greed. He recalls how he gave them a life of prosperity, shelter, food, everything they needed. So, in his mind, he has the right to decide if the livestock he raised is worth keeping alive or not. Everyone is trembling in fear, unsure of how to deal with this monstrosity. Meanwhile, Mama is still lying on the ground, her body battered and bruised. But she's certain that in just a few minutes, she can kill that creature. On the other side, Hira is still locked in battle with that bastard. After exchanging a few words, they dive back into the fight. As for Monster Mama, she's back in action. She quickly grabs Chukbok and launches her away from the monster. Gamdal is quick enough to catch her in mid-air. Now that Chukbok is out of harm's way, Mama is ready to deal with the monster. She fires a series of poison needles at him, but the monster just takes them head-on. He boasts that his body has no senses, making it incapable of feeling pain. So in his eyes, it's all useless effort. But our Mama makes it clear that this monster isn't escaping the eternal agony that awaits him. The monster retaliates with its tentacles, delivering a devastating blow that gravely injures her. Let's not forget about Hira and that bastard. They're still locked in a fierce battle. From the looks of it, the enemy seems to have the upper hand in this clash as well. Meanwhile, the remaining townsfolk start firing their guns at the monster, but once again, the bullets don't seem to be doing any real damage. It's as if the beast is completely invincible. Youngju, however, refuses to live in a family where her loved ones are treated as nothing more than fodder. She declares that she wants a village where her daughter can grow up safely, free from fear. The monster, on the other hand, just scoffs to hear this. Mama then decides to step up her game. After pelting the monster with countless poison needles, she prepares for her final assault. But before we get to see the outcome of her fight, Hira decides she's done playing games with her own opponent. She's had enough of this guy and aims to end the squabble once and for all. In a shocking move, Hira delivers a brutal slap across the bastard's face, leaving him momentarily blinded. Seizing the opportunity, she grabs the very weapon this fool had been using and unleashes a relentless barrage of blows. The big monster notices that his body is starting to crack. He hadn't even realized it, but it seems our Monster Mama was trying to do this from the start. Realizing he's in deep trouble, he begins to run as fast as he can in order to put some safe distance between him and his enemy. Hira, meanwhile, has overpowered her enemy as well. Both Baek and the monster shout in disbelief, giving it their all in front of our ladies. But in the end, both ladies overpower their opponents. While Mama pierces the bastard with her tentacles, Hira lands a final slap across Bayek's face, knocking him out cold for good. But the monster, on the other hand, isn't done yet. Even after taking a sizzling hot drill straight into its chest, it somehow remains alive. It retaliates as quickly as it can, forcing Mama to retreat for a moment. The monster then goes through a little transformation, and it literally looks like a ball of spikes, but that doesn't scare Mama. She charges up her poisonous spear, which she's formed with her hand, and obliterates the beast like it's a watermelon. Later, we see all the red-robed guys and monsters littering the ground, dead. That bastard old man is still alive, hiding behind a vehicle. He grits his teeth, thinking about how he devoted himself to this village, and this is what he gets in return. He fed them, sheltered them, and this is how he's repaid. But just as he's brooding, he gets a solid slap on the butt from our little Chuckbok. When he turns around, he sees Gomdal and Chuckbok behind him. Later, everyone who survived that day stands around this bastard of an old man while he begs, reminding them how everything he did was for the sake of the village. His words might sway the group, but not Youngju and her daughter. Youngju aims her gun directly at this bastard's head and drills a hole right through it, ensuring he reaches hell before anyone else. With that, everything is over. Youngju collapses from exhaustion, but at least she avenged her husband, and she feels a sense of relief and satisfaction. After it was over, the village changed a lot in just a few days. The corpses of the principal and monsters were disposed of, and a small memorial service was held for the victims. Everyone decided to seal all the passages to the basement and keep guard for a while. However, there was another problem. They couldn't find Instructor Bayek's body. If Beck is still alive, who knows what he will do. When the secret and true nature of the place was revealed, most of the villagers packed up with their food and bags and left. The doctor was quite annoyed to see that, as they should have stuck around and helped each other. But instead, they decided to flee. A while later, in the hospital, the doctor tries to insert a syringe into Hira's muscle to give her antibiotics, but the lady refuses to take it because it hurts. It's kind of hilarious that she'd rather face scars from battle but is afraid of an injection. Anyway, she leaves the ward and the doctor calls out for the next patient. You see, a temporary vaccine was developed that stopped the infection from spreading among the injured. Since it's only temporary, it must be injected regularly, and it has some side effects. But other than that, it's fine. The fact that everyone survived was thanks to the monster mama and her daughter. The doctor was surprised to learn that Chuckbok's mother was a monster, and their DNA actually helped with the research. Meanwhile, Youngju is recovering from surgery, and all she needs to do now is wake up. The doctor is sure that she'll be so happy when she sees the village, and he's certain she'll shed tears when she sees her daughter and the freed village. He's hoping she wakes up soon. Although the doctor has narrated everything about the others, he's also dealing with some serious stuff that he just can't wrap his head around. The connection between Chuckbok and her monster mom is driving him crazy because the results of his research are totally unexpected. The scene then transitions into a past event, outside, where the entire place is run by monsters. A giant mutated monster is following the trail of fresh human blood, and that trail leads it to Instructor Bayek, who's standing there, totally bruised and battered. He finds himself in a nightmarish situation. Not only is the weapon he's holding shabby, but there's also this giant mutated monster in front of him. To make things worse, he's bleeding heavily, and the juicy smell of his blood is making the monster even hungrier. But then, someone hits the monster right in its head. The one who took down this beast is the yellow-eyed bastard, the guy everyone calls their father. He doesn't waste any time before asking Beck for all the juicy details he might have regarding recent events. In a matter of minutes, Beck fills the yellow-eyed bastard in on how the village was lost after the principal and the founder died. Now that he's brought shame and failure to his father, Beck is sure he can no longer be called his son. But he's grateful that his father gave life to everyone when they had no hope, even though they ended up losing the precious village their father had bestowed upon them. He begs his father to grant him powers like the other family members, as he wants revenge on those who wronged them. He knows it's a foolish request, but he still hopes it will be fulfilled. The one-eyed bastard turns to Beck and takes his life immediately. As far as this bastard is concerned, he is nothing more than a useless trash. After killing this power-hungry shithead, the yellow-eyed bastard sighs deeply. He regrets ever trusting these fools with the responsibility of Hope Village. He's lost so much, only to have to start from the beginning again. His main concern now is our mama, who has grown even stronger. He doesn't think he has time to waste here. As soon as he says this, his attention is grabbed by someone creeping up behind the stair cabin. This person believes that if they send more family members, they'll all die needlessly, so rushing things isn't the best idea. The one-eyed bastard quickly responds that he's already figured out what needs to be done. This time, he plans to go himself, but the person behind the stair cabin reminds him that the risk is high. The father insists that he has no choice, but he's hoping for some help. He's confident that his son Jack will assist him. Jack finally shows himself and promises to do his best for the sake of his father. The one-eyed bastard thinks to himself that if only he had his full body, nothing would be impossible. His mind flashes back to the past, where his body got ripped apart while trying to attack the pregnant mama. It was the moment he lost his body, but the key to getting it back lies with the child, Chukbok. Since Chukbok is not affected by the light at all, the one-eyed bastard is certain she must be holding on to the core. If only he could get his hands on her body, his plan would be at least half successful. So because of this reason, capturing Chukbok becomes his top priority. 2 months have passed since the tragedy that hit the village, and life has returned to normal. Everyone in the village is upbeat again. We meet Chukbok, who looks absolutely adorable in her new clothes. Her parents are visibly moved to see her in this outfit. The girl gives her mother a little smooch on her cheek, while the father forcefully steals one for himself. Afterward, Chukbok heads out for school. Later, we see her struggling with her studies, but she eventually gets an answer correct, which earns her a pat from her teacher. However, things aren't going as smoothly for Yang-hee, who ends up getting scolded by the teacher, who is also her mother. As they bicker back and forth, little Chukbok quietly solves all the questions on her own. Seeing how diligently Chukbok had been working, the teacher decides to call it a day. Both girls decide to step outside for some fresh air. Yongju, on the other hand, insists on staying behind. With that, the two girls leave on their own and enjoy some fun playing together outside. As they play around, Chukbok stumbles across some of the villagers, who grow annoyed at her presence. They recognize her as the daughter of a monster and immediately tell her to go away. They all know about her strange finger that is hidden under this bandage, and they give her condescending, contemptuous looks, as if she is the most disgusting thing to ever exist. The poor girl gets terrified and bolts out of the place while these two witches keep mocking her. Right at that moment, Hira shows up on the scene, and suddenly, the loudmouths who were trash-talking earlier are terrified. They quickly try to greet Hira as if nothing happened, but Hira isn't letting them off that easily. She snaps at them, telling them to get on the ground. Honestly, I hope these two finally get humbled for good. Meanwhile, dawn is almost breaking, and somewhere in the village, we see poor Chukbok sitting quietly, looking somber. Her father approaches her, asking what's bothering her. Chukbok replies that she just wants to go home. Her father reminds her that going back isn't safe right now. The bad monsters know where their home is, and returning would be dangerous. Chukbok acknowledges this, but she adds that while the monsters are scary, the people hurting her mom are even worse. Some people here are nice, but others can be just as cruel. She tells her father that she believes her mom is a good person, a warm and kind mother who loves her family. But when people say mean things about her mom, it really hurts her feelings. Her father nods and gently reassures her, saying that there's always a way to make things better. He explains that people are scared of what they don't understand. If they can show everyone who her mom truly is, then the villagers will stop fearing her and might even love her. Later that night, while Mama is getting ready to head out for supplies and food for the villagers, the reactions around her are mixed. Some people appreciate her noble efforts, but others are still pissed, stubbornly believing she's just a monster. Thankfully, not everyone among her critics is awful. A few kind souls step up to support her fully, showing their faith in her. Even so, our poor mama can't help but feel a bit anxious hearing all the nasty things people are saying about her. But just as her worries start to creep in, she hears the voice of her daughter, who loudly declares to everyone that her mama is the nicest person ever, and always so kind to her. Gamdol does not hold back when it comes to expressing his love for Mama as well. All this unexpected flattery makes Mama blush like crazy, overwhelmed by suddenly being the center of attention. It seems like Chukbok's charm is starting to work its magic because the mood in the crowd has begun to turn positive. People begin to feel happier and more positive all of a sudden. Meanwhile, Hira is still off somewhere dealing with those two loudmouth girls who clearly needed a lesson in how to behave themselves. The scene transitions, and there we are introduced to a couple who just took down a monster, completely blowing its head off. After their victory, they decide to head to Hope Village. They've heard rumors that the yellow-eyed monster is there, and this guy is itching to take it down with his own hands. The scene transitions back to Chukbok, who is happily showing off her new teddy bear that her mom and dad stuffed for her. It's a special gift from her parents as a reward for being such a good girl. However, Hira isn't too impressed. She bluntly says the toy isn't all that cute and claims she could make a better one. Chukbok, unfazed, mentions she hasn't named the toy yet, and asks Hira if she has any good suggestions. Hira, being her straightforward self, gets lost in thought for a moment. Eventually, she suggests the name Soa, explaining that it means beauty and prosperity. As soon as Chukbok hears the name, she remembers something. She remembers a time when Hira, while half unconscious, was subconsciously muttering the name Soa. Chukbok happily responds that she likes the name and promises to take good care of the toy. At one point, Hira mentions that the name is precious to her. But before Chukbok can ask about its origin, Yonghee comes running in, announcing that there are newcomers in the village. For some reason, she says her mother is in trouble and needs help. The scene then shifts to the center of the village, where the crowd of villagers is gathered outside, listening to a loud commotion coming from the office room. The big guy we saw earlier is clearly excited when he sees Yongju working independently, despite her handicap. Yongju tries to thank him, but she chokes on her own saliva as she says it too loudly. Just then, Hira enters, and Yongju quickly introduces the new couple. The big guy is Chunbai, and since he can't hear well, Yongju had to yell everything out for him. The girl with him is his daughter, Yujung. For a moment, I thought they were a couple, but I guess I was wrong. Yongju promptly introduces Hira as their ultimate weapon, and beside her is Chukbok, the cute little one. Hira quickly notices that Yujung seems to be staring at her with a contemptuous look, and she has no idea why. Yujung keeps staring, so Hira decides to turn up the intensity of her stare, which quickly humbles Yujung, and the girl quickly looks away. Meanwhile, the big guy is excited to see such a quiet little one. He opens his notebook and writes down her name, but he mishears it as Chubby. Chukbok happily clarifies that it's actually Chukbok, but the man mishears again and wonders if she said Chow Chow. Chukbok corrects him once more, but the big guy still thinks her name is Chuckles. This time, Chukbok is seriously annoyed, feeling like the old guy is messing with her on purpose. She points at him and firmly says, "It's Chukbok." The big guy quickly grabs Chukbok's hand, and seeing this, Hira grabs him by the collar, furious that he's overstepping his boundaries. The big guy quickly apologizes for this. He was just curious, as he had heard about Chukbok's discolored finger, so he was quite amazed. Though the big guy has a question, just out of curiosity, he asks if there's a yellow-eyed monster here. Of course, Hira can tell where this conversation is going, so she responds with nothing but death glares. That's when Yongju chimes in, telling both of them to stop, reminding them there's a child present and they need to calm down. Hira leans closer to the man's ear and asks what he is planning to do when he finds the monster. Before this guy can answer, Gamdal breaks the awkward silence by entering the scene. He actually came here looking for Chukbok and asks if she's here. As soon as Chunbai turns around, he's startled to see Gamdal standing there. It doesn't take long for Gamdal to recognize this man as his old master either. To understand the history between Chunbai and Gamdal, the scene flashes back to the past, where Gamdal is effortlessly beating the crap out of some guys in front of him, and he is not even breaking a sweat. The opposing gang members start to panic, realizing no one can stop Gamdal, especially not with the weapons they have. Gamdal's party members are excited, cheering on their friend as he dominates these guys. But Gamdal quickly orders his team to loot the enemies before they can escape, and the entire gang charges at their opponents with weapons drawn. Apparently, Chunbai used to be the captain of that same squad before Gamdal joined. Chunbai is having a bit of fun, poking at Gamdal for marrying a monster. Just as the old guy keeps going on, his daughter, Yujung, gathers her courage and hesitantly asks Gamdal if he does not regret it. Of course, Gamdal has no idea what she's talking about, so in response, Yujung reminds him that by marrying a monster, he became the target of the cannibal tribe. That means they'll eventually come back for him, and he'll have to protect his family from the danger. She wonders if he regrets his decision to start a family now. Hearing this, Gamdal goes quiet. His mind flashes to the pleasant memories from when he first met the helpless monster mama, who was desperately trying to protect her newborn child. The scene transitions to almost 6 years ago. Back then, Gamdal secretly tries to slip away from the party to meet his monster wife. But one day, Yujung questions him about where he's going. He quickly makes up an excuse, saying he's going on a patrol to double-check that everything is clear. He promises to return soon and leaves, leaving Yujung quite annoyed. Meanwhile, her father teases her, joking that maybe Gamdal has a girlfriend he's sneaking off to meet. This thought doesn't sit well with Yujung at all. As we know, it turns out to be true. Not exactly a girlfriend, but Gamdal goes to see the monster mama, who has a little kid with her. At this point, their relationship is just beginning, so the monster mama is still very wary of him. But Gamdal reassures her that he's only brought some things she might need. He quietly places all the supplies he brought under the shade, including baby formula, clothes, and blankets. Afterwards, Gamdal turns to leave and walks away. However, instead of actually leaving, he hides behind a nearby building wall, secretly watching how the monster mama reacts to his gesture. Just as he expected, the monster mama is absolutely thrilled to see all the things he brought. Watching the monster mama's joy from a distance brought Gamdal absolute happiness. He loved seeing her so happy, and over time he began spending more and more time with her. Days passed, nights came, and they didn't even realize how their bond had grown stronger. Along with all that, Chukbok was also growing. At some point, Gamdal realizes just how close he's gotten to her without even noticing, and it makes him blush a little. All the while, the members of the opposing gang were keeping a close eye on Gamdal's actions. One day, when Gamdal returns to the monster mama, he finds out that the baby has caught a fever. Panicked, the big guy rushes out with all the strength he can muster to find some medicine. If he's late, he might have to say goodbye to Chukbok. But as he's desperately making his way through this desolate city, he gets ambushed by his enemies. The entire gang latches onto poor Gamdal while he's rushing to find medicine to help little Chukbok. His forehead is bleeding from the severe damage he's taken, and he can barely see through his hazy eyes. The gang leader smugly demands Gamdal hand over all the guns and supplies stored in his base, as that's the only way he'll be spared. But Gamdal makes it clear they're the ones who'll be begging for mercy. He threatens the filthy bastard, telling him to take his men and retreat the way they came, or else there'll be consequences. The threat doesn't faze these bastards because Gamdal isn't the real hostage here. It's actually Monster Mama and her little girl who are at stake. The bastard, with a filthy smirk plastered across his face, tells Gamdal to make his choice before it's too late. Well, it looks like Gamdal finally has no choice. But before these bastards can even think of harming the little one and Monster Mama, the two of them get drilled with bullets. The bastards have no clue who's shooting. Even Gamdal looks concerned since he does not know about these unknown shooters. The only thing he can focus on right now is the mother and the baby. The boss of the gang angrily turns to Gamdal and demands to know when he called for backup. But since Gamdal doesn't know, he just remains silent. This ticks the gang leader off, and he quickly decides to throw a smackdown to make the big guy talk. But his walkie-talkie interrupts him mid-motion. As soon as the voice from the other side blares through, it doesn't take Gamdal long to recognize it. Of course, it's his friends, who took down a few of these bastards who were keeping Mama hostage. The one holding the walkie-talkie is Yu Jung. She directly issues a threat to the gang leader, telling him to hand over the walkie-talkie to Gamdal, or else he is going to regret it. With no other choice, the guy reluctantly hands it over to Gamdal. First things first, Yu Jung makes sure to berate the big guy for keeping Monster Mama a secret. She finds it frustrating that he's been sneaking out just to cuddle with a monster. She then instructs him to hand over the medicine and never see Monster Mama again. If he wants to keep meeting her, he can leave the group altogether. She's laid out the options, and now it's his turn to decide. Does he want to live with humans, or stick with the monster? The thugs surrounding Gamdal find it revolting that he's been clapping a monster's cheeks of all things. But despite all the grueling insults, Gamdal finally makes his decision. He lets Yu Jung know he's sticking with Monster Mama. Of course, this revelation leaves Yu Jung absolutely boggled. Her hands tremble as she realizes she's about to lose Gamdal forever. All the pleasant memories she shared with him flash through her mind. The soldier guy already knew that Gamdal actually loves her. Regardless, they decide to leave him behind since he doesn't want to come. It's their rule after all. Anyone who doesn't want to stay can simply leave. Yu Jung knows this rule all too well, but it breaks her heart that he's literally willing to sacrifice everything just for this monster. Her tears flow involuntarily as she confesses that she loved him so much, but Gamdal still decided to love a monster instead. Meanwhile, outside, Gamdal is wreaking havoc. After defeating all those extras, he knocks that filthy bastard as well. With that, he runs to reunite with Monster Mama. The night finally arrives and monsters begin roaming the streets. Monster Mama and Gamdal finally reunite. As they talk, Gamdal comes up with a name for the little girl. He names her Chukbok. This name was originally given to Gamdal as a nickname by his mother so he could live in blessings. Monster Mama tries to repeat the name, and she absolutely falls in love with it. Afterward, Gamdal decides to make a big confession, something he's been thinking about for a while now. He admits that at first, he used to meet them out of curiosity, but that curiosity has now turned into full-blown affection. He now truly wants to stay with her and Chukbok and protect them no matter what. So he finally asks her if she would like to become his wife. Of course, Monster Mama has no reason to decline him, and from this point onward, this is how they ended up together. In the present, Yu Jung can barely keep herself calm because Monster Mama is literally staring into her soul through her eyes. It seems like Mama is getting closer to Yu Jung purely out of curiosity. She even sniffs the lady because she feels like she's seen her somewhere before, but she can't quite figure out where or why this lady smells so familiar. Chukbok then also turns to Yu Jung and lets her know that Monster Mama only sniffs at suspicious people, so she wants to know if Yu Jung is hiding something. The poor lady is literally feeling all sweaty and trembling with fear. She has no clue where her father and Gamdal went after leaving her behind with these two. Meanwhile, the said two guys are catching up outside, laughing loudly. Just reminiscing about the old days is enough to put smiles on their faces. As they chat, Chunbai shares a bit of his wisdom with Gamdal, telling him to always keep his family safe. Speaking of family, Gamdal takes the opportunity to ask his master why he's looking for the yellow-eyed monster. Chunbai doesn't respond, and as the awkward silence lingers, Gamdal decides to change the subject. He starts asking about the man's son, Chungkik, and Yujin, whom Chunbai loved as much as Yu Jung. Gamdal also brings up the others in their party, wanting to know what happened to all of them. Chunbai believes Gamdal already knows the answer, but if he still wants to hear it, Chunbai tells him the truth. They're all pushing up daisies. The one who led them to their deaths was the yellow-eyed monster. Just remembering that hellish scene is enough to set Chunbai's blood boiling. While they were torn apart, he could literally hear the sound of his family's flesh and bones being chewed and their blood splashing. But all he could do was save one daughter. He had never felt so helpless. That day, Yujung and he made a decision to kill that monster, no matter what it takes. After hearing the story, even Gamdal's blood starts boiling. He's absolutely furious, thinking about how those bastards killed his previous family and are now trying to come after his new one. Right then and there, Gamdal vows to find and kill that yellow-eyed bastard. Chunbei begins laughing as he states that Gamdal doesn't have to look far, because that yellow-eyed bastard is probably already in the village. From what Gamdal told him, Chunbei suspects that the yellow-eyed monster is after Monster Mama and her daughter. But Gamdal mentions that they've been living here for the past 2 months ever since the village chief was taken down, and they've suspected nothing suspicious. Chunbei realizes how Gamdal is just as dumb as he's always been. He reminds his junior that the only reason the monster hasn't attacked yet is because it's lying low. Probably it's up to something big. There's a famous saying, short happiness burns fast and turns to ashes, and by the time one realizes it, it's already too late. So one should never let their guard down. The old man's scary words make Gamdal swallow hard out of fear as Chunbei warns him to stay suspicious of everything and be prepared. The village, where he thinks it's so safe, is actually the most dangerous place. With the speak of danger, someone in the village shouts in fear. The both big guys rush toward the source of the distressed scream. When they reach the spot, they see this one lady unconscious, while this guy, Jinsu, seems to be carrying her somewhere. The big guy quickly questions Jinsu about what he's doing. The guy forces a suspicious smile and states that this girl just collapsed, so he's rushing to carry her to the infirmary. But of course, Gamdal can feel the suspicion lingering in the air, while this shady guy keeps insisting everything's fine, and that he'll make sure the girl gets to the doctor. The both big guys know she's lying through her teeth but don't react to her suspicious behavior. Instead, Gamdal plays along and with a big smile offers to help him take the unconscious lady to the infirmary. As soon as Gamdal places his hand over the unconscious body, he's shocked to realize it's cold, meaning the person is already pushing up daisies. But they had just heard her scream, so he can't figure out how someone could be dead that fast. That dude grows even creepier as he orders Gamdal to step aside, saying he has a patient to take to the nursery. Gamdal just plays along, laughing heartily as he apologizes for being meddlesome. But still, he insists that he genuinely wants to check on the unconscious lady to make sure she's okay. Jinsu quickly realizes this big guy isn't so easily swayed, so he decides violence might be the only option. Without hesitation, Jinsu slips his hand into her hoodie pocket, rummaging through to find something useful. Gamdal, on the other hand, braces himself for whatever comes ahead. Chunbei also reaches into his pocket, clearly ready to grab his weapon. But before things escalate into a full-blown fight, some villagers show up, drawn by the commotion. They immediately start asking questions, especially when they spot the unconscious lady Jinsu is carrying. Jinsu, now visibly concerned, grows more uneasy with every passing moment. Just as Gamdal reaches out again to grab the unconscious woman, she suddenly slaps his hand away. Somehow she's alive, and she is not happy about being touched like that. Gamdal is completely bewildered. He had honestly thought she was dead. Seizing the opportunity, Jinsu sarcastically asks Gamdal if they're free to leave now. Chunbei, realizing the situation has run its course, apologizes to Jinsu for blocking their way. And just like that, both groups part ways, heading down their own paths. As they walk away, both Gamdal and Chunbei can't shake the feeling that something was seriously suspicious about those two. Gamdal is determined to get to the bottom of it, and decides to investigate the matter secretly. However, Chunbei quickly warns him against it and strictly forbids him from going alone. While Gamdal might not have noticed anything unusual, Chunbei had clearly seen it. The unconscious woman wasn't actually human. Later we meet Jinsu again, but it's revealed that it isn't really Jinsu in that body. It's Jack, one of the yellow-eyed monster's children. Jack is deeply disappointed in himself, feeling like he drew unnecessary suspicion and complicated things for their father. But his father, the yellow-eyed monster, reassures him quickly, telling Jack that he's done nothing wrong. Regret won't change the outcome, so there's no point in being too hard on himself. Besides, the amount of information they manage to gather is more than enough to move their plan forward. In fact, the monster is proud of his son. The scene then transitions to Chukbok, who sleeps peacefully, clutching her teddy bear. When Hira tries to touch Chukbok, the monster mama immediately slaps her hand away, warning her not to touch the little one. This, of course, infuriates Hira, who feels more than entitled to pat the child. Right then, Gamdal quickly urges both women to calm down, reminding them there's an even more pressing matter to deal with. With that, they refocus on the main topic at hand. Hira inquires about the recent encounter with Jinsu. Chunbei explains that Jinsu was acting extremely suspicious, and the unconscious woman wasn't behaving normally either. In fact, Chunbai is so certain about what he saw that he's willing to bet his life that the yellow-eyed monster is behind all of this. He then asks Gamdal how long Jinsu has been in the village. Gamdal reminds them it's been about a month. Well, this isn't good news at all. As far as Chunbai is concerned, a month is more than enough time for that monster to set his plans into motion. The monster mama grows visibly concerned, realizing those bastards might be after her daughter again. But she vows to herself that she'll never let Chukbok go through that kind of hell ever again. All she has to do is kill that yellow-eyed monster, and all her worries will disappear. Chunbei points out that nothing has happened in the past 2 months, and everyone has been living peacefully. That, in itself, he says, is suspicious enough. Hira agrees, and notes that using violent methods like before might not work this time, so they'll need to stay on high alert moving forward. She fears that this time, the boss monster himself will show up to fight, given how his previous both attempts had turned out to be a huge failure. Yujung also agrees with Hira's thoughts. She insists on keeping a close eye on Jinsu, suspecting he might be connected to the yellow-eyed monster. A while later, chaos erupts as one of the buildings in the village is set ablaze, with everyone scrambling to gather water to extinguish the fire. What makes matters worse is that the building that caught fire was the food and ration warehouse. Monster Mama is baffled when she hears the news. As far as she knows, those guys were after Chukbok, so why would they burn down the food supplies? Meanwhile, the villagers are in complete despair. With their supplies destroyed, they're unsure how they're going to survive. The cries and pleas of the villagers weigh heavily on Monster Mama's heart, and it finally dawns on her why the enemy chose to burn the warehouse. The destruction wasn't just about survival, it was psychological. The villagers are now in absolute chaos, acting as if the end of the world has arrived. Amid the sobbing crowd, Monster Mama spots someone unusual, one person who stands apart, unfazed and even smiling. It's none other than that yellow-eyed bastard, relishing in the despair of others. Before he can slip away, Monster Mama quickly hands Chukbok over to Gamdal and takes off at full speed, determined to chase him down. Gamdal decides to follow Monster Mama, unwilling to let her handle this alone. Meanwhile, for some strange reason, Chukbok's finger starts to twitch, as if reacting to something. Monster Mama races through the streets, determined to catch up to the yellow-eyed bastard. She spots him standing at the window of a tall building, smirking down at her. Without hesitation, she uses her monstrous agility to scale the building, reaching the top in record time. But when she looks around, he's nowhere to be found. She begins to walk across the floor, scanning her surroundings for any sign of him. Then she hears his voice. The bastard speaks, clearly surprised that Monster Mama managed to recognize him amidst the crowd of humans. It only highlights how sharp and alert she always is. As she moves toward the sound, the bastard starts spewing random nonsense, aiming to get under her skin. His words grow more sinister as he brings up Chukbok, commenting on how she's gotten even cuter. He goes further, smugly claiming that she'll grow to be even prettier than her mother. Finally, the bastard lunges from the ceiling, aiming to devour Monster Mama. But Our Lady isn't some weak sauce. She spins around with lightning-fast reflexes, her sharp claws slashing through the bastard's tentacle like they are nothing more than cucumbers. She then grabs the monster by one of its tentacles and slams him hard into the ground. The bastard retaliates, unleashing even bigger and sharper tentacles. But Monster Mama is relentless, slicing them down one by one, leaving him no choice but to retract the remnants back into his body. Even so, it's not enough to shut the bastard's filthy mouth. He stands there, unfazed, as the tentacles slither back into his mouth. This is then he asks Mama an unexpected question. He questions her about Chukbok's stomach aches. Monster Mama freezes for a moment, confused by the sudden comment. She has no idea what this bastard is talking about. But then the realization sinks in. She remembers the time when Chukbok had been complaining about a terrible bellyache. The realization sends a chill down her spine. As far as she knew, no one else had been in the room with her daughter when she was struggling. So how does this bastard know about it? The bastard then drops something even more unsettling. He claims that Monster Mama isn't the only one who has precious memories with Chukbok. He already knows how much she likes to play with balls, and how fond she is of eating soup. He even knows she receives secret training 3 times a week. He goes on, saying how she's learning well, full of stamina, and was so proud when she got 80 points on her test 3 days ago. It might not be much, but he claims to understand most of her family's bonds. Each of these disturbing revelations hits Monster Mama like a hammer, making her break out in a cold sweat. The bastard, however, grows even more twisted as he continues. He calmly says that if Chukbok is still alive when he gets his body back, he'd like to raise her himself. Monster Mama is beyond furious at this point, and without thinking, she lashes out at the bastard. But he's unfazed. He simply jumps from the window and taunts her, daring her to try and find him if she really wants to fight. With a sickening splatter of blood, the bastard hits the ground. It looks like Monster Mama fell straight into the obvious trap. All the villagers gathered below stare up at her with contempt, their faces twisted with suspicion. They've already begun to believe she's the one who killed the young girl. A while later, the village is in an uproar. The angry protesting villagers demand that Gamdal bring Chukbok's mother out to face them. The big guy tries his best to calm the furious crowd, assuring them that she's innocent and wasn't responsible for the death. Yongju steps in to back him up, firmly vouching for Monster Mama's character. She insists there's no way someone like her would do such a horrible thing. But the villagers aren't buying it. They refuse to listen to any excuses, convinced that she's the one who set the warehouse on fire as a distraction so she could kill and feast unnoticed. They argue that fate simply caught up with her this time and exposed her true nature. To them, it was always obvious. A monster pretending to help people was bound to end badly. One bald villager, the loudest among them, spews accusation after accusation, riling the others up even more. Yongju, fed up, steps forward and tells the bald bastard to shut his mouth before making things worse. But the baldy bastard just sneers, dismissing everything. He believes he's speaking the truth and further calls Monster Mama a hungry bitch who can't stop eating people. This is the breaking point for Gamdal. Hearing this bastard badmouth his wife boils his blood. He grabs the bald man by the collar, his voice low and furious as he demands to know how he can accuse his wife of something she didn't do. However, Gamdal's actions only shift the villagers' support toward the bald bastard. They begin shouting, protesting loudly, demanding that Gamdal let him go. They want the monster brought out and punished for what they believe is a crime, and they're not about to let it slide. Meanwhile, Monster Mama is blissfully unaware of the escalating situation outside. She's sitting with Chukbok, the two of them playing with little toys. They both seem to be having the time of their lives. But in the back of her mind, she's replaying the recent events. She isn't sure how she can fix the damage she's caused. The fear and panic among the villagers are spiraling out of control, and it's not just her at risk. Chukbok will be affected too. Before things escalate further, she knows she needs to clear up the misunderstanding with the villagers. But if she reveals the truth about the yellow-eyed monster, it'll only create chaos. She's torn, unsure what the best course of action is. She continues to play with her daughter, while her mind is reeling with all sorts of thoughts and consequences that are to follow. At some point, Chukbok begins to sense that something's bothering her mother. Concerned, she asks directly if there's anything wrong. She reassures Monster Mama that she'll always be there for her because they're family. The way the little one says this melts Monster Mama's heart, and in that moment, she decides to open up to her daughter. Chukbok extends her tiny palm, silently offering her mother the chance to explain everything through sign language. Monster Mama smiles warmly, grateful for the comfort and support her daughter is showing in her darkest hour. She thanks Chukbok, feeling a swell of love for her precious girl. As she continues to speak with Chukbok, trying to explain her worries, Gamdal bursts into the room. He looks at Monster Mama with concern, asking what actually happened back there. He knows she's upset, but he insists this silence won't solve anything. She'll have to tell the truth eventually. Monster Mama remains quiet, but slowly she moves closer to the big guy. In a surprising move, she plants a quick smooch on his lips, but the kiss is just a distraction for Chukbok. While they are engaged in this lip lock, Monster Mama starts scribbling on Gamdal's hand with urgency. She explains her plans. While the yellow-eyed monster is vulnerable, she wants to find it and kill it. Meanwhile, Chunbai and Yujung are busy searching for any clues at the site of the fire. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be anything worthwhile, just heaps of burnt-up garbage. The fire has wiped out nearly everything, but one thing stands out like a sore thumb, a faint trail of blood on the ground. Yujung immediately requests a flashlight from her father. She crouches down and closely examines the spots of blood. As she keeps the beam of light fixed on it for a moment too long, something strange happens. The blood starts to burn and emits a smell similar to rubber. This is a clear indication that it's monster blood. Yujung is surprised that even the blood reacts to light like any ordinary monster. The proud father pats her gently on the head for her sharp observation. Now that they're certain a monster is behind this fiasco, all they need is the doctor's test results to confirm the details. And as if summoned by fate, the doctor arrives just in time, with results that seem to bring more bad news than anyone was prepared for. Inside the hospital, we meet Yongju, who's eager to hear about the findings from the arsenal site where the fire broke out. Chunbei explains that they've uncovered clear evidence pointing to the monsters being behind it all. But then the doctor reveals something even more unsettling. He holds up a small container with a strange, parasitic creature inside. He explains that during the autopsy, he discovered this parasite in the victim's brain, and he's confident it's the cause of her death. This new revelation suggests that Monster Mama was deliberately framed as a criminal to shift suspicion away from the real culprit. While it makes sense that this bug caused the girl's death, Yujung can't shake a troubling thought, which is that Jinsu arrived in the village a month ago. That's plenty of time for him to infect others with these parasites. If they think about it logically, It means everyone in the village could already be carrying this parasite. In other words, the yellow-eyed monster has everyone in the palm of his hand. The big guy then asks the doctor about the cure he's working on. The doctor explains that he tried making one, but it showed no reaction, so it's probably ineffective. However, he claims he developed a stronger version, a highly enhanced cure, but there's a catch. Yu-jung immediately decides they should use it, but the doctor quickly warns against it. He explains that the stronger version is a highly concentrated drug extracted from Chukbok's finger. The side effects are much more severe. It might even turn the user into a monster. But if it works, it could eliminate the parasite entirely. The doctor, however, admits he doesn't fully know what consequences the side effects might bring. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to everyone, the yellow-eyed monster has been spying on them through the parasites. He now knows about their medicine as well. Despite the risks, everyone present decides they have no better choice. They need to act before more people die. As this conversation carries on, a heavy tension fills the room. It's as though no one can think straight. Then, out of nowhere, the doctor grabs a surgical blade and swings it toward himself, attempting to pierce his own head. Thankfully, Chunbai stops his hand just in time, preventing the blade from doing any damage. The scared doctor claims that his body is moving on his own. It's then that everyone notices one of his eyes has turned yellow. Panic sets in as the poor man begins to struggle, trying to resist the parasite's control. Chunbei quickly slaps the doctor hard across the face in an attempt to snap him out of his daze. That one slap literally left the poor guy with his tongue dangling out of his mouth. Chunbei quickly instructs Yu-jung to grab a rope or something to tie the doctor up. A while later, the poor doctor ends up tied down under the hospital bed. It seems their worst fear has come true. The one-eyed bastard can hear them clearly, and that's seriously troubling. Chunbei then decides to grab some weapons before doing anything else. The fact that the one-eyed monster is here means the chase he had been giving this monster finally ends here. Now he has a chance to kill that bastard once and for all. Suddenly they hear commotion coming from outside. It seems the villagers have split into two groups. One side supports Monster Mama since there's no evidence against her, while Baldy Bastard and a few other villagers want her dead. The latter group is convinced the only way they can live without worry is if Monster Mama is kicked out. Meanwhile, the others believe she's the only one providing them with food, so kicking her out is just plain ridiculous. Chunbei and the others step out of the hospital. Seeing how the villagers are split into two groups, the scene stirs something profound in Yu-jung. It reminds her of an atmosphere she had experienced in the past. She remembers back in the day when her own group had split into two factions. Some members wanted to ally with a cannibal tribe, thinking they could gain shelter and protection under their power. But Chunbei had been completely against the idea, calling it nothing short of suicide. The difference in opinions eventually led to full-blown chaos within their group. Now, standing in the present, Yu-jung's hands tremble as she realizes how the past seems to be repeating itself. Suddenly, Yongju steps between the angry mob, trying to reason with them, pleading that they are family, not enemies. But her words fall on deaf ears as both opposing parties keep throwing insults and accusations at each other. While these stubborn fools exhaust themselves arguing, the yellow-eyed bastard watches the chaos unfold, thoroughly entertained. To him, their idea of family is laughable. He sees them as pathetic, insignificant creatures who blindly believe everything they see and constantly seek someone else to protect them. Then, Baldy Bastard steps forward, pointing a finger at Yongju. He starts accusing her, saying she had promised to keep the village safe, so why wasn't she living up to her word? The others in the crowd share the same sentiment as Baldy Bastard, who goes so far as to grab the poor woman by the collar. He begins shouting at her, blaming everything on her failure to do her job. Yonghee, her worried daughter, quickly runs toward her mother to intervene, but that fatty bastard swings his thick arm and punches the poor girl hard. She crashes to the ground, her butt hitting the solid dirt with a harsh thud. Yongju, the mother, can do nothing but stand there, devastated, as she watches her daughter being treated so cruelly. The group supporting Monster Mama grows visibly annoyed, angered by the sight of the fatty bastard ganging up on a child. As the bickering escalates, Yongju finally reaches her breaking point. She raises her hand, ready to slap the fatty bastard across the face, but her hand is suddenly stopped mid-swing by Hira. Everyone in the vicinity goes dead silent upon seeing Hira's imposing figure. Her mere presence commands attention. With a firm voice, Hira orders everyone to return to their stations and focus on their duties as usual. She assures them that the incident will be addressed later, but for now, reinforcing the village is the top priority. But that fat bastard isn't ready to relent just yet. He stubbornly sticks to his demands, refusing to budge unless Monster Mama is kicked out. His constant yapping, however, only earns him a solid punch across the face. The blow leaves his nose bloody, and the fat pig sprawls on the ground like discarded trash. With that, Hira sternly questions if anyone else has objections, making it clear she's open to conversations. But the fiery punch seems to extinguish the protesters' will to continue. One by one, they promise to follow orders and stop stirring up trouble. Young-hee hugs Hira tightly, thanking her for stepping in and saving her mother. Without her, things would have gone downhill fast. Youngju, on the other hand, feels ashamed for failing as a leader. She blames herself for leading the villagers into the mess they're in now. But Hira quickly shuts down her gloomy thoughts, reminding her that there will come a time when she'll need to act wisely as a leader. She also points out that punching Baldy Bastard wasn't the right way to handle things, even if emotions were running high. Suddenly, Hira's gaze drifts in another direction. She notices a scrawny old man walking down the road. She frowns deeply when she recognizes him. She'd seen him acting suspiciously before. The man had caught her attention back then, and now he's doing it again. Determined to figure out what's going on, Hira starts to follow the shady old coot. But just as she takes her first steps, she's stopped by Gomdol, who urgently asks for her help fixing something at the hospital. Though there are others available to help, Gomdol insists they need every hand they can get. We can tell that there's something more behind his request, but he keeps it cryptic and urges Hira to just tag along. Hira begins to catch on to what Gomdol might be hinting at, but she's torn between following the suspicious old man or going with him. After a brief moment of hesitation, she decides to go with Gomdol. The scene transitions to Chukbok and Monster Mama sleeping soundly in each other's embrace. As they rest, Chukbok starts feeling her belly acting up. The discomfort grows, so she decides to take a dump. She gets up and begins heading toward the bathroom. But suddenly, she remembers her mommy's warning to stay inside. She hesitates, unsure if she should step out, but the pain in her stomach intensifies to the point where it becomes unbearable. Eventually, she gives in to her urges and heads to the toilet. Once there, she finally feels relief after taking a much-needed dump. Although she's taken care of the problem, she realizes that she is now wide awake and can't even go to sleep. Unsure of what to do next, she decides it might be fun to go and play with Young-hee while she's still up. But when Chukbok ventures outside, she encounters this shady old man, the one who had already been possessed by the yellow-eyed bastard's son, Jack. Keeping up the act, the old man greets little Chukbok the way any normal villager would. At first it seems harmless, but after the greetings, things take a creepy turn. The old coot, with a sinister smile stretching across his face, comments on how healthy Chukbok looks. Then, without warning, he asks her for a favor and proceeds to put his filthy hand on her face. Chukbok somehow manages to wriggle free and bolts away. The bastard chases after her, yelling for her to stop or else he'll get her killed. However, contrary to what one might expect, the two of them are simply playing a twisted game of tag. Though the old man fails to catch her, Chukbok takes the opportunity to give him a lesson. She tells him if he truly wants to be the king of this game, he needs to learn from her. Chukbok gives him another chance to catch her. Meanwhile, the bastard feels nauseated at the thought of having to deal with little kids. Apparently, his goal is to tire Chukbok out as much as possible, and he's determined to see it through no matter what. So, he begrudgingly continues playing with her, though every moment feels like a personal hell for him. After running around and playing for quite a while, Chukbok suddenly remembers that she completely forgot about her mommy. Panic sets in as she realizes she's been out for too long. She dreads going back home, knowing her mom is surely going to scold her for this. Just as she's about to leave, the old man stops her and offers her a little present. It's a pouch full of candies, a small gift from him for playing with her today. He asked her to keep it a secret, because it's just for her, and there isn't enough for everyone. Chukbok's heart melts at the thought of a gift. Without a second thought, she promises to keep their friendship a secret. Later that night, when Chukbok returns home, her parents give her unpleasant glares for playing with Grandpa. The poor girl can do nothing but tremble under their sharp gazes, promising never to leave without a word again. They ask her what exactly she did with that old man. Chukbok quickly remembers the pouch of candies she received but decides not to tell them. It's a promise she made to him to keep it a secret, so she claims all she did was play a little. Later, they all go to sleep. But Chukbok is still relishing the little present she received from Grandpa. She's even looking forward to giving him a gift in return, though she's not sure what she should give him. As she thinks about all these pleasant things, something begins to crawl its way out of the pouch. It's the yellow-eyed bastard who quickly sneaks into Chukbok's mouth. After taking over her body, he stands up, ready to move forward with his next step. Just then, Mama notices her daughter is missing. Once she wakes up, Gomdol does the same. They're devastated to see that their daughter is missing. In a panic, they quickly scramble outside, searching every nook and cranny of the building. But Chukbok is nowhere to be found. Finally, they find her standing quietly. Her father calls out to the little rascal, scolding her for worrying Mama and Daddy. But Chukbok doesn't respond, which only freaks them out more. As they walk toward her in confusion, a sudden realization dawns on Monster Mama. This is not her Chukbok. The monster twirls around, finally meeting the mother's gaze. A while later, Chuckbok opens her eyes, and it turns out she's in her father's arms. She seems to have no memory of what happened to her. Monster Mama then quickly runs outside and stands under the scorching sun. This leaves Chuckbok absolutely bewildered. The little one quickly dashes at her mother, while asking how it is even possible. While they're enjoying the time of their lives, a group of angry villagers shows up, hostility clear in their expressions as they glare at Mama. Chuckbok frowns at the sight of these hobos, annoyed by their constant bullying of her mom. She's tired of them always showing up to ruin everything. But to her surprise, the villagers aren't here to fight. They're here to play with Mama too. Their upbeat attitudes and the sudden shift in tone catch little Chuckbok completely off guard. The villagers insist they want to play games and even let Chuckbok decide which one they should all play together. Seeing this, Chuckbok feels a spark of happiness seeing everyone being so nice to her mama. With that, little Chuckbok spends the day playing her beloved game with her favorite people. She's thrilled to see everyone laughing and smiling, even the mean villagers who now seem so kind. There's no arguing, no shouting, just joy and laughter. Everyone is treating her mama with kindness, and for Chuckbok, it feels like a dream come true. This is the life she's always wished for, but never thought she'd have. In this moment, she feels like the happiest person in the world. Suddenly, Chuckbok hears a faint voice and starts looking around, sure that someone just called her name. But her father quickly distracts her and tells her to continue playing, and she happily resumes her game. She runs toward her parents, all while thinking that the voice she heard was just her imagination. However, it's clear that Chuckbok is actually trapped inside her own mind, living out her idealized fantasy life. Now, in the real world, the villagers have cornered Gomdol. They are determined to expel Chuckbok from the village, believing she has turned into a monster. Gomdol tries to reason with them, explaining that a cure is in progress to help Chuckbok, but the villagers are convinced that there is no hope left for her since she has completely transformed into a monster. Meanwhile, the doctor and Yongju watch in horror, disgusted by how far Chuckbok's transformation has gone. The scene transitions back inside Chuckbok's mind, where she's still enjoying herself, playing games like hide-and-seek with her family and friends. But suddenly, Chuckbok feels a sharp pain in her finger. The scene shifts again to reality, where this one-eyed bastard is intensifying the mutation of Chuckbok's infected finger. On the other hand, her mother can barely bear to watch her daughter endure this horrific transformation. All the sweet memories of her daughter flash through Chuckbok's mind, but seeing her daughter like this is beyond devastating, more than she could have ever imagined. Meanwhile, the yellow-eyed bastard begins to speak, making it clear he hates repeating himself, so Mama better listen closely. He has a proposition, and it's not too difficult. He only wants Mama's body, and that's all. If she agrees, Chuckbok will be spared. The yellow-eyed bastard even promises to retrieve all the parts he's implanted in the villagers, and then he'll leave the village for good. The villagers around him are shocked when they realize that they've been carrying the monster's implants inside them this whole time. With his generous offer laid out, the monster eagerly waits for Mama's response. That's when Gomdol speaks up, declaring he won't let either his wife or daughter go, so this bastard better stop talking nonsense. Of course, this shithead is not thrilled to hear this. He's so tired of all the drama that he just wants to end it. In the next moment, he snaps his fingers, and all the villagers lose control of their minds. Instantly, they all collectively attack Gomdol. Gomdol feels helpless, unable to fight back against his own people. If he strikes, he might hurt them. Their bodies move on their own. Chunbei and his daughter have also been apprehended, and they're forcing the doctor to step down too. Meanwhile, Yang He is choking his own mother with her own hands. The poor daughter can do nothing but cry. The monster bastard, on the other hand, just sneers and lets them know this is what they deserve for not obeying him. He even goes as far as to reveal he already has the cure. Monster Mama then proceeds to walk toward the girl, while all those idiots are busy trying to keep Gomdol pinned down. Gomdol tries to stop her because he's sure it's a trap, but poor Mama just can't stand there doing nothing after seeing what's happening. She starts blaming herself, believing that it's all her fault for not paying more attention to her little one. Just as she's breaking down, the yellow-eyed bastard retaliates with his tentacles and pierces Monster Mama in multiple places like it's nothing. Gomdol begins to lose his bananas after seeing Monster Mama getting ripped apart. The monster, on the other hand, is having the time of his life watching his prey so helpless. He then starts bullshitting about how flawed the concept of family is that Mama holds dear. He finds it ridiculous that she's so willing to sacrifice herself. To him, these emotions are nothing but shackles, obsessions, and a curse. That's why, according to him, parents should be the center of the family, commanding the family so they don't stray, rewarding them in the name of love. That, he claims, is a true and genuine family. Giving everything to the child doesn't make anyone a worthy parent, so for that reason only, he boldly declares her unfit to be one. But it turns out the blows poor Mama took weren't for nothing. She quickly injects her daughter's body with the medicine, To understand how she got the injection, the scene shifts to a bit earlier while they were sleeping in their quarters. It was then that Gamdal had given her the injection. Since everyone in the village had already received a shot and showed no signs of side effects, he handed it to Monster Mama just in case of emergencies, especially if something ever happened to Chuckbok. Back to the present, it's finally time for Monster Mama to speak and throw some jabs of her own. She laughs at the audacity of this bastard calling her unfit to be a parent. Though she quickly admits he's not entirely wrong. She feels terrible that she can't be a normal mother to her child. It eats her up inside knowing there's so little she can do for her daughter. As for the whole parenting thing, Mama makes it clear she doesn't care about anyone's parenting style. To her, a true parent is someone who, even in this horrible world, wishes their child happiness, no matter if they're a monster or not. She wishes for her daughter to be happy because, to her, that's the essence of being a true parent. It's not a curse, it's a blessing. Even in this horrific world, even if she's a monster, wishing her daughter happiness, that, to her, is what makes her a true parent. Suddenly, the yellow-eyed bastard retracts his tentacles for some reason and quickly hops out of the building. The fact that the monster quickly distanced himself means that Chuckbok must be fighting back against this bastard inside. Meanwhile, Gamdal takes down the villagers and steps forward like the true Sigma he is. He then turns to Monster Mama, asking if she's alright. Well, thanks to her rapid healing abilities, she is doing fine. But she's curious and asks how he managed to handle the people back there. In response, my guy flashes a big smile and assures her there's nothing to worry about, especially since they have someone stronger than monsters on their side. Meanwhile, the doctor smacks Yonghee on the back, causing her to release her mother from her grasp. If the doctor hadn't arrived in time, Yongju would have been as good as dead. As the doctor and Yongju decide to inject everyone with the medicine, Hira stands her ground against that shady old coot. This piece of trash finds it amusing that she's standing there, perfectly fine and without a single scratch. Hira coolly claims she's fine because they were given the cure, while others were controlled against their will. Finally, the old coot begins to reveal his true identity. He peels the skin off his face, exposing his true self underneath. Meanwhile, the yellow-eyed bastard notices the body is starting to react on its own. A splitting headache breaks his focus, and his movements feel sluggish. Still, he's too complacent, convinced that nothing can stop him. He's sure he'll develop a tolerance to these nuisances in time. But before he can act, both Gamdal and Mama lunge at him with the agility of tigers. The bloody monster doesn't hold back either, launching his tentacles to counter. However, he struggles because the child's consciousness is waking up. At the same time, Chuckbok begins to remember everything. She recalls something crawling into her mouth while she was sleeping. After that, her body started feeling strange, and everything went blank. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in what felt like a dream, a place where everyone was so happy, always playing with her and enjoying themselves. The biggest thing she notices is that her finger isn't purple anymore. By now, she's sure these aren't her real mommy and daddy. She finally makes up her mind to leave this dream, but she doesn't know how she's going to do it. While everyone around her keeps telling her to stay and play, Chuckbok reacts aggressively, letting them know she just wants to go home. She asks them if they know how she can get back. But that fake, zesty-ass version of Gamdal plasters a creepy smile across his face and tells her that if she leaves this place, she'll only become unhappy. He tries to remind her that there are too many people out there who hate her, and that she always has to put on fake smiles for them. If she goes back, her family will only suffer from taking care of her. They pile on, insisting that if she goes back, she'll just be a burden to her mother. They try to convince her that she's scared now because she knows she's in trouble, that she's nothing but a problem for her family. Hearing all this manipulative bullshit starts to weigh on the poor girl. She doesn't fully understand all the psychological mumbo-jumbo they're throwing at her, but there's one thing she knows for sure. Her family loves her. That's the truth, and it's not a lie. With determination, she decides she's going back home, to her real family and everyone she loves. Finally, the fake monster mama relents, deciding to let her go. But before sending her back, she warns Chuckbok that she'll regret this decision. As Chuckbok begins to wake up in the present, the first thing she sees is her bruised and battered mother in front of her. The monster, on the other hand, keeps buttering Chuckbok up, warning her not to listen to her mother, or else she's going to regret it terribly. But seeing her mommy so brutally injured makes Chuckbok tense up, and tears start to fall from her eyes. She finally sees the harsh reality of everything, and it's devastating. To think that mommy is hurt again because of her, it hits her like a thunderclap. Meanwhile, the one-eyed bastard senses the silence. His head clears, and he realizes that Chuckbok's consciousness is no longer weighing him down. With no hurdles in the way, the bastard decides to finally take them down. As this happens, the old coot finally peels off his disgusting mask, and as expected, it's Jack. He's currently locked in a fierce battle with Our Lady. At that very moment, Chunbai joins the fray, swinging his pickaxe with all his strength at this bastard. but it doesn't work. They engage in a fierce clash of blows, each side trying to overpower the other. But it's clear nothing is working, and both sides are starting to wear down. That's when Yu-jung decides to try shooting this bastard directly. But her shots are easily dodged, as if they're nothing more than an inconvenience to him. Jack then begins ranting about all the villagers and how much crap he's had to put up with. He complains about a granny who was always so talkative, constantly yapping nonstop. He grumbles that all of these villagers are annoying and lack even a shred of common courtesy. Literally no one has any decency, or at least that's what this shithead believes. The doctor has no clue what kind of nonsense this lunatic is going on about, but Jack keeps running his mouth. He declares that the only person among all the villagers who was easy to deal with was Chukbok. He's glad that it took nothing more than a simple bag of candies to sway her. That's literally all it took. He recalls how he told her not to tell anyone since it was their little secret, and she promised not to say a word. Hearing this, Chunbai clenches his fists in anger. The way this bastard casually talks about the little girl is beyond infuriating. But Hira quickly stops him because she personally plans to deal with this bastard. She's been curious about this shithead for quite a while now. She wants to know how many more like him are out there, besides his father, of course. The bastard just gives her this creepy smile and tells her to find out for herself. Well, Hira has no objections to that. She's more than willing to figure it out on her own. In fact, after finding them all, she promises to personally kill every last one of them with her own hands. With that threat issued, she throws her dagger in an instant. The bastard doesn't even have time to react before it thrusts itself into his throat. The lady strides over to him without hesitation, pulling her dagger back out of his neck. The bastard turns violent and charges at her, but his aggressive move only earns him solid smacks across the face. The hard shell-like surface of his face begins to crack under that punch's pressure. She grabs his head, and just before smashing it like an egg, she asks him if he has anything to say before she crushes it like a tomato. As soon as she takes that bastard down, the other villagers start to flinch, and suddenly these parasite-like things begin crawling out of their mouths. The doctor and the others are absolutely stunned, realizing that if they had been even a moment late in injecting the medicine, they'd be in deep trouble too. All these parasitic creatures slither outside, gathering around Chukbok. It seems the monster has finally taken over her fragile mind. Now that he has the nutrients, the body, and everything else he needs, he is ready to claim the reward he's been waiting for. But just as his moment of triumph looms, someone slices through his tentacles and yanks Mama away. Of course, it's Hira, and she looks absolutely furious, like a mad lad ready to take him down. After throwing Mama safely back, Hira takes her stance. The monster, on the other hand, seems amused. He's almost impressed, as though he appreciates her skill. But Hira doesn't waste time. She begins her slaughter spree, slicing through his tentacles like they're nothing more than vegetables. And yet, despite all this, it's not enough to wipe that smug, maniacal grin off the bastard's face. Out of the blue, Hira suddenly freezes. As the scene pans out, we see that she's taken a heavy blow right to her chest from that bastard. Gamdal and Monster Mama lose it when they see this, while the one-eyed bastard smugly lets them know that no matter what they do, it will all be in vain against him. He then questions Hira, asking why she's going this far to save a little girl who's not even her family. He knows she's attached to Chukbok, but the obsession she has is on a whole other level. He continues to berate her, wondering how she's devoted her entire existence to one little girl. Though he won't blame her, he understands her emotions and feelings. Even a monster like this knows that, in a desolate world like this, hope is the only thing keeping people going, even if it means playing out this family drama. Surprisingly, Hira doesn't shy away from admitting he's right. You see, she had nothing. She was nothing more than an animal consumed by destruction. She didn't care whether she lived or died, and she had no attachments to anyone. But it wasn't until Chukbok showed up that things started to change for Hira. Once Chukbok entered her life, everything shifted. This little one gave her the hope she desperately needed. Even though they weren't connected by blood, even though they weren't a traditional family, Chukbok became her only hope. And Hira is determined to protect her. She's absolutely never going to lose her to anyone. With all the determination she can muster, she yanks the bastard's tentacle out of her chest. Meanwhile, the monster is genuinely amazed by her strength and willpower. He's impressed enough to decide that she'll make a great subject for an experiment later. But suddenly the bastard starts coughing up a massive amount of blood. He's completely bewildered, unsure of what's happening. He's certain this wasn't supposed to go down like this. Then the realization finally takes place. It must be the cure's effect that's making him gag up all that blood. But he's confused about one thing, since when did she inject it? That's when Hira lets the bastard know that while she may be a little slow at times, she was prepared for this all along. All the credit goes to him, she says, because his complacency is what caused his downfall. The bastard, on the other hand, continues to scream and yell as things spiral out of control for him. Chukbok's body is starting to reject him even more, and if this keeps up, his head might literally explode. With no other choice, he's forced to abandon Chuckbok's body before things escalate to his death. The rain starts pouring down for some dramatic effect, and Hira takes the little Chuckbok into her embrace. Chuckbok's parents come running, worried sick about their daughter. Gamdal starts berating Hira for her reckless behavior, especially for getting so close to that monster. Her actions almost got her killed, and he's not holding back his frustration. But Hira quickly shuts him down, making it clear that she did what she had to because there was no other way. And right now, his yelling is the thing that might cause her death. Suddenly, Mama notices something miraculous. Chuckbok's injured finger has completely healed. She feels relieved that her little girl is no longer the target of that monster. But as relief sets in, so does guilt. She's not sure if she should feel happy after putting her daughter through so much. Reflecting on her failure, she feels like nothing more than a powerless husk, unable to protect her own child. She can't help but feel pathetic and unworthy of being Chuckbok's mother. Meanwhile, it seems that the monster is still alive. He acknowledges that his overconfidence was his downfall this time, but he swears he'll make them all pay for interfering with him. For now, his priority is to reclaim everything he's lost. He gets right back up, looking more furious than ever. That's when Chunbai steps in, unloading a barrage of bullets at the monster like it's no big deal. The poor monster groans and coughs, struggling to withstand the onslaught, while the old coot feels absolutely thrilled to finally get his revenge. You see, Chunbai has been waiting for this day for a long time. He even taunts this bastard, asking if he remembers this old man. But the yellow-eyed bastard doesn't care one bit, and makes it clear that he couldn't be bothered to remember someone as insignificant as these lowly humans. Chunbai isn't surprised by the response. In fact, he's more than ready to jog the bastard's memory with bullets. The barrage continues, but the bastard quickly retaliates, using his tentacles to defend himself and counterattack. Little does he know, a stun grenade lands right in front of him, and the one who threw it is none other than Yu Jung. The blinding explosion goes off, and the bastard is burned to a crisp by the intense light. Meanwhile, Gamdal wastes no time. He grabs Hira and Chuckbok and prepares to take them to the hospital. But he soon notices Monster Mama's dejected face. She's unable to move from where she's fallen, clearly in no condition to fend for herself. That's when Gamdal jolts Monster Mama out of her dazed state. He quickly reminds her there's no time to be spacing out. He needs her to stop that monster while he takes Hira and Chuckbok to the doctor. Before Mama can respond, Hira speaks up, calling her closer because there's something she wants to say. Monster Mama hesitates, unsure of what Hira might want now. She already has enough on her mind. But as soon as she steps closer, Hira delivers a devastating punch straight to her face. The impact is so intense that Gamdal is left standing there with his mouth wide open. Mama reels from the blow. For a moment, she's so enraged that she's ready to send Hira straight to the heavens. Before they start throwing down, Hira tells her to stop beating herself up for not being the one to save her daughter. Now is not the time to be dwelling on that kind of bullshit. Hira tries to make Mama understand that she doesn't have to do everything alone. If she keeps shouldering the burden by herself, she'll only regret it when she fails to protect the ones she loves. So Mama better cut the crap and stay focused. Finally, Mama hits her character development moment. She begins to understand the rationality behind Hira's words. For the first time, Mama realizes that she was jealous of Hira for being the one to save her daughter. It wasn't about failure, it was about her own insecurities. Hira reassures her again, reminding Mama that she doesn't have to carry everything alone and that she's doing a good job. All she needs to do now is focus on what she must do. With newfound determination, she picks up her axe and readies her tentacles, preparing to take on the bastard once and for all. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, we see Gamdal's concerned face. He's deeply worried about Hira and anxiously asks the doctor if she'll be okay after surgery. In order to perform the surgery, the doctor reminds him that they have to reach the hospital as soon as possible. But suddenly, a loud thud shakes the entire building. Gamdal freezes, practically shitting his pants as it dawns on him that it must be Mama fighting the bastard. He realizes he needs to hurry up. Cut to the battlefield. Mama is slicing through tentacles left and right with simple, powerful swings of her axe. Yu Jung is also lending a hand, unloading a barrage of bullets at the bastard. Unfortunately, the bullets are little more than an annoyance to the monster. With a swift counterattack, he throws his tentacles straight at her. At that very moment, Chunbai enters the scene, surprising everyone. He does not waste time before bombarding the hell out of the bastard's face. But it seems Chunbai got a little too caught up in the heat of the moment. He ends up getting way too close to the monster, and unfortunately, he faces the consequences. The poor guy's chest is ripped open, and the badge on his uniform flies off. That badge stirs a memory for Chunbai. It's not just any badge. It's from his son, the one who had rebelled against him to join the cannibals. His son had given it to him as a gift. The boy had made this little badge to commemorate the achievement badges his father used to give him as a kid. Chunbei remembers almost bursting into laughter when his son had proudly handed it to him. He even teased his son whether this tacky thing could even be called a gift. His son, of course, had gotten mad, thinking his father was intentionally trying to annoy him. He had tried to grab it back, but Chunbei just laughed it off. Even though he poked fun at it back then, Chunbei had secretly adored the gift. It was the last thing he had from his son after he was murdered by the cannibal gang. In the present, before the monster could do anything brutal, Gamdal jumps in and strikes the bastard hard on its leg. The blow lands with such force that it causes the monster to writhe in pain. Taking advantage of the monster's dazed state, Gamdal balls up his fist and delivers a devastating punch straight to the bastard's face. Yujung joins the fray, unleashing a storm of bullets, one after another, relentlessly targeting the monster. Gamdal notices that the bastard is starting to falter. Its movements are sluggish. He's sure it's growing weaker. He knows if they keep pushing, they can tear this monster to shreds. At the same time, Mama jumps into the fight as well, adding her strength to the effort. Her fierce attacks crush through the monster's defenses, ensuring nothing of this bastard will be left behind. The group realizes this is their golden opportunity to finish the monster for good, and none of them intend to let it slip away. But the monster grows increasingly agitated. Chunbei, ever watchful, quickly catches on that the bastard is about to unleash its ace. He shouts for everyone to back off. Suddenly the monster swells unnaturally, and a writhing mass of parasitic tentacles erupts, spreading across the entire area. Yujung attempts to shoot them down, but it's no use. The bullets have no effect. Seeing the danger, her father doesn't hesitate. He rushes to her side and wraps her protectively in his arms, shielding her as the monster's tentacles start to wrap them up. All the poor souls are stuck in this messy situation. Meanwhile, the monster seems exhausted after wrapping everyone up in his slimy hold. But Mama isn't about to let this bastard act cocky just because he has a few hostages under his control. She makes it crystal clear that she isn't letting him leave here alive. All she needs to do to end this nightmare is take out the core. Suddenly, a loud, guttural voice echoes through the area, reverberating from deep inside the nearby building. As we transition inside the building, we see that the monster has taken over the villagers' bodies once more. The bastard proudly declares that the entire village is now his hostage. The remaining survivors have become part of him. Yongju, clutching a stick tightly in her trembling hands, does her best to hold her ground. But while she's barely keeping it together, Chukbok casually steps forward. To everyone's shock, the little girl walks right past Yongju, calm and unbothered, and stands directly in front of the zombified villagers. As soon as Chukbok finishes rubbing her eyes and stares at the zombified villagers, the yellow-eyed bastard suddenly realizes he's lost his connection to the hostages. Meanwhile, the villagers start violently puking their guts out, and Chukbok is right there, helping them through it. While the bastard is distracted, Monster Mama seizes the opportunity. She swings her weapon with precision and delivers a vicious cut to the monster. The grip the monster had on Gamdal and the others starts to loosen, allowing them some much-needed freedom. The bastard yells out in frustration, claiming that this body, Mama's body, never truly belonged to her. It was always his, and none of this would have happened if it hadn't been for Mama's interference. Well, of course, blaming others isn't enough to save this bastard from Mama's wrath. She stands right in front of him, like an imposing figure, staring him down. That arrogant, filthy monster finally starts to lose his cool. He is not vibing with the fact that someone he sees as beneath his status is looking down on him. But Monster Mama doesn't waste time. She brings her axe crashing down, shutting this bastard's yapping for good. She makes sure to chop him into multiple pieces, leaving no room for doubt. He's gone for good. That's when Chukbok steps outside and notices the calm. The rain has stopped, and on the ground lies the broken body of that yellow-eyed bastard. After seeing the aftermath, Yujung feels a little sad though, because she had wanted to be the one to finish this piece of shit off. Still, it feels satisfying to see that piece of trash in pieces. She's certain her brother, Chunsik, and the others this creature killed can finally rest in peace now. Meanwhile, Gamdal, Monster Mama, and Chukbok share a warm hug. Victory is theirs, but it came at a heavy cost. Many villagers lie dead. That's when we catch a glimpse of a remnant of that yellow-eyed bastard crawling away, unnoticed by anyone. A few days later, we see Gamdal's happy face as he, Yongju, and Monster Mama work together to cheer up Chukbok and lift her spirits. Apparently, Chukbok has been very quiet, hiding under the blankets like this for a few days. Despite all his efforts, Gamdal hasn't been able to get her to say a word. That's when Chunbei chimes in, deciding to take care of her. After all, he has more parenting experience than all of them combined. He confidently claims that once he talks to her, she'll be back to her usual self. But Gamdal and Yujung strongly oppose the idea. Gamdal, in particular, doesn't want Chunbei lecturing Chukbok. He clearly remembers just how stubborn his senior can be sometimes. Even Yujung agrees, convinced that his so-called lecture will only worsen Chukbok's mood. At that moment, Yongju joins the room, and expresses her desire to talk to Chukbok privately. As Youngju sits quietly in front of Chukbok, the little girl starts to fidget, nervous from the silence. Finally, Youngju gently pats her on the head and thanks her for saving her life. She continues, expressing her gratitude because, thanks to Chukbok, their village suffered far less damage. For that, she is truly grateful. Youngju admits she doesn't know exactly how Chukbok managed it, but it's because of her that all the infected people were saved. Though Younghee's legs will need time to heal, she's doing fine. Younghee is also looking forward to playing with Chukbok again later. But Chukbok still hasn't gotten over the recent events and can't imagine playing around so freely after causing such a mess. She blames herself, believing that everyone died because of her. Others left because they were scared of her. And, worst of all, she even hurt her own family. She breaks down into tears, convinced that she's the real monster who brings harm to everyone. She despises herself with every fiber of her being. Once again, Youngju gently pats her on the head and reassures her. She explains that a true monster is someone selfish, someone who only thinks of themselves. For that reason, Youngju firmly believes that Chukbok is far from being a monster. In fact, she believes that Chukbok is the sweetest, most caring girl she knows. She further thanks her again for saving Younghee and all the other villagers, which does not make her the monster, but rather, she's the real hero. As Youngju speaks, she too becomes overwhelmed by everything that's happened and begins shedding tears. Seeing this woman cry like this hits Chukbok hard, and she breaks down too. She throws herself into Youngju's arms, hugging her as tightly as she can. After a heartfelt crying session, Chukbok finally calms down. Both of them had cried so much that their eyes were left swollen. Chukbok declares her wish to grow into a strong adult, someone who doesn't cry, someone who is brave and capable, someone who can protect her family. She then questions Youngju if she can really become the strong person she wants to be. The woman smiles warmly and assures her she absolutely can, and she has complete faith in her. Meanwhile, the others are peeking through the door's window, watching Chukbok in an upbeat mood. They too get teary-eyed at the touching moment. Suddenly, the doctor arrives on the scene, and it seems like he has something important and possibly juicy to share. Meanwhile, Youngju and Chukbok spend more time together. The little one finally starts to feel better, her spirits lifted. She's incredibly thankful to Youngju for being there for her. Youngju is glad as well, feeling a sense of fulfillment in helping her. After all, they live together, and this is what family members do for each other. But Chukbok insists she isn't her daughter. To this, Youngju replies that family isn't just about blood. She firmly believes that they don't need to be related by blood to consider each other family. They can choose to be family with anyone they care about. Now back with the doctor, what he says next takes everyone by surprise. Apparently, he wants them to leave the village, and he's ready to beg for this to happen. Naturally, the group is stunned. They demand an explanation because it doesn't sit right with them that he's asking them to leave so suddenly. Gamdal in particular wants to know if they've done something wrong to cause this. The doctor admits they've done nothing wrong. Chunbei speaks up next, clearly frustrated. He makes it clear he's not in the mood for games and threatens the doctor to stop beating around the bush and come clean already. The doctor hesitates but finally speaks up. He announces that they need to leave the village in 3 days. While it might seem sudden, he insists he has good reasons for this. He explains that the cannibal tribe once ruled this village. They were the ones who took this territory and built it up. But over time, normal humans ended up living here. Essentially, he's saying this place has become a massive red flag. Sure, they were lucky enough to kill the tribe's leader, but there's bound to be a huge aftermath. The doctor reveals information they managed to extract from another monster, one named Jack. According to Jack, if anything happens to the father of the cannibal tribe, the rest of the monsters will swarm here in retaliation. He also believes that the tribe's leader wasn't just some brute. He was a cunning and calculating individual. It wouldn't be surprising if he had a backup plan. The doctor is certain that revenge will come, and the tribe's forces will strike back sooner or later. He is sure that the cannibal tribe won't rest until they've taken revenge and gotten Chukbok's mom's tentacle. He's also heard that they've been after Chunbei and Yujung as well. If that's the case, staying together here is far too risky. However, Gamdal believes that splitting up would be even more dangerous. The doctor makes it clear that having Monster Mama and Chukbok here is the biggest risk of all. He acknowledges that the village was saved, but he won't let more innocent people suffer for it. Gamdal has another concern. He's still unsure about Chukbok's condition, and besides, Hira hasn't recovered either. The doctor reassures them that he'll designate a place where they can meet, and he'll examine them in safety. He's willing to cooperate to this extent, but he insists they all leave the village. As the doctor continues pleading, his words start to weigh on Gamdal. Yujung too understands the doctor's concern. She's certain that staying here will only bring more trouble. The doctor thanks her for finally understanding, but that's when she raises another valid concern. She wants everyone in the village to move out. After risking their lives to protect the villagers, She can't just leave all these innocent people behind, exposed to danger. Though she's furious at the idea of being discarded like disposable glass after they've been used. And, more importantly, she believes that Yongju, the leader of the village, should be the one speaking up and making this decision. Yoo-jung keeps throwing jabs, accusing Yongju of being a cunning woman who's making others speak on her behalf just to avoid any backlash. The doctor grows visibly annoyed by her relentless remarks, and even Gamdol feels Yoo-jung is crossing a line. Finally, the doctor speaks up himself. He firmly tells them to stop insulting Yongju and the villagers. He makes it clear that this decision is his alone. He knows it's a selfish request, but it doesn't matter to him. They can blame him, demand compensation, or even beat him up if they want. But this is how deeply he wants to protect Yongju and his family. He doesn't want them to suffer any more than they already have, so he begs everyone present to grant him this one request. That's when Monster Mama steps in. She acknowledges that they are responsible for much of the damage caused to this place, and agrees to leave. She suggests deciding on a location where they can meet later. However, before leaving, she has a few demands that must be fulfilled. First, the doctor must promise to examine Chukbok and Hira until they are fully recovered. She warns him not to run away or shirk his responsibilities. Her second demand is simple. She wants them to be allowed to keep the remaining snacks. Suddenly, the doctor announces that he has something he wants to give to Mama. A short while later, everyone finds themselves at the hospital. There, the doctor begins by reminding them how Chukbok is the only person immune to the virus, and how her immunity helped create something close to a vaccine. This sparked an idea in his mind, a possibility he couldn't ignore. He explains that he combined Chukbok's immunity with Mama's rationality and conducted an experiment. The results, he says, were completely unexpected. By the way, by rationality he means how Monster Mama is a unique monster with her rationality intact. First, he injected Chukbok's blood into the virus. It caused significant deformation in the test subject. However, when he injected the combined blood of both Mama and Chukbok, the deformation significantly diminished. Mama listens in awe, hardly able to believe the results of this experiment. The doctor continues, revealing that he kept 2 infected test rats, one treated with the combined blood and one untreated, together for 2 weeks. Not only did the treated rat show no signs of aggression, but the 2 were even able to mate successfully. Moreover, the treated rat displayed immunity to light, a known weakness of monsters. He explains that this might be Mama's chance to return to being human. However, he emphasizes that he won't force her to take the injection. It's entirely her decision to make, as there's no telling how this antidote might react. It's a gamble and the risks are unknown. Monster Mama decides to take the gamble. With her consent, the doctor proceeds to administer the antidote. 3 days later, at 7 a.m., the villagers are busy packing their belongings and preparing to leave. Inside one of the vans, we find Monster Mama. It's been days since she took the shot, but no noticeable changes have occurred. Sadly, she still needs to shield herself from sunlight. Chukbok and the others are also ready to leave the village. They exchange heartfelt goodbyes with the village leader and the doctor. However, Yong-hee doesn't look happy at all. Seeing Chukbok leave is breaking her heart. Chukbok is her only friend, practically a sister, and Yong-hee doesn't want to let her go. Tears stream down her face as she begs Chukbok to stay, saying she just wants to play with her some more. For the first time, Chukbok responds like a grown-up. She admits that she doesn't want to leave either, but she has no choice. She was devastated when she learned they had to go, but she understands it's for everyone's safety. She doesn't want anyone else to get hurt because of her. Yong-hee pulls Chukbok into a passionate hug, clinging tightly as if trying to hold on to her for just a bit longer. Meanwhile, poor Mama sits bored inside the van, wondering how long it's going to take before they finally leave. That's when Yongju turns to Chukbok and asks if there's anything special she wants to do before they leave. She tells her to just name it, and they'll make it happen. Eventually, everyone ends up playing freeze tag, and Chukbok is having the time of her life. As she runs around having fun, she reflects on everything that's happened. She feels responsible for the loss of their home, the food, and the displacement of so many people. So many bad things happened, and she believes it's all because she was weak. She wants to become super strong, to protect her family, and ensure nothing like this happens again. Finally, after their little play session, the van zooms through the desolate roads. Chukbok, exhausted from the fun, falls asleep quietly in the van. As the villagers prepare to leave the cursed place behind, Yong-hee turns to her mother and asks if the next village they're going to build will be okay. Her mother reassures her that they'll be fine. With that, the doctor, whose name is Jingu by the way, decides it's time to get going. Jingu knows the path ahead won't be easy, but he's confident they will build a new place, a sanctuary, and protect their family. And so, they embark on their journey, each of them holding onto the thought of creating a new home. Days pass, and one afternoon, we see a group of monsters sheltering under the shade of a building. They're all in shock as they realize the yellow-eyed bastard is still alive. Although he managed to escape, the yellow-eyed monster is in a dire condition. In his current state, he's unsure how much longer he can last. He needs to find nourishment quickly. His desire to reclaim his body and shred those who dared to mess with him fuels his will to survive. But it seems his days are already numbered. Out of nowhere, someone slashes him into countless pieces. The attack is so swift and precise that he doesn't even register what hit him. There was no scent, no sound, just an overwhelming strike that left him in shreds. Standing before him is a masked figure, whistling a strange tune beneath his creepy mask. It's clear from the tension in the air that these two share a history. As night falls, the masked guy drags the mutilated monster into an old apartment building. Once inside, the yellow-eyed monster is struck by how ordinary the living room looks. It's tidy and well-kept, resembling a normal home rather than a hideout or lair. Many questions begin to flood his mind. Is this a headquarters? Why bring him here? What is the purpose behind this? Soon we get to see another masked dude, grinning like a Cheshire cat. He greets the yellow-eyed monster with a chilling smile. Then, almost casually, he asks about the monster's experience of the outside world. The poor yellow-eyed bastard can do nothing but tremble in fear. He's feeling utterly hopeless. The monster, once the most terrifying existence in the entire run of the series, has now been reduced to a trembling mess, dreading his looming death. Since he is unable to muster up any response, the masked bastard decides to keep the question simple and asks the yellow-eyed bastard if he managed to find her. But all the yellow-eyed bastard does is sweat profusely, trying and failing to calm himself down. It's painfully obvious he's far from composed. He takes a mental note of the multiple exits around him, thinking all he needs to do is wait for the right opportunity. He's even got a weapon ready to strike, but he doesn't want to act recklessly, so he figures giving up the information these bastards are asking for might lower their guard. But suddenly, quickly realizes the harsh truth. He can't even move, let alone pull off anything shady. The masked gentleman sighs in disappointment, staring at the miserable excuse of a creature before him. Then he drops a bombshell. According to him, he's the one who created this yellow-eyed bastard from his own body and sent him to find her. The gentleman is clearly disappointed by the lack of response from this pathetic piece of shit. This gentleman does not like the fact that this tiny piece of shit was flaunting his creator's name and trying to act all-powerful. The yellow-eyed bastard somehow ends up inside the cup against his will. He does not seem to have any control over his body, as if it's following the commands of this masked man before him. Desperate and terrified, he starts begging his master to spare him, pleading for one more chance. But the gentleman doesn't budge. He points out that he's already given this parasite plenty of chances. As the master prepares to devour the pitiful creature, the bastard continues to beg, promising to spill every piece of information he's got. His pleas fall on deaf ears, and he gets eaten right away. After absorbing the yellow-eyed bastard, the master gains all of his memories, including every juicy detail the bastard had been withholding. Satisfied with this newly acquired information, the master takes a moment to revel in his accomplishment. The lackey then asks his master if he should call rest of the family. The master dismisses the idea with a calm assurance. There's no need for haste. They'll bide their time and take things slow. Finally, it seems we're getting a good look at the real mastermind behind everything. He's revealed to be the true father, the one all the other monsters refer to with reverence. At the moment, the father looks absolutely fascinated by the memories he absorbed. He's learned that Chukbok is a special child, blessed with immunity, and he's practically dying to meet her. The scene transitions to Chukbok's bewildered face as she notices something strange. Her mama has wet the entire bed in her sleep, or so it seems. It quickly becomes clear that it's not Mama who caused the mess. Chukbok wet her mother with her own pee. But Chukbok casually strips off her wet pajamas and hops over to Gomdol for some well-deserved rest. The next day, we see Chukbok come rushing into the room, determined to snatch candy back from Hira's hand. But Hira, a brute of a woman, isn't giving in so easily. Little Chukbok is getting more and more annoyed. She wants her candy back from Hira, but the struggle is real. Eventually, she ends up hitting her head in the process, which forces her to calm down. It turns out Hira isn't just messing with her. She's trying to train Chukbok. She's teaching her the art of staying calm and observing carefully before making a move. Hira explains that if Chukbok truly wants something, she must either trick or understand her opponent. That's the whole point of this training. With her lesson delivered, Hira decides to step out before restarting the training again. As Hira heads out, Yujung reminds her that it's almost dinner time. Hira reassures her that she will be back soon, after inhaling a cigarette or two. Once she's gone, Chunbai decides it's time to play with little Chukbok. He grabs the candy and tells her to start. Chukbok recalls what Hira had taught her. The old man, on the other hand, continues to push her buttons. Frustrated, Chukbok loses her temper and charges at the old man, fists balled up. The old man laughs, amused by her spirit. But his complacency gets the better of him, and Chukbok manages to land a devastating punch that leaves him a bloody mess. She finally retrieves the candy, and the fact that she bested the old man fills her with joy. She's thrilled to have knocked down the dumb old man and gotten her candy back. Meanwhile, Hira sits on the stairs, cigarette in hand, reflecting on a recent incident. She recalls the brutal wounds she had sustained. Her ribs are shattered, and the surrounding organs have also been damaged. Though the doctor performed surgery and fixed most of the stuff, the real problem is her liver. The damage is too extensive, and the doctor couldn't treat it completely. There will be severe after effects, and it's a miracle that she's even alive right now. The doctor had told she'll experience severe fatigue, nausea, bloody stools, and possibly jaundice. Given her current state, the doctor strongly advised against any fighting or violent actions, warning that pushing herself could lead to death. This news devastated the brute of a woman, who lives for nothing more than beating the hell out of her enemies. Currently, she's so frustrated by these thoughts that she can't even bring herself to puff on a cigarette. Nausea hits her every time she moves, and she realizes she can't even protect herself in this condition. Before things get worse, she decides she needs to make Chuckbox stronger so that she can fight for herself. Just then, Monster Mama walks through the corridor and sits beside Hira and hands her a sketchbook. While offering the book, Monster Mama seems oddly flustered, but eventually, Hira takes it. Though she grabs the sketchbook, she's unsure of its meaning or purpose. When she opens it, the first note she reads is a thank you, written specifically for her. As she continues flipping through the pages, she reads everything Monster Mama has written. Mama starts off by admitting that she didn't like Hira. In fact, she hated how Hira suddenly appeared and insisted on protecting her daughter. Monster Mama always resented how Hira was so cautiously wary of her and her husband, but she felt a sense of relief having Hira around. Mama wasn't keen on prying into Hira's real reasons for helping, but she knew, deep down, that Hira cared about Chuckbox from the heart. That thought stirred jealousy inside her. She thanked Hira once again for protecting her daughter and for helping her snap out of her regrets during those critical times. Now, Monster Mama extends a hand of friendship, asking Hira to work together with her to save Chuckbox. But Hira just throws the sketchbook back at her, calling all of it bullcrap. Hira believes that, instead of wasting time here, it would have been better to have spent it training Chuckbox to become stronger. As for working together, Hira admits they have the same goal, so it's no surprise they'll work together. Monster Mama feels both embarrassed and annoyed. She instantly regrets writing such a corny letter, knowing how blunt and mean Hira can be. But as soon as Hira's words sink in, Mama realizes that Hira does want to work together. Hira then goes on, saying that Chuckbox needs to learn how to protect herself. They can't keep her safe forever. Chuckbox has already realized this, and that's why she's working so hard to get stronger. She wants to protect not just herself, but her parents as well. That's exactly why Hira is making the effort to teach Chuckbox before another danger comes their way. Since they now share the same goal, Hira extends her hand to Monster Mama, who reciprocates the gesture. Monster Mama believes that even if they're not friends, they at least have to help each other when things get tough. They may not be friends, but they can trust each other. We then peek into Hira's inner monologues and learn that the only reason she wants to protect Chuckbox is because she doesn't want her to end up like her daughter who died needlessly. Meanwhile, Monster Mama begins to walk off. As she does, we notice that her mouth is bleeding, and she's clearly hurt. Later, she tries to expose herself to the sun outside, but the light quickly starts to burn her hand, forcing her to retract it with disappointment. It seems the potion didn't work at all. She had hoped for at least a little change. The only thing that's changed is the pain in her gums. By now, she's starting to believe it's impossible to return to normal. As night begins to descend, Gumdoll climbs to the rooftop, where he finds Monster Mama, seemingly dejected and quietly sulking. Gumdoll tries to ask Monster Mama about the reason behind her sulking mood. Eventually, she opens up and explains her situation to him. Gumdoll finds it amusing that she's so upset just because the antidote didn't work. She goes on, explaining how she had been looking forward to it for so long, but after all this time, nothing. She knew it wasn't guaranteed, but she still really wanted to be human again. Gumdoll just laughs it off, telling her to let it all out. They then both reminisce about their past, sharing laughs and fun memories. Monster Mama recalls her dream of becoming human again, of walking in the clear sunlight with her family, spending time together in the playground. Above all, what she wanted most was to turn on the lights in the house, something she never thought she'd be able to do again. Gumdoll, who is the beacon of light in her hopeless life, reassures her that while the antidote may have failed, he's sure a miracle will happen that will turn her back into her human form. If she does become human again, he promises to help her do all the things she's always dreamed of. Just then, someone arrives on the rooftop, disturbing the couple's peaceful time together. It's Chuckbox, storming in angrily because her father had promised to read her a fairy tale. She even made sure to make the bed and arrange everything perfectly so there would be no delays. Without further ado, the big guy grabs his little daughter and begins to fulfill her command. Watching them, Monster Mama's heart warms as she sees them getting along so well. Seeing them gives Monster Mama hope for the future. She's certain that after everything they've been through, they'll one day find peace. Even if she can't become human again, all she wants is to have her family with her. Suddenly her mind begins to cloud, and her vision becomes hazy. Out of nowhere, blood starts leaking from her eyes and mouth, and she falls headfirst. As she loses consciousness, a heavy silence fills her. It's so quiet and dark that it's terrifying, and she can't see anything. She begins to question herself, wondering if asking God to be a normal human was too much. All she wanted was to live a normal life, to have a bright home, and to take walks in the daylight. But it seems like no one is there to listen to her desperate pleas. Suddenly, Chuckbok wakes up. She notices that Monster Mama is gone, leaving only her remains and blood staining the sheets in a dark red color. Everyone scrambles to find Monster Mama, but no one can find her on the floors below. That's when Gomdal follows the trail of blood leading to the top floor. When they reach the top, they find Monster Mama standing there in the broad daylight, looking completely at ease, not struggling at all. Tears start flowing from her eyes involuntarily as she greets her family with a soft good morning. Chuckbok and Gomdal rush to her and hugs her as tightly as they can. With that, the first season finally comes to an end. The next season begins in the dead of winter. We find ourselves in the park, where Chuckbok is doing her best to hide behind the swings, but eventually she's caught by her mother. The sudden appearance of her mother is so unexpected that Chuckbok nearly jumps out of her skin when she sees her there. Half a year has already passed since Monster Mama was able to walk in the sunlight once again. Thanks to the cure she received in Hope Village, she's gradually returning to her original self. Her transformation has also had a positive influence on those around her, especially Chuckbok. Monster Mama can now go for walks in the mornings and exercise when the weather is nice. At first she was cautious and only exercised for about 10 minutes, but now she enjoys exercising for 40 minutes. She used to stay inside because of the sunlight, but now she can go outside whenever she wants. During the day, their family often goes on picnics and walks together, and they help her with her training a lot. Now, they can eat together as well and turn on the lights when they sleep. While Chuckbok is extremely happy with her life now, there are still two things that bother her. The first is that sometimes it's very hard for Monster Mama to speak the words properly. Her pronunciation is simply awful. But thanks to Chuckbok's hard work, her pronunciation has improved a lot. The second problem, and the biggest one, is that whenever Chuckbok loses a training session, Monster Mama always gives her massive smooches, which are always off-putting for the little poor girl. Although her kisses stink like hell, they also motivate Chuckbok to win next time, as this is the only way to get free from those sweet smooches. But at the end of the day, she loves her mother when she smiles like this. For that reason alone, Chuckbok is willing to endure these smooches, especially considering everything her mother has gone through for her. While everything seems like sunshine and roses for the family, let's not forget about poor Hira, who still hasn't recovered from her injuries. It seems like her time is nearing. While Chuckbok is still enduring the torture of smooches, Hira barges into the scene. She seems particularly annoyed that Monster Mama isn't properly training the little one. She then directly addresses Chuckbok and asks her if the training has been helpful. Chuckbok has no clue how to answer in a way that won't upset either Hira or Mama, so all she can do is tremble. Eventually, both mothers erupt in an argument. Hira claims that Monster Mama's teaching methods aren't good enough, while Monster Mama defends herself, saying she's trying to teach Chuckbok according to her mental age, something she can grasp fully. Pushing her to the limits won't be productive. But Hira still disagrees, insisting that this game-like approach Mama uses isn't the right way. Monster Mama, however, doesn't like how everything has to be so serious, and this is one of the reasons she kind of hates Hira. While Hira admires Mama's positive thinking, for a mother, she has to admit that Monster Mama is a bit naive. Just because Monster Mama can now freely walk outside doesn't mean the world is safe. Monster Mama then tells this brute woman to stop arguing, especially since it wouldn't be good for Hira to push herself too hard and risk further harm to her innards. Of course, Hira gets completely riled up after having her ego called out. Determined to prove she's just fine, she's more than ready to throw a few punches. Meanwhile, poor Chuckbok is caught in the middle of these two brute ladies. They're bickering and unintentionally squeezing her in their heated argument, leaving her struggling and flustered. Eventually, Chuckbok hits her limit. She finally commands both mamas to shut the hell up. Suddenly, Hira winces in sharp pain, causing Chuckbok to grow concerned. She quickly insists Hira to take a rest, but this brute woman, as stubborn as ever, refuses, claiming she feels better already. Chuckbok isn't convinced, though. Ever since the incident in the village, Hira's condition has been fragile. The wound she sustained back then was severe, too severe to be treated properly. The doctor had advised her to take it easy and allow herself to recover over time, minimizing physical activities as much as possible. Because of her illness, Hira often takes care of the household and helps Chuckbok with her studies. By now, she has become like a caring big sister to Chukbok, someone who is not only supportive but also a reliable teacher. However, Hira has changed a little ever since that incident in the village. Since they left, she has been scolding Chukbok even for the smallest mistakes. Poor Chukbok now tries her best not to make a single misstep while under Hira's guidance, fearing her wrath. But what truly terrifies Chukbok is Hira's approach to training. It's as though Hira has become obsessive, pushing Chukbok to her absolute limits without holding back in the slightest. Her intense behavior during these sessions is overwhelming. At times, Hira's sharp and almost feral expressions frighten Chukbok so much that she can't hold back her tears. Though the little girl also acknowledges that she has learned many valuable lessons from Hira. Still, the intensity of the training and Hira's unrelenting attitude make her the scariest teacher Chukbok has ever faced. After the full day hunting, they finally get back home to have some dinner. That's when Hira suddenly stops Chukbok and hands her a chocolate bar. The little one quickly starts drooling at the sight of the delicious sweet treat. But she snaps out of her gluttonous thoughts when she realizes she'll have to share it with the other members of the family too. Hira just smirks in response and assures her that this is part of her training, so she can have it all to herself. It's not always necessary to adhere to stringent rules when it comes to survival, and having this entire chocolate bar to herself would be one of the valuable lessons Chukbok should always keep in mind. In that moment, Chukbok realizes that while Hira can be a scary teacher, she's also an irreplaceable person who genuinely loves her. This just makes Chukbok admire her even more. One day, she hopes to become a strong person just like her. The scene transitions to a place crawling with monsters. In this chaotic facility, we see Gomdal collecting every supply he can find. After packing up all the medicine, he comes across another guy, and they start trading supplies. But Gomdal quickly sees through this bastard's tricks and grabs the scrawny dude's hand as hard as he can. The scrawny bastard is annoyed, irritated that Gomdal is pulling a stunt like this in the middle of a trade. That's when the big guy calls out to the scrawny dude's partner, who's been hiding behind the pillars. Out steps a woman who quickly throws her gun down after being threatened. Gomdal had already figured out that the scrawny dude wasn't alone. He had noticed the ring this bastard was wearing and the clumsy signals he had been sending to her. Since the scrawny bastard broke the trading rules, Gomdal demands that he cough up everything. A while later, Gomdal walks away with a ton of supplies he snagged from those idiots, his pack fully loaded. Not long after, he stumbles upon another trader. This time, the trade goes smoothly, and Gomdal moves on with his journey. He then meets another customer to trade with, and then another shortly after. But after a while, we see that Gomdal's one weakness, being too nice to everyone, gets him captured by a group of thugs. They mock him for how his kindness has made him an easy target, and now it's going to get him killed. One of them smirks and pulls the trigger, but the gun doesn't fire. Not just that, none of the guns the other thugs are holding work either. That brief moment of confusion is all Gomdal needs. He breaks free from the ropes holding him back and takes them down with his bare fists, like the cockroaches they are. We notice that there is a woman among them, a slave they had been holding captive. She is actually the one who messed up all those guns. She thanks him for saving her life, explaining that she had been forced to serve under them for the past 3 months because she was too weak to protect her only son. But now, thanks to Gomdal, she's free. She's glad he gave her the chance to get her revenge on them. As she reflects on how this world has become a hopeless hell, she tells Gomdal that he gave her a reason to keep going. Now, she can finally leave without any regrets. Later, Gomdal returns home after a long, tiring day. He's visibly sulking, weighed down by everything that happened. But all his worries melt away as soon as his little girl and monster mama rush to hug him at the door. He reflects on how this world truly feels like hell without hope. Yet, even in a world full of monsters and betrayal, he still has a small glimmer of hope, which is his family. He is the husband of his beloved wife and a proud father. A few days pass, and we shift to Chukbok. She reflects on how far she has come, not just in her fighting skills, but in mastering melee weapons and guns. She's even studied hard. She knows she has a long way to go, but she's grown a lot. Finally, the big day arrives for Chukbok to prove herself after all the rigorous training she's been through. She's absolutely ready for this, determined to pass the test and earn Hira's approval. But just as the little one is fired up and eager to take the test, Hira breaks the news to her. There isn't going to be any test today. They decide to have dinner together, so Hira tells Chukbok to hand over the kitchen knife since there are ingredients that need chopping. Of course, this sudden change of plans leaves Chukbok with a bewildered expression. Since her parents will be late today, Hira also suggests she just go to bed early. Once Chukbok finally falls asleep, Hira quietly gets up and dresses herself neatly. Meanwhile, Gomdal and Monster Mama arrive at the apartment and immediately ask Hira about Chukbok's well-being. Hira assures them that she's sleeping like an angel and that she made sure to feed her plenty beforehand. Gomdal is still not sure if what they are about to do is the right thing for Chukbok. But Hira firmly reminds him that there's no room for emotions. This is all for her survival. Resolute, they decide to execute their plan before Chuckbok wakes up. Yet Monster Mama still harbors doubt, unsure if this is truly the right course of action. Suddenly, in the stillness of the cold night, Chuckbok wakes up. As Chuckbok looks around, she finds herself completely bewildered. This wasn't the place she used to live, so how had she ended up in a shopping mall filled with nasty monsters lurking about? That's when she notices a letter addressed to her. She quickly opens it and begins reading the contents. The letter explains that since Chuckbok is reading this message, it means the test has already begun. Her only objective here is simple: escape this place alive. The letter informs her that she's in a department store, where there are plenty of supplies and no obstacles to moving around. On the first floor at the center, there's a walkie-talkie. Her task is to reach the walkie-talkie, contact her parents, and she will pass the test. However, there's a catch. She can only get to the walkie-talkie if she survives the numerous monsters scattered around the mall. The letter ends with her parents encouraging her to do her best, stay alive, and apply everything she has been taught. Chuckbok then realizes how Hira had lied to her about the test being cancelled, only to throw her into this situation all alone. As Chuckbok punches the ground, tears start streaming down her face. She just wants to go back home. But then she hears Hira's voice in her mind. The scene transitions into the past where Hira tells her she needs to get used to her environment. You see, humans aren't designed to adapt to sudden changes easily. For example, how would you feel if you suddenly had to stay here alone? Chuckbok admits that she'd be scared if it happened all of a sudden. Hira then assures her that once she adapts, she can use this place like it's her own home. And when that happens, she will be invincible. She can find a space to hide, a weapon to fight back, and if she adapts faster, this building she sees now can become her new home. One you'll protect. She finishes by stating that anywhere can be her new home if she makes it so. Back in the moment, Chuckbok wipes her tears and pulls herself together. She decides to escape this place and then get her revenge on Hira. That brute of a woman isn't getting away with this. As Chuckbok cautiously walks through the store, a sudden cleaver comes flying at her with terrifying speed. Luckily, it misses her by a hair's breadth. The sheer terror of the moment is so overwhelming that Chuckbok ends up wetting herself. The one who threw that cleaver is a zombie, and this zombie definitely looks more hungry than anything. The poor girl trembles as she feels her pee trickling across the floor. As the monster looms over her, Chuckbok makes a desperate run for it, but her clumsy steps cause her to fall flat. However, it turns out that this monster isn't a monster at all. It's Hira. Gomdoll and Monster Mama get annoyed to see Hira has taken things a bit too far. She was supposed to frighten Chuckbok, not actually threaten her life. But Hira remains unbothered and tells them to stop freaking out. All they need to do is just sit back and watch. The others wearing monster masks are also real humans, working directly under Hira's command. She reminds them that the test has officially begun, and they better do their job right. A bonus will be awarded if they perform well. With that, Hira cuts the transmission. Meanwhile, Chuckbok huddles in a quiet corner, shrinking in fear. Her pants are still wet, and all she wants right now is to get back home safely. The idea of getting the walkie-talkie from the horde of monsters seems like an impossible task to her. Her mind flashes back, and she remembers once again when Hira advised her that any place can become her home, as long as she adapts to its environment. The first step to making this place her home is to learn and use the environment around her. With that in mind, she steels her resolve and stands back up. Sulking in a quiet corner isn't going to help her in any way. First things first, she grabs some new pajamas and changes her clothes. Then, she starts checking the random stuff scattered around the place and eventually comes across an elastic rope. Along with the rope, she notices a few pebbles lying on the ground. Suddenly, an idea strikes her like lightning. She knows exactly what she needs to do to deal with these monsters. She makes a DIY slingshot and smacks one of the monsters hard across the face. Hira notices Chuckbok's bold move and feels a flicker of pride. Finally, the little one is trying to fight back. But now that she has grabbed everyone's attention with her reckless move, Chuckbok knows she's in big trouble. All the guys pretending to be monsters rush toward her, and Chuckbok is shocked. Thinking quickly, she launches another pebble at those bastards. And, as luck would have it, one of the pebbles hits a monster right in the balls. Hira is absolutely boggled out of her mind. She can't believe that Chuckbok's tiny brain came up with the idea of using a slingshot, and now she's actually trying to take down her enemies with it. Thing that Hira finds mind-blowing is that she never taught her this. To understand how Chuckbok got this trick up her sleeve, we flash back to the past, where Chunbai patiently showed her how to make and use a slingshot. Back in the present, Chuckbok feels grateful for her grandpa's lessons and even a little proud. But then, she realizes something alarming. There are no more pebbles left to throw. The fake monster seizes the opportunity and lunges at her, eager to take her down and claim the reward Hira had promised. But Chuckbok pulls out an unexpected move, her secret weapon, a powder of pain. After dusting the bastard's eyes, the little girl bolts as fast as she can. The monsters begin to chase her, but she's so fast that they end up tripping over their own feet before they can even get close. She knows these so-called monsters are much slower than her own mother, and far weaker than Hira, so taking them down isn't that big of a deal for her. After navigating through countless hurdles, she finally gets within arm's reach of the walkie-talkie. But just as she's about to grab it, Hira snatches her up and throws her back. Chuckbok skids across the ground and slams into a nearby pillar. Hira then walks toward Chuckbok, hoping she still remembers the lessons she's taught her. Chuckbok, on the other hand, struggles to get up as all the fake monsters swarm her from every direction. She starts to sob once again, but she's not ready to give up. Suddenly, her eyes begin to glow with a yellow glint. All the monsters around her start to glow with the same eerie yellow light, as if Chuckbok is controlling them. The monsters rush toward the building where Chuckbok is. Meanwhile, Chuckbok is thinking that all she needs is that walkie-talkie, and no matter what, she's going to get it. It seems Chuckbok is aware of the power she holds. She's confused as to why these few particular monsters aren't following her command. Even if these monsters are not moving, she decides to call for some help from the outside. In mere seconds, the ground starts rumbling, and more monsters begin swarming the entire place. They quickly make their way through the shut gates and flood into the building. No one has any clue why these monsters are here, or why there are so many of them. It doesn't take long for Hira to realize that Chuckbok must be the one calling these monsters, especially considering the timing and the glowing color of her eyes. The fake monsters quickly pull out their guns. Hira grabs Chuckbok and starts ascending to the second floor, with the other fake monsters following close behind. Those downstairs with guns start shooting at the monsters while moving, while the team on the second floor secures the entrance by firing. Hira orders everyone to take action to block the entrance and stop the monsters from getting any further inside. The way the monsters are swarming the area, Hira isn't sure if they're going to make it out alive. Gamdal responds, saying they're already doing their best. On the other side of the building, the monsters start losing their heads one by one, like they're nothing more than cucumbers. Some of them are even getting pierced by tentacles. The one wreaking all this havoc is none other than Monster Mama herself. The baddie is looking fierce and downright badass, slashing monsters left and right. She shouts out to assure them she'll reach the entrance in just a few minutes. While the fake monsters are doing their best to fend off the real ones, Hira suddenly gets hit by an excruciating pain. Taking advantage of the moment, one of the real monsters lunges at her and finally pins her down to the ground. In no time, all the fake monsters are apprehended by the real ones. The guys pretending to be monsters are absolutely sure they're as good as dead. Meanwhile, Hira sees something that leaves her completely shocked. A real monster hands Chuckbok the walkie-talkie she had been trying so hard to fetch. We flash back to the past, where we learn that Chuckbok had practiced this ability before. All she needs to do to control the monsters is concentrate and believe she can do it. She's glad she pulled this off. With this ability in her hands, she's confident that nothing can stop her from going home now. But then, she starts to wonder why she can't control the monsters who initially attacked her. It looks like she's still oblivious to the fact that these guys aren't real. Shaking off those thoughts, she focuses solely on controlling the monsters around her. A cute monster dog suddenly appears before her, ready to heed her command. The little girl sits down and gently pats the adorable dog, which is just as cute as her. But as she's patting the monster, her ability to control the creatures finally starts to wear off. The once cute puppy starts glaring at her with its deadly eyes. Chuckbok is absolutely terrified, and when the dog mutates into something even more horrifying, her fear skyrockets. All she can do is stand there, trembling, while the monster grows massive and strong. The monster doesn't waste any time and charges at the poor little girl, but Hira quickly jumps in from her spot in order to push Chuckbok out of the way. It's now a race against time. On one side, Hira is doing her best to reach little Chuckbok, while on the other side, the monster is determined to grab her and shred her to pieces. All the pleasant memories start flashing in Chuckbok's mind, and eventually, she cries out loud into her walkie-talkie, calling for Hira to save her. Thankfully, in the nick of time, Monster Mama attacks the bastard's claw, while Hira makes sure to rescue the little girl. Monster Mama finally assures her little one that rescue has arrived. After all, Chuckbok finished her test by acquiring the walkie-talkie and calling them. Since her mother is super strong, there's no need for weak Hira to fight. Of course, this little bit of banter gets under Hira's skin. Right then, Gamdal also arrives as well. Monster Mama glares at the bastard who tried to mess with her daughter, but the monster on the other hand doesn't look like a weakling. The hand that Mama cut off grows back as if nothing happened, and the monster charges at them. However, Mama gives a glare so intense it could freeze hell itself, and that glare is enough to turn this rabid dog into a scared little kitten. It doesn't take long for the monster to turn tail and run away. Mama turns to her little Chuckbok with a big smile on her face. It's finally time for them to go back home. But it looks like it's going to be a while before they can get Chuckbok to talk to them. Later, everyone pleads with her, explaining that it wasn't their intention at all, and it was all for her training. They promised they only wanted to check the results in a real setting. But Chukbok isn't ready to accept their excuses. As far as she's concerned, no parents would ever do this to their child. Well, both parents know she's right, so they don't have much room to argue back. Chukbok, still angry that they lied to her, declares that she's never going to listen to them again. Especially Hira. She now hates her even more and doesn't want Hira anywhere near her home, let alone inside it. The back and forth continues, but Hira eventually breaks the bickering by snapping back with a cold tone. She reminds Chukbok that she's supposed to adapt to the environment in order to survive. There will be no time for blaming others when she gets stuck in an unexpected situation like this in real life. Hira then questions why Chukbok even wants to be stronger in the first place. If she's still going to throw tantrums like a kid, Hira tells her that she's free to hide behind her mother like a baby forever. Finally, the sobbing, crying Chukbok steps out and runs straight toward Hira. She delivers a devastating punch to Hira for all the crap she's put her through. Gamdol tries to stop Chukbok for her rude behavior, but Monster Mama stops him from intervening. Chukbok keeps venting her frustration with tiny punches, one after another, all while verbally berating Hira. Eventually, she exhausts herself and admits that she missed Hira so much when she was in that dangerous situation. This remark puts a smile over Hira's face, and she quickly pulls Chukbok into a sweet hug. She apologizes for being so harsh, congratulates her for passing the test, and promises never to do something like this again. Chukbok also admits that she doesn't hate Hira, she actually likes her a lot. Hira feels the same way about Chukbok, and she doesn't hesitate to express it. After that wild test, Chukbok retires for the night and falls asleep. Meanwhile, Gamdal is concerned about what Hira had told him about Chukbok. He's finding it hard to believe that Chukbok was the one who summoned all those monsters. Monster Mama shares the same doubts, but she also believes there's no reason for Hira to lie. So the big guy decides to wait and hear it directly from Chukbok when she wakes up. Mama then inquires about the people they had hired to act as fake monsters. Gamdal reveals the disastrous news that they all perished while trying to escape from those monsters. Mama is relieved that there were no witnesses who survived to see what actually happened. Gamdal is caught off guard by her cold response, with little to no sympathy for the people who died. As he stares at her, Monster Mama asks if something's wrong, to which Gamdal quickly says no. Well, I'm not gonna lie. It's a pity that all those living, breathing grown men died just so their one damn daughter could have a test. My respect for Mama has dropped. To think she didn't even show a little concern, it's hard to look at her the same way now. Anyhow, Gamdal remembers that Hira's checkup day is coming soon, so they decide to take Chukbok with them and get her checked out as well. Since they don't have a car, it's going to take them a while to get there. Old man Chunbei took the car, and they said they would return before the checkup day. Speaking of Chunbei, the scene quickly transitions to the injured Yujung driving the car while trying to keep the bleeding to a minimum. Apparently, Chunbei has been caught by some mysterious monster, and she's rushing to get some help. The next day arrives, and our party packs up and begins their journey. Chukbok seems unusually energetic today, walking ahead of everyone as if she isn't tired at all from yesterday's fiasco. She is glad that now she has passed the test, one that they supposedly set up by lying to her. She feels entitled to do whatever she wants. She is going for all sorts of crazy fun today, and they will all have to adhere to her commands. Once they stop to take a rest for a while, Chukbok makes the grown-up Hira act like a little child. Of course, this tweaks the hell out of Hira, but she has no choice but to comply with Chukbok's commands. She even throws deadly glares at Monster Mama for laughing at her. But Monster Mama has her own role to play, the role of a cat. After having a lot of fun, dawn is almost upon them, and they resume their journey once again. Suddenly, they hear the sound of a car nearby. As they turn around, they see a van coming toward them. Monster Mama is sure it must be Chunbei and Yujung. The car slams the brakes abruptly, and Yujung doesn't waste any time before starting to berate all of them, because she's been looking for them for a while now. Then, she bursts into tears, claiming that her father is going to die if he doesn't get immediate help. Let's switch into a little past to get the full context of what happened to her father. It all started yesterday, around 6 p.m. before sunset. After spending several days scouting the area and investigating monsters, they were rushing back home when they were suddenly attacked, and their van flipped over. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves tied to chairs. The one who captured them is a monster under the hoodie who is eager to have a little chat with them. The hoodie monster quickly tells both of them to show off their skills and strengths. But the duo remains quiet, which prompts the monster to repeat his question. Yujung finally asks this bastard what the point of all this is, to which the bastard explains that their lives depend on the kind of response they give. He warns them up front, telling them to speak carefully. He starts from the beginning and questions the girl about what she is good at, but the duo does not respond to any of these questions. So, the monster grabs Grandpa by the hair and threatens them with the consequences that will follow if they don't speak. After the threat, the hoodie bastard gives them another chance to speak. That's when Chunbai decides to play a little game. He pretends to be angry and starts spouting random things. He begins cursing those in charge who sent him on this scouting mission, even though there were more powerful and skilled people available who could have handled the role better. Yoo-jung quickly catches on to what her father is trying to pull, so she starts playing along. She agrees with him, saying there were way more talented folks than them who should have been sent instead. They mention how those guys had a dude who was great with an axe and even a talented kid. Not to mention there was also a giant guy, super strong and apparently handsome too. After putting on this little charade, the old man turns to the hoodie monster and questions him, asking wouldn't it make more sense to have people like that instead of an old man and this talentless kid. He adds that if the hoodie guy lets him go, he'll bring those skilled people here and hand some of them over. But it looks like the monster isn't buying a single word these bastards are spewing, and he's not ready to believe a damn thing. Chunbei then suggests the monster to just take one of them as a hostage, while the other goes to bring those talented folks they're talking about. The hooded bastard thinks for a moment and agrees with this. So that's how the hooded bastard sent Yoo-jung out to find the talented people they spoke of, while her father stayed behind as a hostage. In the present, Yoo-jung explains that she promised to be back by 6 today, and if she doesn't return on time, her father will definitely die. Hira then questions the intent of the kidnapper and what it looked like. In response, the girl explains that she didn't get a clear look because of the cloak, but it was a female monster, about her height, and her feet were strange, each with 4 toes. When she lifted the car, Yoo-jung also noticed that the monster had tentacles with claws on both sides of her head. The mention of claws piques Monster Mama's interest. It is as if she knows someone with this description. As they're driving, Chukbok takes notes on how to drive a vehicle, but at that very moment, a giant hand grabs Chukbok and pulls her away. They quickly slam the brakes to turn the car around and chase this bastard. Meanwhile, Chukbok tells the monster to let her go, but the creature quickly assures her that it won't harm her. Turns out it's Daeun. When both ladies lock eyes for the first time, past memories flood through their minds, and they both have the same question. Why the hell are you here? We then switch back to the party. As they zoom down the streets, Yoo-jung lets everyone know that there's only so far they can chase the monster with a car. Meanwhile, Hira's condition starts to worsen, and she coughs up a copious amount of blood. She curses herself for not being vigilant enough to save Chukbok. The fact that someone just snatched her right out of her hands is driving her crazy. Monster Mama is chasing the monster on foot, but she can't seem to find them anywhere. It's as if they just vanished into thin air. Then, a troubling thought crosses Monster Mama's mind. What if she can't find her and Chukbok might get killed? This only steels her resolve to search for her daughter even more. Meanwhile, we cut back to Daeun, who is literally having second thoughts about kidnapping Chukbok. She vividly remembers how fierce Monster Mama is, and if she finds out the person behind her daughter's kidnapping, Daeun knows that she's as good as dead. But then, Daeun shakes off all these troubling thoughts, realizing that turning back isn't an option. Even if she returned the kid now, Daeun is sure she'd still die by Mama's hands. She finally enters the living room, where we meet one of Daeun's colleagues, known as Peddler. Well, the guy is literally a peddler. Since Chukbok is a product, Daeun wants to sell her to this man. The guy decides to start the negotiations, but it looks like Daeun is not in the mood for any of this. Since she brought exactly what this jerk wanted, she's not going to negotiate any further. But Peddler claims that he wants some useful or young meat, and it's only when he gets that, he'll trade them for her family. So far, the only worthy product she's delivered is this little girl, and the rest were flawed. What he desires is a perfect and fair trade, and it's only possible when she brings equally valuable products to the table. Daeun isn't having any of this crap, and she destroys the cube that bastard was playing with. As far as she's concerned, all he's done so far is be unreasonable. She tried her best to bring him what he asked for, but he's been nothing but unreasonable. She's grown tired of all these bullshit games and wants her kids back at all costs. Meanwhile, Chukbok can see the situation escalating, and she desperately wants to escape before things get worse. Suddenly, some unexpected sights catch Chukbok's attention. There are 2 kids lodged into the wall, begging and crying for Daeun to save them. Meanwhile, this peddler bastard is having the time of his life as he claims that he is taking these kids to the market. The poor kids embedded in the wall can do nothing but cry tears of sorrow. All they want is to get back home. Daeun can only tremble in her helplessness. To understand how she ended up like this, a little backstory is needed. Daeun used to wander alone, and she felt safe back then. Haunted by the fear of death for failing her father's mission, she fled and had been living in the shadows. Loneliness was familiar even in her human days, but over time, her existence felt increasingly hollow and wretched. Longing for the good old days, she had been living a life dwelling on past memories, so she wandered aimlessly. That's when she found these 2 kids. They were both so small, so she decided to fatten them up before making a meal out of them. Since they were too small, she planned to eat them later when they grew up. That was the idea Dayan had in her mind, but she regretted the decision of keeping them around instead of eating them right away. No matter how much they ate, they were always hungry. They would always fight over nothing, and she couldn't even rest properly, which was annoying. They made such a mess, and she always had to clean up after them. But after a month of hard work raising them, she became unusually attached to them. They were certainly a handful, but they were her angels, following her everywhere she went. It was them who filled the emptiness inside her. She just never imagined how miserable her life would be without them. One day, when she came back home with some food, she found that this peddler bastard had already captured her kids, and when she tried to fight, she lost miserably. Seeing how the kids were in such pristine condition, the peddler knew that she must have been raising them as their guardian. And since she was acting as their guardian, it meant she was fond of them. So, this was the opportunity for this bastard to make a trade with her. Every day had been a living hell since those kids were kidnapped. She had to keep fighting to get the people he would like. Plus, the stress and anxiety she felt every time he said that what she brought was flawed only wore her down more as time passed. She ended up thinking, why the hell am I stuck in this mess? Why do I even care about the kids? Why not just abandon them and run away to continue my own life? But the thought that they were going to die never sat well with her. And so, this is how she is currently facing this bastard in the present, with her kids lodged in the wall. She promises to do as he says and bring him better meat, but she wants him to keep his side of the deal. She'll bring the ones he wants. Even Chukbok couldn't help but notice the despair and hopelessness on Daeon's face. She truly loved these kids, and she wanted this bastard to stop hurting them. The tears in her eyes and the love in her heart reminded Chukbok of her own mother. She can tell that Daeon is not the same monster she used to be. That's when the peddler began laughing. He found it funny that they were trying to paint him as the villain here. He let them know that as long as they made the trade, he would safely return the kids. He requested that she bring the right ones this time. Now, let's take a peek into this bastard's monologue. This bastard actually just wanted to abuse Daeon's desperation. He was glad to see how easily he could manipulate this fool of a woman with a bit of generosity and desperation. As a result, he could get some great meat without putting much effort into it. He was actually glad to see Chukbok here, as she was the perfect young meat he wanted. It's then that Chukbok uses her abilities, and that bastard's knees quickly start to lose their strength. The roots he had sprouted begin to weaken, and his head starts throbbing like hell. Chukbok, on the other hand, just keeps intensifying whatever she's doing. Daeon watches in awe as the room this bastard created starts falling apart, but she can't figure out why it's happening. Chukbok quickly hints to this oblivious woman not to just stand there but to rescue the two kiddos. The wall holding the kids starts to weaken, so Daeon dashes over and grabs both of them. But that bastard retaliates, landing a serious blow to her back. Chukbok is shocked to see this. She had been trying to control him, so how could she lose control? Why did her ability suddenly stop working? The peddler, on the other hand, is furious. He sees Daeon pulling off what he thinks are shady stunts during what's supposed to be a fair trade, so he brutalizes her even more with his tentacles. This is his idea of punishment for practicing violence during a trade. He keeps attacking her, ripping apart her tentacles. Poor Daeon can feel her strength fading fast. She feels utterly pathetic, blaming herself. If only she had abandoned those kids, she wouldn't be going through this torture. The kids, on the other hand, are sobbing and crying for her. But that's exactly why Daeon has grown fond of them. These kids truly love her. They've suffered more than she has, yet they were still waiting for her to save them all this time. It's then that she finally speaks up, her voice shaky but determined, which instantly eases the worried kids. She assures them that the bad times are over now and that they'll be all right from here on out. No more pain, no more suffering. Despite the agony she feels from having her tentacles torn apart, she promises herself and them that no matter what, she will save them. But the bastard, meanwhile, is not done. He launches his tentacles once again, but before they reach Daeon, he finds his head gets drilled with a bullet, and standing behind the trigger is none other than little Chukbok. But one bullet isn't enough to take this bastard down. He's still alive, and he's surprised to see a little girl carrying a gun. That's not a toy for kids to play with. But this monster seems more than happy to play with her if that's what she wants. When he finally turns toward Chukbok, the little girl's face goes absolutely pale. She gets a good look at the shithead, a nasty creature with a massive brain and eyes embedded inside it. What really strikes her is the unsettling detail. The monster has one blue eye and one yellow. The scene briefly flashes back to the past, where Chukbok's mom had handed her the gun. Monster Mama had made it clear that this wasn't a toy. She told Chukbok firmly to only use it when absolutely necessary. Back in the present, Chukbok feels a swell of pride for using the gun at the perfect time. She knows that to save Grandpa and the others, there's only one way forward. She has to defeat this monster. Those blue eyes are something Chukbok has never seen on any other monster before. She wonders if they have something to do with why she's unable to control him. She isn't sure what to do, but whatever it is, she knows she has to act quickly. Chukbok scans the entire room, taking note of everything around her. Since Daeon is out of commission, she can't expect any help from that direction. Escaping this room is impossible too. Everything here is part of the monster. The best she can do right now is try to affect the monster with whatever power she can muster. Then, the monster speaks, asking her a single question. He wonders if perhaps she's the boss's child, since her eyes look familiar. Although Chukbok doesn't know who the hell this boss is, she is sure that it must be the leader of the monsters. That's when a wild idea sparks in her little mind. She decides to use this situation to her advantage and get out of here. So, she plays along and admits that she is the boss's daughter. Even Daeon quickly catches on that Chukbok is lying to get out of this situation. However, Daeon notices something peculiar. The monster seems hesitant to attack Chukbok, almost as if her eyes are throwing him off. But she's still unsure if this cunning monster is really going to fall for such an obvious lie. Chukbok, on the other hand, commits to the role of the boss's daughter with everything she's got. She even acts annoyed, glaring at the monster for not greeting her properly. To sell the act, she throws her fist in mock anger. To everyone's surprise, the monster suddenly drops to his knees, apologizing profusely for showing such disrespect. Daeon is absolutely baffled at how this idiot actually fell for the bait. Chukbok, meanwhile, continues her act. Internally, she feels glad that her confident bluffing finally paid off. But she has something important to say, so she tells the bastard to listen carefully. She explains that the reason she came here is because someone was causing trouble in her turf. She's displeased, no, furious to find that he's set up shop in her domain without permission. The peddler quickly apologizes for his antics. Chukbok, keeping up her commanding act, gives him a chance to redeem himself. She orders him to hand over the captives and all the other meat to her. If he doesn't comply, she warns that she'll report everything to the boss, every shady thing he's been pulling lately. With that, she dismisses him. But before leaving, the peddler hesitates and asks if he can pose a few questions of his own. Chukbok grants him permission, and he promptly asks why she would bother to come here and why she would mask her identity as the boss's daughter. To this, Chukbok confidently replies that she wanted to gauge the natural response of monsters, as how they would react while they don't know her true identity. The peddler follows up with another question, asking what she plans to do with the 2 kids she rescued. And finally, he asks for a description of the boss she's supposedly related to. Hearing this, Daeon feels her heart sink. She knows they're screwed. Chukbok goes silent in response and breaks into cold sweat as she fails to muster up any plausible explanation. The peddler takes her quietness as confirmation and suddenly lunges at her. But little Chukbok ducks just in time. Like a true Sigma lady, she whips out her gun and unleashes a barrage of bullets at him. The peddler only laughs, amused by her adorable yet futile attempt to maintain her act. Not only does he appreciate her performance, but he's also impressed by her nimble movements and surprising strength for someone her age. He finally admitted he was just playing along to confirm if she was truly the boss's child. Now, though, he's certain that she's not related to the boss in any way. He's about to get the meat he's been craving, and it's someone with the boss's eyes. Today must be his lucky day, and he's determined to make the most of it. He quickly overpowers her and pins her down. He keeps yapping and mocking the little girl, then starts examining her eyes. While he is busy peering into her eyes, the door creaks open, and Chunbai sneaks up behind him and thrusts the sharp object he's been holding straight into the bastard's chest. The scene shifts to Hira, who's struggling with her injuries but stubbornly insists on going to rescue Chukbok. Gamdal does his best to convince her to rest, but this determined lady won't back down and insists on getting her axe back. Even though she's injured, it's impossible for her to just sit and wait. Yujung tries to calm her, saying they need to trust Monster Mama, as it's the only thing they can do for now. But Hira believes they've been waiting too long, which means Monster Mama still hasn't been able to find Chukbok. The fact that Chukbok slipped right through her hands is eating her alive. She blames herself, thinking it's all her fault for being so clumsy and unaware of her surroundings. She yells one last time, demanding they hand over her axe, but Yujung snaps her out of her clouded thoughts, telling her to trust the process and wait. Suddenly they hear a gunshot nearby, and even Monster Mama, roaming outside, takes note of it. Her mind flashes back to the moment she handed her little girl that gun, making her even more certain it must be her daughter. Back in the thick of it, Chunbai has turned the tables on this bloody bastard. But this monster is too confident for his own good, and this stab is nothing more than a tickle to him. The old man, however, tells the ugly bastard to shut his mouth and warns him, if he values his life, he'd better let everyone leave quietly. Eventually, the monster agrees to this demand. Peddler still ends up staring down the barrel of the gun. The old man states that he needs answers to a few questions before they leave. But the ugly bastard snaps back, saying this wasn't part of the deal. They had agreed he'd let them go safely if they left him alone. The old man simply tells him to cooperate now that they're asking nicely because he might not get another chance to speak. Still, the monster whines that all they're doing now is bullying him. The kids sitting quietly in the corner can't help but notice the hypocrisy dripping from this bastard's words. He has no right to complain about bullying when he's the biggest bully of all. Ignoring the irony, Daeon cuts to the chase and questions him about this market he mentioned, asking what kind of trades happen there. The peddler just shrugs and says it's a market, quite literally. Daeon's patience snaps as she threatens him to cut the crap and get to the point. Finally, the monster caves and admits that at this market, young meats are sold at a premium. He explains that these kids are not only rare and delicious, but they're also highly sought after as pets. Upon hearing this, Daeon grows furious to learn that this bastard had no intention of returning the kids to her. The old man then questions this bastard about his differently colored eyes. The peddler admits it's a special seal he received from his boss. It's like an honor badge for those who qualify and are held in high regard in their master's eyes. The higher the grade, the stronger the adaptability, and the more powers you can use. But unfortunately, he's in this mess because he hasn't had the seal for long, so he was not able to utilize its full potential. The old man presses the barrel of the gun against this bastard's head and asks about the fuss over Chukbok being the boss's daughter. He sternly demands to know if the boss he speaks of is a yellow-eyed tentacle monster. Under the gun's gaze, the peddler reluctantly admits it, even though he clearly doesn't want to. He adds that he doesn't know what the boss looks like now because the boss changes forms frequently. But Chunbei is sure they've already killed that yellow-eyed bastard, and he saw that happening right before his own eyes. The peddler finally reveals that the one they killed was just an imposter. According to what he knows, that imposter created the cannibal tribe and was active for a while, but eventually, the real boss caught him and dealt with him. Daeon is bewildered to learn that her father she always held in high regard was just an imposter. The old man grits his teeth, realizing this isn't the end of these bastards. He had almost believed this place was finally safe for his daughter Yujung to live, but it looks like he was wrong. With all that said, the peddler stands up from his seat, having already shared most of what he knows. He also somehow managed to grab Chukbok with one of his tentacles, leaving Chunbei in a tough spot even with a gun in hand. Eventually, the peddler walks off on his own path, leaving the kids and the others behind. While waiting for the others to arrive, Chunbei wants Chukbok to promise him something. But before we can find out what this old man's promise is, the chapter ends. The morning arrives, and Monster Mama finally locates the apartment where her little girl is staying. Chunbei happily shows the eager mother the way, and she is finally able to see her little girl there. Although Monster Mama gets a moment of peace seeing her little one safe and asleep, she also notices Daeon sitting there, and that sight instantly unsettles her. Monster Mama starts to get aggressive, her presence terrifying Daeon, as it's clear Monster Mama is ready to end her once and for all. But Chunbei quickly steps in to calm her down, trying to reassure her that Daeon is on friendly terms. He takes a moment to explain everything to her. Later, we see everyone having dinner, though all they have is rice. Meanwhile, Yujung looks dejected, unable to eat anything since learning that the yellow-eyed monster they killed with so much effort turned out to be just an imposter. She had thought their revenge was complete, but after discovering the truth, she can't help but feel empty. Still, something doesn't add up. It's been months since they killed that imposter, so why haven't the real big shots come to finish them off? Gomdal suggests it might be because those guys don't need to come just yet. They probably already know where we are. Maybe they're just waiting for the right time. But Yujung isn't convinced. Why would they need to wait, especially since they've got all the power they need? To this, Gomdal shares his theory. They might be waiting for Chukbok to fully develop her powers. He recalls how recently she discovered her unique abilities, like her immunity to the monster virus, which alone makes her a prime target. Yujung, however, dismisses it as pure speculation with no solid proof. Gomdal counters that it could mean Chukbok's powers are still developing, and they might be waiting for her abilities to fully mature. The old man chimes in, admitting they don't have solid evidence to back any of this up. But for now, he suggests focusing on the opportunity they still have, time to gather more information about these big shots pulling the strings behind the scenes. Suddenly, Daeon grabs everyone's attention. She is inside her room, and the commotion she is causing does not go unnoticed, so they all ask her about it. To which she reassures them that everything is fine, it's just that she is having difficulty changing clothes. Meanwhile, Chukbok can be seen lecturing the two kids. Both of them are ready to heed her commands, which fills Chukbok with a swell of pride after becoming a teacher. In the background, Monster Mama and Hira are talking to each other. It seems Hira has something important to share. She begins the conversation by apologizing, and the unexpected apology coming from Hira shocks Monster Mama to her core. Hira continues to express her apologies and admitting it was her fault that Chukbok got kidnapped. She believes that it wouldn't have happened if she had been more careful. This time, they had Chunbei to save her. But she dreads the thought that if Chukbok had been left alone, She might not even be alive right now. She promises that it won't happen again, and next time, she'll protect Chukbok with her life. Monster Mama is intrigued by the unusually deep affection Hira shows toward her daughter, and can't help but ask why she's going to such lengths for Chukbok and what makes her so earnest about her. In response, Hira reveals that Chukbok saved her. She explains how her whole life had been consumed by revenge, but it was Chukbok who showed her the light and opened her eyes. So for her, Chukbok is everything. She's her hope, and all Hira wants is to continue protecting her. Monster Mama feels a bit embarrassed when she admits that she needs Hira's help too, and tells her to heal up faster. Hira, in her usual teasing manner, jabs at how Monster Mama is always ready to kill her, but now she's telling her to heal. She finds it ironic, but she also feels happy hearing this, and thanks Monster Mama for her concern. Suddenly, something happens to Hira, and she collapses to the ground, leaving Chukbok standing there in shock. The scene shifts to the peddler, who bows his head in respect before his senior, the masked dude we have seen before, known as Bigfoot. This is the same hooded bastard who had slashed the one-eyed monster into multiple pieces. Bigfoot questions the peddler about the meat he was supposed to bring. The peddler points upward, towards the ceiling, and when we look up, we see a bunch of humans, fattened like balloons, and coalescing with each other. The peddler explains that while it only took a few days to fatten them up, retrieving them became tricky because the fodder clung to each other due to their survival instincts. Still, the peddler assures Bigfoot that the quality and value are supreme, and the taste will exceed expectations. They can be sold at a premium price tag with ease. He then pulls out a small bottle containing tiny pills and claims that these will help solve their food problem. Bigfoot is pleased with the report and decides to leave. But before he goes, the peddler reveals that he has seen a girl with yellow eyes. This makes Bigfoot falter, and he stops to inquire more about it. The peddler explains that he recently encountered her while collecting, and he even makes a replica of her using his own flesh in order to show it to Bigfoot. Bigfoot, now genuinely intrigued, decides to have a full conversation about it. The scene transitions to this club, where a group of men in black are torturing a few people. Among these bullies is a guy wearing a purple cap, who's here to act as a client. He wants to hire these people. He's heard that this group does their job well, and they're known as Pitbull. The leader of the gang questions the purple hat guy, demanding he cough up the details of the mission he wants fulfilled. The hesitant purple cap guy quickly rummages through his bag, and that's when a piece of paper falls out. The paper lands right before a big dude sitting quietly with a helmet on his head. When his eyes land on the paper, we notice it's Hira's sketch. The gang leader quickly orders the helmet guy to pick up the paper and hand it over. But the helmet guy is shocked when he sees Hira's picture, causing him to momentarily lose touch with reality. One of the lackeys decides to hit the helmet guy since he isn't handing the paper back, but the helmet guy just kills him with a single punch. His left hand looks mutated, and just one punch from it is enough to knock the lackey out cold. The boss, who was all cocky just moments ago, begins to cower after seeing one of his men get smoked by a single punch. He quickly orders his goons to take the helmet guy down, promising them everything he has to offer if they succeed. All of the idiots rush toward the helmet guy, but as expected, they're all taken down with just a few punches. Some are killed in the process, while others decide to retreat. The helmet guy then turns to the purple cap guy, the one who had Hira's photo. He reminds the cap guy that these bastards would have killed him and taken everything from him, but he's still willing to help with whatever the guy needs. The poor guy is struggling with the grip the helmeted bastard has on his throat, barely mustering the courage to ask who he is. The helmeted guy finally introduces himself as the real Pitbull. Then it's his turn to ask. He brings up Hira's sketch and questions where she is right now. At that moment, the scene transitions to Hira, struggling with her injuries as she coughs up a large amount of blood. It seems like she's having a seizure, and her condition has seriously gotten worse. Gamdal is right there, trying to help her with everything he's got. Meanwhile, Monster Mama and Chukbok are on the rooftop, since Chukbok can't bear to watch Hira in such pain. A while later, we see all three of them sitting in the room, their faces dejected. Hira's injuries are beyond repair, and it's only a miracle that she's still alive. But her body is at its limit from all the bleeding and pain, and there's no way to treat her here. So it's time for them to prepare for the inevitable. Monster Mama reminds them that Dr. Jinsu will be here by tomorrow, which might give Hira a chance to survive. But Gamdal breaks down the harsh truth. Hira doesn't have the luxury of time. He recalls how Dr. Jinsu did his best to treat her in a terrible environment, and even if she stays alive, he doesn't think there's much that can be done for her at this point. Although Chunbai hates to admit it, he believes it would be better to end Hira's misery by killing her now. Whether they let her suffer until she dies or give her a painless way out, it's up to them. Meanwhile, Chukbok is trying to lift Hira's spirits by doing all sorts of comical antics. But poor Hira is in too bad condition to respond to any of this. All she can do is moan in pain. Despite this, Chukbok doesn't lose her spirit. She continues to remain upbeat and says all sorts of hopeful things. At some point, though, Chukbok starts to realize that Hira is beyond repair. That's when we notice a box lying near Hira. Hira tells the little one to open the box, and when Chukbok does, she finds 2 axes inside. Hira tells Chukbok that the axes are a little gift for her. She shares that she had planned to give them to Chukbok once she had grown up a little more, but since she doesn't have many days left, she wants her to use them to protect herself. While Hira continues speaking as if she's about to die, Chukbok begins to fall into despair. She finally hits her breaking point and lashes out at Hira with tears streaming down her face. Adorable Chukbok clings to Hira with a passionate hug, begging her not to leave her behind like this because she loves her so much. Hira reflects on how she had been so determined to take care of Chukbok in front of Monster Mama, but now she feels like she has ended up as a burden. That's when Monster Mama enters the room and tells Chukbok to step out for a moment because she needs to speak to Hira alone. Chukbok reluctantly agrees, giving her mom the space she wants. But suddenly, Chukbok notices the sharp knife in her mother's hand that causes Chukbok to panic when she thinks about the worst. A while later, Monster Mama is finally alone with Hira, while Gomdal is holding on to little Chukbok, making sure she doesn't run back into the room. He tries to reassure her that Monster Mama isn't planning to hurt Hira, but Chukbok is unconvinced because she saw the knife in her mother's hand. Meanwhile, Yujung uses a wet rag to put Chukbok to sleep. Gomdal is furious with Yujung for doing so, but the lady explains that Chukbok's constant screaming could attract the monsters. She then asks the big guy why he didn't tell her the truth from the start, to which he answers that they are unsure of what will happen. If Monster Mama's experiment fails, Chukbok will be devastated. Chunbei then steps in, warning them to brace for the worst, even preparing a gun in case of emergency. I don't exactly know what exactly they're attempting to do, but I have a strong suspicion that they are trying to turn Hira into a half-monster. Chunbei questions Daeon about whether the experiment she suggested will actually work. Daeon, however, can't make any promises. She claims it's up to Hira for the experiment to succeed. Meanwhile, we catch a glimpse inside the room, where Monster Mama is sitting atop Hira. With her struggling body, Hira musters up enough strength to tell Monster Mama to just make it quick. Without hesitation, Monster Mama swings the dagger and brings it down, causing Hira to cough up a significant amount of blood. But don't worry, the dagger didn't pierce Hira's chest. Instead, it inflicted a wound on her palm, and Monster Mama immediately throws the knife away. Hira quickly reminds Mama that such a wound won't be enough to kill her. But Monster Mama, however, admits that she doesn't plan to kill her. She'd rather turn Hira into a monster like her than see her die. She reveals that Daeon had told her of a way to create monsters with consciousness. To do this, all Monster Mama needs to do is infect Hira's wound with her own blood or saliva. Though Monster Mama explains that since becoming a monster, she's never eaten human flesh, so she warns Hira that after tasting her blood, she might lose control and want to devour her. However, she promises to keep her urges suppressed. But Hira quickly protests against the idea, but Monster Mama has already made up her mind. She reminds Hira of the promise she made, to save Chukbok no matter what. Monster Mama expresses her disappointment that Hira is now trying to back out of her decision and is unwilling to become a monster. In that moment, Hira suddenly remembers Chukbok's crying face, which triggers an epiphany. She realizes that she has already lived her life, so it doesn't matter if she's alive or not, or whether she becomes a zombie. With the thought of saving Chukbok in mind, Hira finally gives Monster Mama the green light to proceed with the transformation, but she requests that it not cause her much pain. Monster Mama can't guarantee that, but she assures Hira that she will try her best. With that, Monster Mama positions her face over Hira's hand in order to transfer some of her saliva into the body. We shift back to the guy who had Hira's photo. He suddenly opens his eyes, disoriented and unsure of where he is or why he's lying in a bed. The last thing he remembers is that the pit bull guy had choked him until he lost consciousness. When he looks up, he notices several people staring at him. Panicking, he shouts at the top of his lungs, demanding to know where he is and what he's doing there. At that moment, the pit bull guy rushes in, grabs the poor guy by his jacket, and drags him to another room to interrogate him about Hira. Once inside the private room, Pitbull starts grilling the guy, asking how he knows Hira and demanding every juicy detail he might have. The poor guy begins sweating out of fear and has no choice but to comply and explain everything. Though he's been in many dangerous situations before, nothing compares to the chilling aura this monster gives off, one that leaves an unsettling feeling he can't shake. Finally, the guy speaks up, revealing that he's also been searching for the people in the photos. He explains why he wants to find Hira and her crew. Not long ago, Hira's group had hired him to impersonate monsters. But then, a girl in their group used some strange power that summoned real monsters, leading to the loss of his entire family. Now he's out for revenge. The man requests Pitbull's help in capturing Hira and her companions so he can seek his revenge. He promises that if Pitbull helps him, he will reveal the secret location of a liquor warehouse and a food warehouse he knows of. However, in exchange, all he wants is to capture Hira and her group. But Pitbull isn't interested in the information the boy offers. All he cares about is Hira, and he specifically wants to know about her. The boy apologizes while admitting that he doesn't know where she is. Pitbull realizes that he hasn't gotten any leads on Hira, something he had been eagerly anticipating. Still, he agrees to take the boy's request, but with a different reward in mind. The reward Pitbull wants is Hira herself and nothing else. The boy gathers his courage and asks why Pitbull wants Hira for himself and what his intentions are. The bearded bastard goes silent for a moment, but he eventually decides to explain. He begins by telling that Hira is a woman he loves so much so that he wants to kill her. He explains that he likes her because she is strong, strict, and yet sweet at the same time. She's the strongest person he's ever known, in fact, an unbeatable woman. As he speaks of Hira, the scene transitions to Monster Mama, struggling against Hira, who is now transformed into an absolute powerhouse of a monster. Back to this bearded bastard Myung-hoon, who explains to the boy that he wants to make Hira his pet, to tame her like a dog, one that cannot survive without him. He eagerly anticipates seeing her and desperately wants to know where she is. Just then, the scene introduces Dr. Jinsu after a long time, who is here to have a little chat with Myung-hoon. But before we continue further, here is the little backstory about how the doctor ended up having this brute in their group. The doctor narrates how they had survived in the village, enduring the sacrifices of others, fighting among themselves due to mutual suspicion, and living in what felt like a cursed hell. It was in these desperate times that he developed a wish, a desperate desire to live a normal life. Maybe it was that desperation that guided them, leading them to finally find the home they had longed for after so much searching. Once they found their new home, they established rules to prevent repeating the mistakes of the past, working tirelessly to ensure the peace and safety they needed. There were many rules, but rule number 1 was the most important. Never speak about Chuckbox Group. This rule, above all, was for the sake of the villagers' safety, just so they don't attract any unwanted attention. So because of this rule, everyone remained silent and adhered to it. After the rules were set, everything began to fall into place. Although it had been tough at first, with conflicts and struggles, the village was built, and they moved closer to the normal life the doctor had always dreamed of. But that normal life was shattered when Myung-hoon appeared while looking for Hira. In the present, the doctor insists on having a little chat with this dude, but Myung-hoon tells him to come back later since he's busy. The doctor walks away and decides to wait for him outside. Once the doctor is gone, Myung-hoon resumes his discussion with the kid, but the kid claims he's already said everything he knows and doesn't have anything else to share. That's when Myung-hoon grabs the poor guy by the head, forcing him to think harder because he's sure he knows something about those guys. The bastard even starts hurting the poor kid by squeezing his face wound. At one point, he goes absolutely crazy, putting as much pressure as he can on the poor guy's head. But then, the doctor finally bursts into the room before this brute can crush the kid's head completely. The bastard ignores everything the doctor says and instead punches him so hard that the doctor crashes into the wall behind him. This piece of shit is annoyed that the doctor has interrupted him again. The kid, on the other hand, bursts into tears, trembling, apologizing, and admitting he really doesn't have anything more to tell. Yangju shows up and tells the bastard to stop with his violence. The doctor quickly warns her to leave the room because this guy is dangerous. Myung-hoon, on the other hand, sighs in disappointment and asks the two of them to just leave the room since he wants to talk to the kid alone. The poor kid continues tearing up, clearly desperate to get out. Myung-hoon, however, keeps trying to convince everyone that this kid is the key to everything and that they should just let him interrogate him. He promises to send the kid away once he's done, so for now, he insists they leave him alone. Neither the doctor nor Yangju knows how to handle this brute. Yangju, however, takes the initiative to remind Myung-hoon of the village rules. She points out rule number 5, which clearly states that any outsider entering the village must be interviewed by the leader. Not only is Myung-hoon ignoring the rule, but he's also threatening the poor kid with unbelievable violence. Yangju wants to stick to the rules, as always, but this bastard refuses to back down and instead tells her to leave. But Yangju, being the leader, can't stand this bearded brute disrupting the law and order in her village. She firmly tells him to stop whatever he's doing. Still, the bastard sticks to his guns and even threatens her in return. But the lady also makes it clear that she is done tolerating, and this is his last chance he has got. Right at that moment, the bastard goes aggressive and tries to attack the woman. But the doctor quickly steps in and saves the poor lady just in the nick of time by taking the hit head-on with his hand. The bastard, on the other hand, issues a threat once again, warning them to leave while they still have a chance, or they'll end up as good as dead. With that, he decides to continue his conversation with the kid, but as usual, the kid has no answers for the questions this big guy keeps asking. That's when Yongju speaks up again. She knows he has been working hard for this village and understands that everyone is living a comfortable and secure life because of him. A life free from the fear of monsters, all thanks to the pit bulls he created. However, she reminds him that what he's doing doesn't actually suit him. To drive her point home, she even stabs the bastard right in the back. Though the stab does nothing more than tickle him, Yongju makes it clear that if he so much as touches her family again, she will never forgive him. The way Yongju stares at him reminds him of Hira, who has the same menacing look. Finally, this much is enough to humble the bastard, and he promises to never cross the line again. He explains that he had never imagined she would actually go so far as to stab him, but Yongju already knew he would heal in no time. Internally, she apologizes to Myung-hoon, knowing he's desperate to meet Hira. However, but Yongju does not want him to see Hira right now, as she is in a critical condition. That's when Myung-hoon notices a photo of Chukbok in Yongju's hand. He quickly asks her why she's holding onto it, but Yongju tries to brush off any suspicion. She explains that the picture was just lying on the floor. Trying to stay calm, Yongju cleverly changes the subject, reminding everyone that it's almost lunchtime and they should head to the cafeteria. With that, she begins to walk away. But of course, Myung-hoon has already caught on. He's certain she knows something about the child in the photo, and he demands that she spill all the juicy details she's hiding. The scene transitions to Chukbok, who is sitting near a restrained Hira, who has turned into a monster. Although Hira is awake, she doesn't seem to be in her senses. Chukbok gently assures her that she won't be left alone and tells her to relax. Meanwhile, Daeon is feeling very concerned that the plan she proposed has completely flopped. All they wanted was to save Hira's life, but instead, she ended up turning into a ridiculous monster that could barely be restrained. Gamdol has also gotten seriously injured in the process of restraining Hira. Still, Gamdol holds on to hope. Even though Hira has turned into an overpowered monster, he believes there are still two possible ways to fix things. First, they can talk to Dr. Jinsu today. Gamdol is confident that Jinsu might have a way to make Hira better, just like he helped Chukbok's mother. It's quite miraculous that having Chukbok around is more than enough to keep Hira in check. In other words, if Hira's behavior is being influenced by her feelings, then there's still hope to save her. But Yoojung doesn't share Gamdol's optimistic thinking. She thinks it's all just a load of nonsense. She points out the destruction and the fight they had to go through just to restrain Hira. When Gamdol asks why she's suddenly so upset, Yoojung explains that he might end up dead if he keeps doing this. She wants him to think rationally and stop risking his life recklessly. She already knew the consequences of following this plan, which is why she was always against the idea. Yoojung had known from the start that this would happen and felt they should have just let Hira die. Even now, she believes there's still a chance to eliminate Hira and end this once and for all. But Gamdol reminds her that they were ready to face the consequences from the very beginning. He isn't backing down and is just glad that things aren't worse than they already are. Yoojung pushes back, pointing out that this wasn't even his decision. It was Monster Mama's call, so he doesn't have to suffer because of someone else's miscalculated step. To this, Gamdol firmly states that this is exactly why he intends to bear this with her. Because they're family now, and that's what family members do for each other. Yoojung finally relents, deciding to let him do what he wants. However, she warns him not to get reckless, as it might cost him his life. Meanwhile, Chunbai is playing around with the two little kids, keeping things lighthearted in the background. Once Gamdol is finally patched up, he pulls his clothes back on. Yoojung's mind, however, begins to drift into the past. She can't help but think about how, if Gamdol were part of her family, she would have never let him get hurt in the first place. She feels annoyed with Monster Mama for not bothering to show up when her husband needed her the most. Meanwhile, Gamdol is also thinking about his wife. But unlike Yoojung's bitter thoughts, Gamdol is sure that Monster Mama must be devastated right now because of their failed experiment. As a supportive husband, he decides to go up to the rooftop and be there for her during her darkest time. When he gets there, he calls out for her, only to be completely shocked by what he sees. Contrary to his expectations, Monster Mama isn't stressed at all. She's having the time of her life, surrounded by snacks and junk food, happily indulging. In a rather grumpy mood, Gamdol questions her, asking what in the world she's doing. Monster Mama casually burps and states the obvious. She was hungry, so she's eating. This wasn't the response Gamdol was expecting, and it leaves him feeling a bit down. Seeing his reaction, Monster Mama starts to panic. Embarrassed, she quickly reminds him that she's still human, and humans need to eat too. Gamdol perks up in happiness at his wife's antics. He laughs, admitting that he was expecting her to feel down since things hadn't gone as planned. Switching gears, Gamdol points out that the car is ready, and she should go see Dr. Jinsu with Chunbai. But before leaving, Gamdol then scoops his little wife into his big hands, giving her a warm hug. With genuine care, he wishes her to be careful out there. With that, she leaves. Afterward, Gamdol notices something peculiar. Despite the snacks being everywhere, it seems like she barely ate anything. Meanwhile, as Monster Mama heads out, her mind begins to drift back to the recent events. She recalls the excitement she felt when she tasted Hira's blood, and when Gomdal hugged her earlier, she couldn't ignore the overwhelming hunger stirring within her, the hunger to devour her own husband. She knows that if this keeps happening, she might turn back into her monstrous form. Chunbei and Monster Mama finally embark on their journey in the car. As the car zooms along, Monster Mama's mouth is still drooling, and her cravings for something to eat are growing stronger. She remembers how much better she felt after having a little of Hira's blood. Lately, though, she can barely control her appetite. But she knows she has no choice but to endure it as much as she can. Suddenly, her thoughts are interrupted when Chunbei slams on the brakes. It looks like something is weighing on Chunbei's mind, and he finally can't hold it in anymore. Monster Mama has no idea what in the world he's talking about. That's when the old man looks at her and bluntly tells her to just go and take a dump because he's been hearing her stomach rumbling nonstop for a while now. Of course, Monster Mama gets embarrassed and claims it's just a little stomach irritation, nothing serious. Chunbei, relieved to hear this, hits the gas pedal again, and the car zooms forward. To kill some time, Chunbei decides to strike up a bit of chit-chat. He brings up something Dayan told him. According to her, she saw a peddler with a strange masked guy, and the two of them were experimenting on a monster. Apparently, they managed to turn the monster back into a human. Naturally, Monster Mama finds this hard to believe. Chunbei shares her skepticism, but admits that Dayan didn't seem to be lying. He's certain that Peddler is different from regular monsters, so there might be some truth to it. If what Dayan saw is even remotely true, it means they might be able to find a cure for Hira and deal with those bastards at the same time. Monster Mama is totally on board with digging deeper into this to see if what Chunbei heard is actually true. Finally, they arrive at their destination. Dr. Jinsu is already there, waiting with an ambulance ready to go. After exchanging greetings, Monster Mama fills the doctor in on all the juicy details. She explains how Hira has now turned into a monster, and that Chukbok seems to be developing some strange abilities as well. They couldn't bring Hira along because she wasn't in any condition to be moved. Monster Mama acknowledges that it's against the rules for them to enter each other's homes, but she earnestly requests Dr. Jinsu to come with them to check on Hira. Jinsu, on the other hand, is lost in his own thoughts, and whatever he's thinking doesn't seem pleasant. He's sweating at the realization that Hira has now turned into a monster, which only complicates the situation further. Adding to the mess is Myung-hoon, who's already gunning for Hira. Jinsu considers telling Monster Mama and Chunbei about Myung-hoon, but for now, he decides to keep quiet and simply tag along. He feels obligated to help Monster Mama and her crew, especially considering how much they've done for the village. Besides, he's genuinely worried about both Hira and Chukbok. He gestures for them to get moving. However, Chunbei and Monster Mama quickly pick up on the suspicious air lingering around them. The doctor, meanwhile, keeps acting incredibly sketchy, practically radiating sussy baka energy as he urges them to get into the car. Monster Mama and Chunbei exchange glances. Clearly understanding the body language Jinsu is using, it's as if he's silently conveying a warning of potential danger. They begin speculating. Could someone have been following them? Or maybe someone tracked Jinsu down. Whatever the case, it's obvious that Jinsu is hurrying them for a good reason. Without wasting more time, they decide to get into the van. That's when Myung-hoon finally steps out of the van and greets everyone present. He apologizes for the late introduction, explaining that he accidentally dozed off without even realizing it. Meanwhile, poor Jinsu is sweating his balls at the sight of this bastard suddenly appearing. When the scene pans out on Myung-hoon, his appearance is nothing short of surprising. The man looks significantly younger after trimming down that excessive beard, something that once looked like a patch of wild hair over balls. Monster Mama quickly pieces it together. The threat Jinsu was warning them about must be this guy. Even Chunbei can tell that Myung-hoon radiates danger. Myung-hoon, on the other hand, is unbothered and genuinely pleased to see Monster Mama in person. He mentions how much he's heard about her from Dr. Jinsu. He grins as he extends his hand for a friendly greeting. But of course, Monster Mama isn't having any of it. She radiates a menacing aura, making it clear this guy should move his hand far away from her, and fast. The scene transitions to the rest of Chukbok's family. Here, Gomdal, Hira, and Daeon are doing their best to keep Hira restrained. That's when Chukbok and the two kids jump into the fray to lend a hand. Chukbok's ace up her sleeve is simple but effective. She shows Hira her love. This heartfelt technique always seems to work, and this time is no exception. Chukbok has also brought along a book, which she plans to read to Hira. Her soothing presence begins to calm Hira down, allowing Gomdal and Daeon to finally take a much-needed moment to catch their breath now that Hira is under control. Seriously, everyone is beyond relieved that the kids are around, because without them, keeping Hira in check would have been an absolute nightmare. But Daeon is starting to worry. The kids will eventually need to sleep, and when that happens, things could spiral out of control. Gomdal, however, delivers some grim news. There's nothing they can do to help Hira until the doctor arrives. Frustrated, Daeon suggests they just tie Hira up and leave her there for now. But Yoo-jung is unsure if it's right to treat a family member like this, even in such dire circumstances. Eventually, she decides to step outside for some fresh air, hoping to clear her head. Meanwhile, Daeon is feeling the exhaustion creeping in. All she wants is a well-deserved nap after being awake all this time restraining Hira. But as she turns around, she notices something unsettling. Gamdol is nowhere to be seen. Gamdol actually steps outside to keep Yoo-jung company since she seems really dejected with all the crap that's been going on lately. But Yoo-jung waves him off as she doesn't need his company. The big guy, however, keeps walking toward her, telling her she might catch a cold and should head back inside. Yoo-jung only gets annoyed by his persistence and sternly tells him not to come any closer. But the big guy remains undeterred and suggests she at least take his jacket, promising to leave her alone if she does. She keeps insisting he leave her alone, but Gamdol refuses to go anywhere without figuring out what's bothering her so much. Finally, she snaps, admitting that she is absolutely fed up with all the shit going on. She's frustrated beyond belief. They're already being targeted by too many monsters, and now their home is destroyed too. As if that wasn't bad enough, Hira hasn't recovered and has become a dead weight dragging everyone down. On top of it all, they've got 3 kids to look after now. Yoo-jung doesn't even know where to begin. She blames everything on Monster Mama for causing all this chaos, and Hira is just making everything worse. And then there's Chukbok and her strange powers, just the icing on the messed up cake. Her father is getting older by the day, struggling to protect them all, and now they've got another monster and her kids to deal with too. All of this shit is just weighing on her mind like there's no end to her problems. But above everything else, she's frustrated with herself for not doing anything in this whole situation, even though the fear of losing her family again eats away at her. She knows Gamdol is just trying to protect his family, but it bothers her that he's throwing his life away in the process. She can't bear to see him getting hurt over and over. Before her emotions completely overwhelm her, Gamdol suddenly pulls her into a hug, catching her off guard and making her blush. But the hug isn't out of compassion, it's to save her. A sneaky bastard had just launched an attack, and Gamdol took the hit, leaving his face brutally injured. The attacker, however, seems genuinely amazed by Gamdol's skill. He'd assumed the big guy would be slow because of his size, but clearly that was a huge miscalculation. As the mysterious attacker steps out of hiding, his identity becomes clear. It's Peddler. Gamdol has only ever heard about this bastard through word of mouth, but based on the description Chunibei gave, he's pretty sure this guy matches it perfectly. Gamdol demands to know what the hell this bastard wants, but the ugly sucker shuts him up and asks a question of his own. He wants to know if they happen to know a young girl. The attacker says he can feel her presence here. To make it clearer, he even conjures up Chukbok's face through his grotesque melting body, showing exactly what the girl looks like. Meanwhile, inside the house, Daeon is sleeping peacefully with her 2 kids, oblivious to the shit going on outside. Hira, on the other hand, is roaming around aimlessly, bound in chains. Chukbok is also fast asleep, seemingly dreaming about Hira. But outside, Peddler continues pressing Gamdol for answers about her. Yoo-jung begins to lose her composure. This is the absolute last thing she wanted to happen, especially now when Monster Mama isn't here to protect them. To make matters worse, they don't have any weapons on hand. But Gamdol isn't backing down without a fight. He unloads a barrage of bullets at the monster and lunges at it, yelling for Yoo-jung to wake Daeon and bring the weapons. He'll keep this bastard occupied in the meantime. Gamdol knows he's the only one right now who can hold the monster off. Gamdol keeps bombarding the bastard with a relentless barrage of bullets, as he is determined not to let this bastard get anywhere near to his daughter. That's when another monster comes crashing down and lands right on top of poor Gamdol. Yoo-jung can only watch in shock, completely frozen. But she too gets attacked by another monster, sending her sprawling to the ground. Conveniently enough, her ass covers the entire panel when she falls in this awkward position. The one who helped to create this masterpiece is another cringy monster. Peddler crouches down again, ready to resume his interrogation. He claims that he knows Chukbok is here, as he can sense her presence, but now he wants to know if her mother is here as well. His voice is chilling as he warns Gamdol that what happens next depends entirely on the answer he gives. At this moment, Gamdol feels completely hopeless and helpless. There's no one around to help, not his wife, not his master Chunbei, not even Hira. It's just him, and he doesn't know how he's going to save both his daughter and Yoo-jung on his own. As Yoo-jung is on the brink of being devoured alive, Gamdol musters every ounce of strength he has left and tries to stand up. But his efforts seem futile. His body refuses to cooperate. The monster laughs at his struggle, mocking him for working so hard for nothing. All Gamdol has to do is answer the questions, and maybe he is spared. Peddler makes it clear to Gamdol that he doesn't have the strength to save everyone here, so all his struggling is completely pointless. The monster nearly swallows Yujung whole while Gamdol can do nothing but listen as this bastard rambles on, lecturing him about affection and love. Peddler tries to drill into Gamdol that the concept of family is the greatest weakness anyone can have. Affection, he claims, is utterly pointless. Because of it, Gamdol is now about to die, for the very family he's so desperate to protect. Gamdol is utterly shattered, paralyzed by despair. He's got no idea what to do, no plan, no strength, nothing. This is a level of hopelessness he never imagined facing in his life. Meanwhile, these bastards give him just 3 seconds to decide his fate. The countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Before they can make their move, a thunderous sound reverberates through the area, heavy, deliberate footsteps echoing with an overwhelming presence. Peddler starts to sweat, his confidence shaken. Whatever is coming, it's not just a monster. It's pure, unfiltered madness. And of course, that madness is Hira. She emerges from the house. Her presence is overpowering, commanding the air around her. She takes a moment to scan the scene. On one side, she sees Yujung halfway to being devoured. On the other, Gamdol lies crumpled, reduced to nothing more than a broken shell of himself. But when Hira spots Chuckbok's head in Peddler's hand, it triggers something deep within her. And that does it. She lunges at the bastard. But before we catch sight of this juicy fight, the scene transitions to Monster Mama and Myung-hoon. Myung-hoon tries to strike up a friendship with Monster Mama, especially since they're the same kind. But Monster Mama shut him down, saying she already has a boyfriend and isn't interested. She's blunt and tells him to piss off, making it clear she doesn't care why he's here. They're busy, and they don't have time for his nonsense. Myung-hoon doesn't take the hint. Instead, he smirks and offers her 2 options. The first option, which is supposed to be the good one, is simple. If she comes with him quietly, no one gets hurt. Everyone walks away in peace. But before he can even lay out the second and bad option, Chunbai and Monster Mama are already prepared to throw down. They don't wait for the rest of his speech. They lunge at the bastard. But this bastard stops Monster Mama in her tracks using just one hand, and also makes sure to catch all of the bullets with his bare hands as well. He is disappointed that they choose the bad option after all. He grabs her by her chest and effortlessly throws her through the air, sending her flying far away. His grip is so massive that her milker even leaks out a copious amount of blood in the process. Chunbei quickly starts throwing down even more bullets, but the bastard, once again, just grabs those bullets and throws them back at Chunbei, leaving the poor old man injured. Chunbei knows this bastard is no ordinary man, but he never expected someone with reflexes sharp enough to catch bullets. Guess this bastard really is a true monster. Turns out, the blood we saw wasn't from Monster Mama's milkers. It was actually from this bastard's severed hand that Monster Mama tore off. She ripped his hand off out of sheer frustration to think that this bastard dared to grab a lady by her milkers. She's literally itching to tear this bastard's balls off for the pain he's caused her chest. Myung-hoon gives props to Monster Mama for her godlike reflexes. He didn't even realize when his hand got cut off. Monster Mama makes it crystal clear that next up are his balls if he doesn't quit it. The bastard just casually regenerates his hand like it's no big deal and flips a middle finger with his newly grown hand. Because even if she snatches his pair of balls, he'd just grow them back right away. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts, and rustling noises start to echo around them. Out of nowhere, all of Myung-hoon's lackeys latch onto Monster Mama and Chunbai. But Chunbai wastes no time and drills a hole right through one of the bastards with a precisely aimed shot, and proceeds to kill every last one in his way. With his weapon in hand, Chunbai is absolutely menacing, showing not even a shred of mercy to these bastards. Even Myung-hoon can't help but clap in admiration at the old man's stellar performance. Meanwhile, it's clear Chunbai is starting to struggle. If this were his prime, taking down these pesky bastards wouldn't have been an issue. But with this old body, he isn't sure how much longer he can keep fighting these suckers. Then he notices something unsettling. These aren't just lackeys, they're monsters hidden under helmets. Monster Mama, on the other hand, is slaughtering these bastards left and right like it's nothing. As she fights, she realizes they're just soulless dolls, which only fuels her anger. She grits her teeth as she remembers that perverted bastard's audacity in groping her big milker. Although he looks human, he's using the power of a monster. She's never encountered anyone like him before. If that bastard can wield the power of a monster while still being human, there might be a possibility he knows how to cure Hira. Out of the blue, another helmeted doll appears, riding a heavy bike. And it's not just him. There's an entire army of black-clad zombies, all wearing helmets. Myung-hoon's demands are simple. He wants Hira, and in return, he promises nothing will happen to anyone. On top of that, he's offering a reward. But if Monster Mama keeps resisting, he's ready to fight until one side is wiped out. As for the reward, he promises to reveal a way to become human again. The moment Myung-hoon finishes talking, one of the dagger-wielding Pitbull gang members lunges at Monster Mama. She quickly ducks backward, narrowly avoiding the strike. The mention of a cure has clearly shaken her. If there's truly a way to turn back into a human, she can't afford to ignore it. Looking at the monsters attacking her, it doesn't seem like Myung-hoon is bluffing. If what that bastard says is true, then there's still a chance for her and Hira to return to their human forms. The scene shifts back to Gomdal and the others. They're bloodied and battered after the relentless assault from the monsters. But those monsters aren't in great shape either. It's clear Hira isn't showing them any mercy. She looks absolutely monstrous, her form jacked and imposing. Even her axe looks like some sort of horrifying mutated weapon. These guys are as good as dead. Now back to the Pitbull gang. Chunbei is ready to face these soulless bastards all night if he has to. Even he finds it absurd that there might actually be a way to become human again. The gang's vice president tries to reason with him, telling Chunbei to just surrender as it'll be less painful that way. But Chunbei isn't about to listen to a word this bastard says. With his finger resting on the trigger, Chunbei prepares to fire, but he suddenly stops mid-action as soon as the vice president mentions one specific word: market. The word jolts Chunbei's memory, instantly reminding him of the peddler guy. The vice president explains that in the market lie the answers to all the daunting questions Chunbei has been grappling with. However, he warns that going there is extremely dangerous. Chunbei then demands this bastard to cough up more information about this so-called market. But the vice president isn't about to give up all the juicy details for free. He wants something in return before spilling any more secrets. Amid the conversation, the vice president can't help but acknowledge how impressed he is. Despite his old age, Chunbei managed to take down plenty of guys single-handedly. Then, the vice president casually tosses something into his mouth. After chewing them up, he spits them onto the ground. To Chunbei's horror, what he spat out begins to grow and transform into monstrous creatures. It almost looks like an advanced version of those little Orbeez you add water to, and watch them become massive. Meanwhile, Monster Mama is locked in a fierce battle with the dagger-wielding, snot-dangling monster lady. The snot lady is fast, and when she swings her blade, it's only mere centimeters away from Monster Mama's neck. But Monster Mama quickly slaps the piece of shit across the face. However, just as she does, Monster Mama feels dazed. She starts to lose her balance and falls backward, landing hard on the ground with her back hitting the dirt. Ever since the start of the fight, Monster Mama has felt her senses dulling. She's not sure what's happening, but it might be the strange smell the dagger-wielding girl is exuding. It's messing with her senses. Everything around her has turned white, her vision completely gone. Her ears have become more sensitive to compensate, picking up even the faintest sounds. She can't move as freely as she wants. Despite all the madness, she senses those sneaky bastards trying to close in on her. She doesn't waste a second, cutting through multiple enemies like they're vegetables. Using the noise to her advantage, along with her faint memory of the surroundings, she begins to adapt. Once she is done dealing with these guys, she plans to capture Myung-hoon in order to make him cough up the formula to turn back into human. But suddenly, a new threat emerges for her. That familiar hairy monster starts messing with her mind. The creature taunts her, reminding her that the only reason she's still alive is because of her powers. It tells her that if she turns back into a human, there's no way she'll survive in this harsh and unforgiving world. The hairy monster assures Monster Mama not to feel scared or nervous, claiming she just came to say hello. She advises Mama to pay closer attention to her surroundings. As soon as Monster Mama opens her eyes, we see the dagger-wielding bitch standing right behind her. Eventually, both Chunbei and Monster Mama are dealt with effortlessly by the gang. By the way, the guy I was calling the vice president is known as Jong Hyun, and that double dagger-wielding snotty lady is Ju Young Chue. The two seem pleased, as the time has finally come to reunite with Hira, their creator, their master, their family. With that, all these bastards start marching behind their leader, Myung-hoon, who's ready to claim his bride. The scene transitions to a flashback of a conversation between Bigfoot and the peddler. In the flashback, the peddler boasts about his excellent physical perception. He explains that no matter where his body parts are, he can sense them. Because of this, he can easily track Chukbok. Of course, those detached parts will rot in a few days, but he promises to find her before that happens. He requests his senior for a chance to prove himself by tracking her down. To make the job easier, he also requests 2 of Bigfoot's employees to serve as bodyguards. It's clear that the peddler's eagerness to help isn't just out of loyalty. He's angling for a better position within the family. Bigfoot finally responds, telling the peddler to bring him the mother as well. If he succeeds, Bigfoot promises to get him acknowledgement from the father. But the peddler clarifies that he has no information on the mother. In response, Bigfoot promises to provide him with details. The senior then throws a vial of medicine toward the peddler, telling him that he might not need it, but if he encounters difficulties capturing them, he can make them eat this medicine. Bigfoot further emphasizes that while they never intended to offer this job to the peddler, now that they are, he won't tolerate any failures. With that warning, Bigfoot asks the peddler if he really wants to take the job. Well, we all know what the peddler's decision was. In the present, the very peddler is regretting his decision to take on this job. He had no idea that there was a little monster residing there, and now he has no clue how he's going to handle her. He's literally losing his mind, because returning empty-handed isn't an option. Suddenly, the sound of motorcycles echoes. It's obviously those bastards riding their Hayabusas. Before we continue, let's take a quick glimpse into Myung-hoon's past. It's been a very, very long time since a tragedy that Myung-hoon has never forgotten. Ever since that tragedy, Myung-hoon had been searching for her everywhere. There were moments when he wanted to give up and die, but he didn't, just so he could meet her again someday. You see, he simply can't live without her. And now, the moment he's been waiting for is finally here. He's going to see Hira again. He's determined to stick to the plan. After meeting her, he'll ask her to come back with him. Ideally, she'll accept. But knowing Hira, she'll likely decline. If she does, he's prepared to follow their rules. The one who wins the fight becomes the owner of the other. Myung-hoon is confident. With all the power he's gained, there's no way she can defeat him. The loser will become the winner's dog. That's the rule of the pit bulls. Once Hira becomes part of his family again, the next step will be crucial. He plans to treat her well, slowly rebuilding their relationship. It'll take time, but eventually, she'll recognize his sincerity. When that happens, she'll fall in love with him, and they'll become a true family. He's even dreamed of their future together. They'll have 3 children, 1 boy and 2 girls. The mere thought of it fills him with joy, a happy family with his dream wife, living happily ever after. But then, as soon as he reaches the area, he slams on the brakes. Removing his helmet, the happiness on his face quickly morphs into pure devastation. Standing before him is Hira, but she's no longer the woman he remembers. She's turned into a mindless zombie. Chukbok, on the other hand, has no clue who this man is. She begins to speculate that maybe he's from the village, here to cure Hira. The thought makes her naturally happy. Excitedly, she starts asking him about her monster mama and Chunbai, but the bastard doesn't respond. Instead, he gives her a cold, menacing glare, like he's about to devour her alive. Sensing the hostility, Chukbok quickly pulls out her gun and points it at him. The man demands that she cough up all the juicy details about what happened to Hira. He's sure she wasn't bitten by any monster, so he wants to know why she looks like this. Chukbok, startled but honest, explains that Hira was sick, so her mother did this to her. They were told she could be fixed, so they've been waiting here for a solution. Upon learning that this was Monster Mama's doing, the man reveals that he already has her mother and promises to punish her for what she did to Hira. Hearing this, Chukbok grows concerned and asks him what exactly he did to her mother and grandpa. Before the bastard can do anything to little Chukbok, his head is suddenly severed by Hira. But instead of dying, the man quickly moves, grabs his head, and rejoins it to his body. He thanks his luck that he's still breathing, because for a moment, he thought he was as good as dead. The murderous intent radiating from Hira is overwhelming. It's the kind of fear that comes with the very real threat of death. Chukbok also pulls up her revolver and threatens the bastard, telling him to run away. Meanwhile, Myung-hoon recognizes Hira but is utterly devastated by what she's become. Even Yang-hyun and Ji-young Choi are bewildered at the sight of Hira in her current form. Hira then trudges toward the group of guys who seem to pose a threat to little Chukbok. Myung-hoon quickly tells his lackeys to stay back because things are about to get serious. He understands that everyone is overwhelmed seeing Hira like this, but he calmly instructs them to stay behind and watch silently. He then begins walking toward Hira. As he walks, he tries to remind her of the day they fought each other, a day when she defeated him, even though he had been the one to start the fight. Despite losing, he kept challenging her because he wanted to best her, and now, he's ready to do the same again. In truth, he had been hoping to meet her again on a better day. He wanted to show his family and ask her to return with them, to reunite with her loved ones. But if she refuses to come back willingly, he's prepared to take her by force. He openly admits that he still has feelings for her. He wants her to come with them peacefully and even promises to fix her current state. In response, Hira simply growls and, without hesitation, swings her blade with lightning speed. The bastard barely manages to dodge the attack, but now he's fully serious and ready to fight. Hira unleashes a relentless barrage of blows on the bastard. In the heat of the moment, she morphs her weapon into a massive spiked club and slams it across his body, sending him sliding across the ground. She continues her merciless assault. Even Myung-hoon starts to lose his composure. He can't fathom where this enormous weapon came from, and what's worse, each of her strikes is both incredibly fast and devastatingly powerful. If he were anyone else, he'd have already been reduced to mush. He doesn't know what to do or how to bring Hira back home. That's when his eyes land on Chukbok. He remembers how fond Hira seems of the little girl, and an idea forms in his mind. Without wasting a second, he dashes toward Chukbok, pouring all his speed and strength into the attempt. Seeing the danger, Chukbok instinctively aims her revolver at this bastard. But before Myung-hoon can reach her, Hira intercepts him. She grabs him and throws him high into the air. His disbelief grows as he processes her raw strength and incredible speed. While he's still airborne, Hira morphs her weapon into something entirely different and readies herself. With immense power, she delivers a punch that sends him soaring even higher into the sky. By now, frustration begins to overwhelm Ma Young-hoon. Nothing is going as he planned. All he ever wanted was to find happiness. He had hoped to meet Hira, talk with her, rebuild their relationship, and become a family again. But now everything feels like it's slipping through his fingers. He is hating the fact that everything has come to this. The more he tries to reach Hira, the farther she slips away from him. His rage grows uncontrollably as he begins to convince himself that it's all her fault. She's the one who made him fall in love with her. If she hadn't shown him affection, he wouldn't have sought her out like this. He wouldn't have ended up here in the middle of this chaos. In his mind, she's the root of all the turmoil he's facing. He's done holding back. In a fit of anger, he rips off the uniform he's wearing. Because he is done holding back, he will make sure to take her with him, no matter what. Even if she ends up crippled, he will always take care of her and love her. Gamdol and Yu Jung lie in the apartment building. Then there's cowardly Daeon, lurking in the shadows, observing everything from a safe distance. She watches the violence, and the more she sees, the more regret builds inside her. She wonders if she made the wrong decision coming here with these guys. Once the both monsters clash, the area erupts into full-blown chaos. Both parties now resemble savage beasts, their exchange of blows so ferocious and rapid that an ordinary human can't even comprehend their movements. Strike after strike, the sheer force they generate is on a completely different level, sending shockwaves that toss everyone standing nearby like leaves in a storm. At one point, the bastard loses an arm, but to everyone's shock, he regenerates it almost instantly. It's then that he learns the hard way that Hira not only has insane speed, but also an extraordinary level of regeneration herself. What's worse for him, Hira takes the severed arm she ripped off and transforms it into a weapon. Despite this, the bastard remains arrogant and charges recklessly at Hira once again. Before the fight continues, we glimpse a flashback into Ma Young-hoon's childhood, a glimpse that reveals the roots of his twisted behavior. As a child, Ma Young-hoon loved pretending to be a giant. Whenever he had free time, he played imaginary games where he envisioned himself as an enormous, unstoppable force, towering over everything, destroying anything in his way. To him, becoming a giant symbolized escape, freedom from the pain that haunted him. That pain came from his violent and abusive father. Ma Young-hoon would tremble in his father's presence, his body and mind scarred by the constant beatings for not scoring the highest marks in school. The insults thrown at him by his father echoed endlessly in his mind, breaking his spirit over time. And his mother was no better. Cold and callous, she blamed Ma Young-hoon for everything that went wrong in the household, reinforcing the idea that he was worthless. For years, he endured their cruelty, and in his heart, the dream of becoming a giant grew, a way to rise above the torment and prove his worth to the world. When Ma Young-hoon reflected on his childhood, he learned that while his mother was cold and distant, it was still better than the torment inflicted by his father. His father had a terrifying precision when it came to punishment, always hitting where it hurt the most, so much so that Ma Young-hoon often wished to pass out just to escape the pain. In his young eyes, his father was nothing less than a giant, a looming, unshakable terror. Ma Young-hoon felt helpless, unable to resist, and each day dragged on in despair, making him believe that escape was impossible. But then a miracle happened. It was entirely unexpected. One night, as usual, his father was drunk and causing a scene. Overcome with fear, Ma Young-hoon pushed him away. He didn't mean to do any real harm, but his father stumbled and hit his head on the table. Blood began to pool around him. Up until that moment, his father had been the source of his greatest fear, someone he couldn't even bring himself to look in the eye. But now, as he saw his once mighty father lying there, weak and dying, the man seemed so small and pathetic. That was the moment Ma Young-hoon realized something profound. He could be a giant too. Watching his father, the embodiment of his nightmares, crumble before him, was a revelation. It felt empowering, a moment of awe to see the figure of his terror brought so low. Everything changed after that day. His mother left him at the orphanage, abandoning him entirely. For a while, he clung to the hope that she might come back for him someday. But as time passed, it became clear that it was just a futile dream. Life at the orphanage wasn't any kinder. Bullies constantly picked on him, but to Ma Young-hoon, they seemed small and insignificant. Nothing like the giant his father had once been in his eyes. The fear that had kept him from standing up for himself was gone, so he embraced the idea of being a giant. Ma Young-hoon began to carry himself with the strength and confidence he had longed for, and he took on anyone who dared to challenge him. Single-handedly, he dealt with the bullies like the giant he believed himself to be, proving that he could rise above the pain of his past and shape his own destiny. The violence and fear that had once paralyzed Ma Young-hoon became his greatest tools, weapons he used to protect himself. Slowly but surely, He was becoming the giant he had always dreamed of being. At one point, he even became a bully of bullies, someone who terrorized those who thrived on the suffering of others. As he grew older, nothing seemed to impress him anymore. No matter how strong or imposing people appeared, they were no more than ants in his eyes. Through countless fights, both victories and losses, he mastered the art of survival and eventually learned how to take lives with cold, efficient precision. As an unstoppable giant in his own mind, he feared nothing. For the first time in his life, he felt truly free. But that freedom came with a cost. Over time, everything began to feel hollow. The thrill of overpowering others dulled, and his victories became monotonous. Life lost its meaning, and Ma Young-hoon sank into a void of boredom and emptiness. With no one and nothing to challenge him, he lacked the motivation to do anything at all. And then, life threw him a curveball. Out of nowhere, he faced something he could never have imagined. A real monster. A literal giant. Its sudden appearance shocked him, rendering him speechless. But for the first time in years, he felt truly alive. It was as if his life had just begun. When the monster crises broke out, Ma Young-hoon found new meaning. This chaotic and unpredictable world reignited his passion for life. If he disliked someone, he'd kill them. If he wanted something, he'd take it. He lived exactly as he pleased. The lawless life dominated by the biggest giant. For a while, he loved this new world. It was thrilling, full of challenges and surprises. But as time passed, even that excitement waned. The thrill didn't last. No matter how much he toyed with the ants beneath him or basked in the cheers of his minions, it all became stale. It was then that Hira entered his life. She arrived at his pitbull gang, driven by rumors that defeating its boss would earn her the title of king. Ma Young-hoon couldn't have anticipated how much she would shake up his stagnant world, so he was ready to throw down with her. Meanwhile, Hira was also absolutely ready to prove her worth, and that moment stuck with Myung-hoon vividly. As you can imagine, he lost miserably, and she became the first giant he had ever met. His own men were utterly bamboozled, thinking that her victory was just a fluke. They demanded a rematch, sure that they could set things right. But Myung-hoon knew better. He understood that his defeat wasn't just a coincidence. He could tell in an instant that Hira was something else entirely, far beyond anyone he had ever faced. Most monsters wouldn't even stand a chance against her. As humiliating as the defeat was, it was just as exciting for Myung-hoon. Finally, he had found someone worthy of being considered his rival. It felt just as thrilling as when the monster crisis first began. He hadn't been defeated like this in years, and he realized this was exactly what he needed. He began to entertain the idea that if he could keep her around as the boss, things might finally get interesting again. However, Hira never intended to stay. She had no plans to become part of his gang. That realization hit Myung-hoon hard. The anger boiled up inside him, and in a fit of rage, he barged into the room where Hira was staying. It was the worst possible timing. She was in the middle of changing her clothes. Hira punched him across the face for invading her privacy. Later, as they both sat down, Myung-hoon tried to convince her to stay. But Hira made it clear that the only reason she challenged him in the first place was because she needed a place to rest for the night, not because she wanted to join his gang or stick around. Besides, she believed it would be better to leave the gang as they were, continuing their lives without her interference. But Myung-hoon kept insisting she stay, promising that he would protect her if she did. That remark made Hira laugh out loud. The idea of a self-proclaimed loser like him wanting to protect her was nothing short of ridiculous. She brushed it off, firmly stating that she didn't need his protection. All she wanted was to live her life on her own terms, walking her own path. Then Myung-hoon's eyes shifted to her luggage. In that moment, Hira's expression changed drastically, from amusement to a visage of sheer menace. It was as if she didn't want him to look at his luggage, as if there was something important she was hiding. His curiosity piqued. Myung-hoon questioned why she was carrying such luggage around. Hira did not beat around the bush anymore and asked him what he was after. Well, Myung-hoon laid down two conditions. First, he wanted her to remain their boss and fight with him whenever he called for it. If she agreed to these terms, he would keep his word, promising to offer her protection and make sure she would be well taken care of. It was, in his view, a very good offer. But Hira wasn't so easily swayed. She wanted to know his true agenda before considering his options. What was his real reason for wanting her to stay? Myung-hoon's response was blunt and straightforward. The only thing he hoped to gain from this arrangement was the presence of a mighty giant like her by his side. Eventually, Hira calms down as she realizes this bastard is both gutsy and a little crazy. She decides to stay, especially since she doesn't have anywhere else to go. This decision makes Myung-hoon happier than he ever thought possible. But then Hira sets one condition. Out pops a little girl from her luggage bag, and Hira demands Myung-hoon promise to protect this little girl no matter what. In response, Myung-hoon quickly drops to his knees and pledges his loyalty like a devoted dog, vowing to follow her every command. Hira quickly adds another rule. She wants him to act like a proper human in front of the little girl and to choose his words more carefully. Later, Myung-hoon introduces Hira and the little girl to his crew of pit bulls, declaring that from this point on, Hira will be their new leader. Naturally, this doesn't sit well with the gang. None of the members want her as their boss. They even start protesting, making it crystal clear they have no intention of serving under a woman, let alone a girl. That's when Hira steps in. She acknowledges their frustration, admitting it's understandable that they'd hate the idea of being bossed around by a woman. But then she lays down a bold challenge. Anyone with doubts about her strength can face her directly. Impressed by her sheer guts, the gang members quickly warm up to her. Myung-hoon remains convinced that having Hira as their leader is the best decision for everyone. At first, everyone hated Hira, but they had no choice but to follow her. However, after a series of good results under her leadership, the complaints stopped. She was strict and terrifying, but also considerate and caring, like an older sister. Before they even realized it, Hira, who was once an outsider, had become part of their family. A lot of things changed since then, except for one person. For Myung-hoon, it was all fun and games. He constantly sparred with Hira, but every time he was the one who ended up defeated. Still, he didn't mind. But over time, something began to shift inside him. One day he took things too far. He beat up a non-hostile family so severely it shocked everyone. He didn't stop there. He kept demanding they hand over all their belongings, treating them like enemies. When Hira found out, she didn't hold back. She punched him so hard across the face that he skidded several feet backward. Despite the blow, Myung-hoon felt a strange thrill. It was as if he'd been hit by a bullet, and he couldn't help but be excited by her strength. Hira, however, wasn't not here to fuck around. She demanded to know why he had done something so senseless. There was no need for more supplies, so bullying a poor defenseless family was pointless in her eyes. But Myung-hoon argued otherwise, claiming it was necessary and that he had gained something valuable from the experience. Myung-hoon believes the world leaves them no choice but to be greedy. Things aren't abundant like in the old days, and survival has become everyone's sole focus. That's why, in his eyes, they have to do whatever it takes to stay alive, even if it's something as small as the chocolate bar he got. Hira listens and can understand his point, but she warns him that if he goes too far, he'll only end up making more enemies. However, Myung-hoon insists he had a solid reason for his actions. He explains that the family was pretending to share the chocolate, but in reality, only their kid was eating it. They looked ridiculous to him, so he snatched it away. When the kid started crying loudly, he gave him a little smack to quiet him down. That's when the dad tried to retaliate, and everything escalated. The situation quickly spiraled into a bloodbath. The mom was crying, the kid was freaking out, and all of it happened over a small piece of chocolate. Myung-hoon finds it hilarious as he recalls the scene. But in that moment, Hira begins to understand what's really going on with him. Without hesitation, she bluntly asks if he was jealous of that family. Those words hit Myung-hoon like a punch to the gut. He can't deny it, it's the cold, hard truth. The realization is too much, and a while later, he finds himself sprawled on the ground, battered and bruised. Hira is the one who beat him to a pulp, sending her message loud and clear. She actually doesn't care what Myung-hoon's issues are or what he chooses to do. However, she makes one thing crystal clear. If he ever lays a finger on her daughter or herself, he will be as good as dead. To emphasize her point, she throws him a dog collar and tells him to put it on. After all, as a dog in her eyes, she doesn't want him biting his own family. Meanwhile, Myung-hoon is still lost in his own thoughts, refusing to accept that he might have been jealous of that family. At that moment, he goes unconscious, but a slap from the little girl brings him back to reality. He is actually in the infirmary. He questions the reason behind the slap, and she calmly explains that it's a pain medicine she invented. It works by replacing one pain with another, making you forget the original discomfort. Still confused, Myung-hoon sits up, and the little girl offers him more of the medicine. Without thinking too much, he starts munching on it. But as soon as he realizes he's eating a suppository, he spits it out. The little girl asks why he spit it out, and he reminds her about the difference between a mouth and a butthole. Then, he notices the bandages on his chest, asking her about them since he doesn't remember being hit there. With innocent honesty, the girl explains that she put them there to help him since he was hurt. He then eventually asks her about her mother. A while later, he finds himself following her outside, where he finally reunites with Hira. As they sit down to catch up, their conversation is laced with light banter. At one particular moment, as they discuss recent events, Myung-hoon lays it out plainly. All he cares about is himself. What he wants is to be entertained and satisfied, even if it means being the last person standing. His words earn him a hard punch to the head from Hira. She chastises him for his selfish thinking, saying she's heard enough of his beliefs and shit about giants and all that nonsense. She reminds him that survival isn't just about himself. No matter what happens, there will come a time when he'll need someone who genuinely cares about him. She expresses her hope that one day he'll experience the joy of laughing and chatting with someone, the comfort of companionship. And if he still ends up alone, she promises to stay by his side until the very end. She urges him to take a chance, to try getting along with others. She's confident he'll fit in just fine if he gives it a shot. But Ma Young-hoon brushes off her words, walking away. To him, everything she said is nonsense. As he walks alone, he grits his teeth, reflecting on her words. He tells himself being alone is fine, that he doesn't need anyone. Why should he bother trying to get along with the grunts? Yet, no matter how tough he tries to act, her words weigh heavily on his mind. For a brief moment, he wonders if perhaps she's right after all. While Myung-hoon couldn't fully agree with what Hira had said, her unfamiliar words were enough to stir something deep inside him. Getting along with others had never been his thing. He always found even his gang members nosy, clumsy, and full of unnecessary worries. The way they kept approaching him, trying to connect, had always felt bothersome. But now, thinking back, he realized that because of these guys, he had never truly felt alone. Perhaps that's when he began feeling something for Hira, and their time together became something he cherished. One day, their group was ambushed by an opposing gang. The attack was brutal, and many of Myung-hoon's closest family members were killed. The weight of it crushed him. It was all his fault. As chaos reigned outside with gang members being butchered, Myung-hoon made a desperate decision. He would go out, rescue whoever was left, and kill every single bastard responsible for harming his family. But a few of his remaining gang members remind him of the danger outside. They were already overwhelmed dealing with the opposing gang here, and there was no way they could spare the resources or manpower to rescue others. That's when Hira stepped in. She believed there was still hope. She reasoned that the enemy might be holding the others hostage instead of killing them outright, and if they acted quickly, there was a chance to save them. She assured everyone it wouldn't take long. Myung-hoon insisted on going with her to take his revenge, but Hira refused to let him join. She understood his desperation, but someone had to stay behind to lead and protect the base, especially since there was always the risk of another attack. After much resistance, Myung-hoon had to give up on his demands. Soa, Hira's daughter, also wants to protect everyone and insists on tagging along with her mother. While Hira appreciates her courage, she knows this is a mission for adults only. She gently instructs Soa to stay behind and assures her that it won't take long, promising she'll return quickly. However, once Hira leaves, the situation takes a turn for the worse. The opposing gang's weapons were smeared with monster blood, which caused the remaining gang members to turn into mindless zombies. Myung-hoon is faced with the painful reality. Every monster he's forced to kill has once been a friend or family member. It's a brutal task, slaughtering those he once cared about, but he knows he has no choice but to cut down the very people who brought him happiness. After finally putting an end to the chaos and killing everyone who had turned, Ma Young-hoon decides to bury his fallen friends. But just as he's about to check on his surviving comrades, the worst news arrives. His remaining gang members come running toward him, holding little Soa. The poor girl has been bitten by Jae-ho, who turned into a zombie and attacked her. Myung-hoon watches in horror as Soa struggles. And then, Jae-ho steps into view, the very one who bit her. Once Hira is notified of what happened at the base, she rushes back, only to find chaos. The place is a massacre, with the bodies of their comrades scattered across the ground. And in the center of it all is her dying daughter, Soa, cradled in the arms of Yong-hyun. Meanwhile, Myung-hoon is being crushed under the weight of Jae-ho's body, struggling to escape the horror of it all. Seeing her little girl in such a battered state sends Hira into a blind fury. The rage she feels for the monster who caused this is unimaginable, and it's clear that Jae-ho's fate would be a brutal one. Now, in the present, Myung-hoon is completely beaten up after an intense fight with Hira. He's battered and exhausted, while Hira, though tired, isn't nearly as badly off as he is. After getting patched up, Myung-hoon decides he's ready for another round. This time, he's certain he'll finish it quickly. All they have to do is sit back and watch as he takes her down. Hira is a bit exhausted, but she's not backing down. She stands her ground. They exchange blows, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches. Just as it seems like Ma Young-hoon is about to gain the upper hand, Hira's hand morphs into a giant weapon, and she grabs his head with terrifying strength. Myung-hoon finds himself frozen for a moment, as if someone has hijacked his mind, and he's forced to endure the brutal blow Hira delivers. Hira crushes Myung-hoon as if he were nothing more than a fragile tomato, but Myung-hoon retaliates with a flurry of punches aimed at her. It's then that he finally realizes what has hijacked his mind. It's Chukbok, of course. He flicks a small piece of debris that hits Chukbok on the forehead, causing her to bleed and stumble. The sight of this seems to break something within Hira. She throws a brutal punch at Myung-hoon, but this time the force behind her blow is noticeably weaker. He can sense that Hira is running out of energy, and it's becoming clear that she's nearing her limits. Time is now on his side, and he knows that he's close to achieving his dream. He believes that he will finally become part of her family, the way he's always wanted. He's convinced that he'll be the one to offer her the company she needs during her loneliest times, and he's determined to heal her. Meanwhile, Hira clings to Chukbok while she repeatedly pronounces the name of her daughter, Soa. She repeats it over and over, a deep pain in her heart for the daughter she is desperately trying to protect. It appears that Hira is mistakenly clinging to Chukbok, thinking she's her daughter. The way she holds Chukbok closely mirrors the deep love she's always had for her daughter. Meanwhile, Myung-hoon approaches them, but Chukbok quickly responds by shooting at him. It doesn't take long for Myung-hoon to realize what's happening. He quickly understands that, from the very beginning, Hira's only concern has been her family, which is her daughter. He recognizes now that he's never truly been a part of her family. He bonks Hira on the back, causing her to collapse unconscious. Then he turns to Chukbok and demands to know what kind of relationship she has with Hira and why she's so desperate to protect her. Chukbok can only respond with anger, making it clear that Hira is her precious family. This response was food for thought for someone like Myung-hoon. It's clear that Chukbok sees Hira as family, not as a mindless monster, which gives him pause. He grabs Chukbok by the throat and thanks her. He is grateful that Hira is still alive because of her. After a moment, Myung-hoon decides it's time to head back home, and he orders his friends not to forget those who had been hiding in the building, ensuring that no one is left behind.